Chapter 1, Listen to the Cat Nanako. In a hospital in the Magic City, in a white empty room, the girl in her sleep opened her eyes. She slowly sat up, supported her head with one hand, a severe headache came, and a memory suddenly poured into her mind. Why am I still alive? Lin Huan was a cartoonist from the Long Kingdom before his death. To be precise, he was a fan cartoonist. As a painter, he had good drawing skills. Is famous for his boring stories. You probably can only draw Danmei comics is always said by people. As a result, Lin Huan, who is in her 20s, can only make a living by adapting second-rate online novels and earning a small amount of manuscript fees. In fact, this situation is not uncommon. In Lin Huan's world, comics, novels, and other entertainment industries have developed to such an extremely high level, there are no topics that can be considered novel. The girl rubbed her forehead, and the last scene in her lifetime was when she was flying back to her hometown when she encountered a plane crash. Another memory in Lin Huan's mind is that of this girl. Listening to Cat Nanako, her father is a Neon person and her mother is a Longguo. Although she has a Neon name, she can be regarded as a traditional Longguo. The memory in his mind also shocked him. Although the countries where the two lives were called the Dragon Kingdom, the history is quite different. Even the Neon is part of the Dragon Kingdom, and some famous wars have never happened in this world. The Dragon Kingdom has become the world's largest country, and even the population is more than several times larger than the Dragon Kingdom in the previous life. Different from the previous life, the related culture of Dragon Kingdom comics in this world has just started, but because there is no war, everyone lives and works in peace. The spiritual culture has become the mainstream, and related industries such as comics, novels, animation, etc. have developed rapidly after being passed on from the Neon side within a few years. Many long comics and adapted animations of the Dragon Kingdom in this world have become household works, and their popularity has far surpassed that of the past lives such as One Piece, Reaper, and Hokage. With more and more memories, Nanako's face changed a little strange. According to memory, this girl died in a car accident and was replaced by her own soul, but she dropped out of school when she was in junior high school. It is reasonable to say that the age of 14 should be in the second year of junior high school, but because his father was the owner of a comics publishing house dropped out of school and became a cartoonist at home, he also had his own comic works and a female assistant who was a few years older than him. Is the act culture in this world the mainstream? Otherwise, it is impossible for normal parents to let their children drop out of junior high school and draw comics at home. While listening to the cat Nanako looking out the window and thinking, the door of the ward opened. Nanako. A beautiful woman rushed over as she opened the door, holding the bewildered girl and crying, "It's great that you can wake up." The cat Nanako, who was held in her arms by the woman, was stunned. From memory, she knew that this was her biological mother, Lin Qing. Immediately became gentle, and patted the woman's back lightly, "Mom, stop crying." Lin Huan also thought to herself, since she is reborn here, let's live for her, at least there are still people in this world who care about herself so much. After listening to the cat Nanako met her father, listening to the cat Ling Chuan, a very serious man, very happy that he woke up, but on the surface is serious. Although I heard that cat Nanako has no good feelings for Neon people, Neon in this world itself is part of the Dragon Kingdom, plus this man is his own father, so he doesn't hate him. Because I have to be hospitalized for examination, I cannot go home temporarily. After listening to the cat Nanako returned to the ward after completing the procedures in the hospital, she went to the mirror to carefully observe her appearance. She was stunned the moment she stood in the mirror. Although Lin Huan's appearance in his previous life was only mediocre, it was in the age of information and its development. Some celebrities, only one in hundreds of years, one in thousands, or even one in tens of thousands of years, have seen a lot of photos of beautiful girls before he was alive, but when he listened to cat Nanako, he just wanted to shout, I am picturesque. The blue silk combed into a G hair hangs down to the waist, and the tear mole in the corner of his left eye is fascinating. The perfect facial features are better than any star Lin Huan has ever seen. Curved willow eyebrows, long eyelashes trembling slightly, and dark pupils are very agile, unlike most of Longwo's lifelessness. Is really Diao Chan's closed eyes tray for worshipping the moon. Looking back at Bai Mice hung with a smile, the sixth palace has no color. Sheep fat like white and tender skin is like snow, with a petite body of less than 1.6 meters. It seems that he is more like a heroine than those female characters in the second dimension. The most important is, what is that huge lump of meat on his chest? If I remember correctly, my body is only 14 years old, and it's really uncomfortable to shake it when I walk. Starting in 3 years, the highest death penalty. Listen to the cat Nanako chanting silently in her heart. Hearing Cat Nanako's father is the owner of the Cat Club, a relatively large comics publishing house. There are many animated works in the serialized comics, and each issue of the monthly magazine has sales of close to 1 million. On the concept of a huge reader base in this world's dragon country. According to Nanako's impression, the largest comic publishing house in Long Kingdom can even calculate the sales volume of each issue in 100 million. This is also the reason why my predecessor was able to become a manga artist in junior high school. After all, the position of serialization in the monthly magazine is not very important. I used the mobile phone to understand a little bit. Nanako was a little shocked. The manga of this world is so boring. Let's not talk about my own comics. Some of the works in the top rankings of the Dragon Kingdom, fighting is entirely about fighting with power, which is meaningless. Everyone at UU reading www.uuganshu.com makes a move, and whoever is strong wins. What kind of punch to the flesh, the setting of the energy, the wit, everything is not there. Some comics don't even have a world view, and the skills are even groundless. Cartoonists in this world are also very fast at drawing comics. Some bi-monthly writers can even complete 80 pages in half a month. I heard that Cat Nanako thinks that this may have something to do with the fact that they are not thinking about drawing comics. How did these comics become like this? Listening to the Cat Nanako is a little dumbfounded. The long comics of the previous life, just come over and let the humans in this world open the door to a new world. Nanako's own comic series is called Elvis, and the serialization in the semi-monthly magazine of the Cat Club is fairly smooth. This achievement has a lot to do with her exquisite style of painting. It tells the story of a person's soul becoming a cat after death, but the soul that becomes a cat cannot stay in the world for more than 3 days, but to go to the legendary country of cats. The protagonist is an ordinary high school student. He became a cat after a heart attack, but woke up miraculously because of his love for his family. In this way, the protagonist lived as a human in the daytime, while at night he became a cat to guard his city and prevent the city. Don't be attacked by other evil cats passing by here. Well, the setting is quite novel, and the style of painting is good, but after listening to the Cat Nanako read it, she fell into the hospital bed with a look of innocence. This boring storyboard and boring battle description, rough dialogue, isn't it good to make people have no desire to watch? In the first episode of Elvis, the beautiful heroine comes up and confesses the background of the whole story to the protagonist. Please, are you a horse monkey Soju? Become a righteous partner with me. Looking at the words at the end of the first chapter, Cat Nanako felt that she needed to be quiet. Chapter 2, Grim Reaper. After listening to the Cat Nanako sluggish for a while, she suddenly remembered an important thing, turned around, and finally found the phone in the drawer beside the bed. Is a small and exquisite pink mobile phone. The ornament is a heroine in a very popular comic that is being serialized. A beautiful black-haired girl with a low ponytail named Xiao Lingling. In my memory, this manga is adapted from a first-class fantasy novel, and its popularity is not too popular. But compared with other cookie-cutter invincible long Aotian, this novel is unique. It seems that my predecessor has some literary plots. Listening to the cat Nanako kneading Xiao Lingling's ornaments a few times, she turned to the front. The ornament that looks perfect from behind, but the expression is like an evil god. Foaming at the mouth, rolling his eyes, the strange posture, as if in a squat. What the hell? Hearing the cat Nanako ripped off the thulha pendant and threw it on the wall. Flipped through the phone, listening to the cat Nanako found that she had nearly 10,000 fans on Weibo, almost all of her blessings. It should be the publisher who explained the reason why it stopped the update recently, but the comics of Elvis will definitely not continue to be serialized. Spent a few days in the hospital and listened to Cat Nanako's understanding of most of the world's famous works. Among them, the comics on the theme of love are much more interesting than other themes. Maybe the two worlds' understanding of love is not too different. After finishing the discharge procedures, I heard that the cat Nanako followed her parents back home in a medium-sized villa. After getting off the car, Lin Qing touched her hair. "Nanako, I will work at home from now on. After I finish drawing, I can just give the manuscript to your dad, bus. Not safe." Hearing the cat Nanako nodded slightly. Although there is a studio next to his room, his assistant Su Yunyun would also come to work when he had a manuscript, but he would personally go to Mancha to deliver the manuscript every 2 weeks. It seems that after this car accident, both father and mother were a little bit afraid that they had done such a big thing in order to exercise their independence. Listening to the cat Nanako returning to the room on the 3rd floor, the room is in a warm yellow tone, except for a few posters of the animated characters that her predecessor liked on the wall, without too much decoration. Lying on the big bed, listening to the cat Nanako resting in the hospital for many days, she has some eagerness to bring the works of that world over. After interrupting the serialization of Elvis, what should I choose for the first work? The first work must lay the foundation for my future popularity, so I will choose the medium and long story. As for the short comics, I don't have to worry about listening to the cat Nanako. There are many comic awards and competitions in this world, and most of them are manuscripts based on short comics. As for the long-term serial works, I have a few thoughts from cat Nanako. First of all, Naruto, Reaper, One Piece, which are more popular in previous lives, or the older Rurouni Kenshin, Dragon Ball, and Saint Seiya. Then there are the Enchanter, Soul Eater, Psychic King, Full-Time Hunter, Tutor, and other hot-blooded combat comics in the novella. Hearing that cat Nanako wanted to choose Reaper as her first work in this world, let alone the various ability settings in it, the Ghost Way, the Zanpaku Knife, the Virtual, and the Quincy. Hikari 13 Flip Team will definitely explode all the superpower organizations in this world comic. The most important point is that Grim Reaper has similar settings to the comic Elvis painted by his predecessor. It's not too obtrusive to draw after interrupting Elvis serialization. Can also explain that it was the inspiration gained when drawing Elvis. I made up my mind, and listened to the cat Nanako's plan to write the next day, and discussed with his father and assistant Su Yunyun tonight. But when I listened to cat Nanako's recollection of the contents of the Of Death, he found that the original steps of the Of Death clearly appeared in his mind. Reaper is a comic that I have read about cat Nanako a long time ago, but some details are not clear for a long time. But she unexpectedly discovered that the content of the Reaper comics was printed in her memory, and every line of the manuscript could be remembered clearly by cat Nanako. This won't be my golden finger, right? I felt a little happy. But when I was thinking about the name of the manga, Nanako became worried again. In the previous life, the name of the Reaper manga was Bleach, which means bleaching and purification. But in this world, the Dragon Kingdom is the largest country in the world. The United States and Yu-Gi-Oh are just two ordinary countries, and English is far from being as popular as in previous lives. There is no English name for anything in this world like in the previous life. If you continue to use Bleach as the title of the work, most readers will not understand it. So after listening to the cat, Nanako still intends to directly use Reaper as the name of this work. It is simple and easy to understand. Soon after dinner, I heard Kat Nanako mention to her father that she wanted to paint a new work. Hearing Mao Lingchuan only hesitated for a while before agreeing. After all, Elvis had serialized nearly 100 words before, but it was still tepid. The speed of drawing manga before listening to the Kat Nanako was an average of 4 pages a day, only the original manuscript, so that 15 days is close to 60 pages of content. Because it was serialized in the semi-monthly magazine, after listening to Kat Nanako dropping out of school for 2 years, Elvis has serialized more than 90 words. After I heard that the Kat Nanako came to the studio after dinner, although she said she wanted to start painting officially tomorrow, it is better to try the speed of painting first. I don't know how long it will take to draw a manuscript when the details of the Grim Reaper manga are clearly remembered in my mind. After picking up the manuscript paper and paintbrush, I began to paint. The slender hand was flying fast on the paper. After only 30 minutes listening to the Kat Nanako, he drew a manuscript in memory, because the time distance of the first words of the of death is now relatively short. For a long time, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. So the style of painting is very old, and the style of the works serialized on the Juvenile Jump will be somewhat natural and rough. And listening to the hands of Kat Nanako, the style of the first page of the of death has been modified very delicately. Even if you get the previous life, it is this year's new manga that someone will believe. But because tonight I listened to the Kat Nanako just experimenting with the speed of drawing the original, so she just drew 1 page and did not continue to draw. Nanako made a small plan. He could draw 2 pages of Reaper in 1 hour, and he would have 10 pages in 5 hours of work a day. As one's own speed increases, it is possible to draw 15 or 20 pages a day. Reaper will also be serialized in the semi-monthly issue. Considering that his assistant may not modify the manuscript too quickly, it is not bad to be able to complete 80 pages of content every 2 weeks, about 3 words. After waiting for the Comic Society to discover the value of the of death, he can also ask for more assistance. After listening to the Kat Nanako, he painted the main characters who appeared in the early stage. Okay. When the assistant Su Yunyun comes to work tomorrow, I will tell her how to draw. Because neon in this world is part of the Dragon Kingdom, and the otaku culture is also spread from there, it is very common for the characters in the works to use Japanese names in the Dragon Kingdom. After listening to the Kat Nanako drew all the front and back portraits of Kurosaki Ichigo, Kokiki Rukia, Ishida Haru, Inu, and other characters, he cleaned up the drawings and went to sleep. After all, his age is still a junior high school student. Go to bed early and get up early. The door of the room suddenly opened, and Lin Qing looked at the listening Kat Nanako, who was lying on the bed and rubbing her chest with her hands in amazement. What are you doing? Of course it is to measure my temperament as a woman, Kat Nanako said without changing her face. Chapter 3, Manga Assistant. Woo, Kat Nanako stood up after hearing the sound of her mother Lin Qing's crying in bed. Is it 11 o'clock? Was wearing pajamas, and the Kat Nanako walked out of the room barefoot. Ignoring his mother Lin Qing, his daughter has grown up, so she has become an old woman with a look of resentment like Bara. After going downstairs, sitting in the living room is an ordinary-looking girl with a single ponytail. Her are not big, but she can see that she is much older than herself. Good morning, Sister Yoon. After listening to the Kat Nanako's flat hello, the relationship between herself and her in her memory is not very good. It is just the relationship between an ordinary cartoonist and an assistant. Su Yunyun smiled and said, "Congratulations to Teacher Kat for his recovery." Listening to the Kat Nanako nodded gently, and took Su Yunyun into the studio. This is a new work of human settings, you can take a look for yourself first, you can ask me if you don't understand. Listening to the Kat Nanako handed Su Yunyun the Reaper human design drawn last night. Ah! Don't you paint Elvis? Su Yunyun said in shock. Well, I told the president yesterday. Although Su Yunyun still has some comics that can't believe it is close to 100 words, after listening to the Kat Nanako said that he would not serialize it, he still carefully watched the image of Kurosaki Ichigo. The teenager with orange hair looks a little bad, and it is quite characteristic. Su Yunyun nodded secretly. Then I saw the figure of Kukaki Rukia. I also thought about the cat Nanako last night. Rukia's hair is too short. Arbitrarily lengthened Kukaki Rukia's hair. Although it can't be said to be long hair, it doesn't look like a tomboy like the original book. Sister Yoon, please practice the character drawing by yourself. After listening to the cat Nanako picking up the paintbrush and starting her hand, she planned to draw the cover of the Of Death first. When I was discussing with my father yesterday, Ting Mao Ling Chuan had already agreed to use Ting Mao Nanako's new work as the cover of the next issue of the cat's semi-monthly magazine. Su Yunyun also observed listening to cat Nanako's paintings while practicing. Listening to cat Nanako first drew a black-eyed Ichigo. It seems that she has been conceiving for a long time, but she did not expect to be so proficient in painting new figures. Kuriki Ichigo's hand was held backwards, and a huge blade was also drawn by the cat Nanako. The crescent-shaped sword was against the shoulder of Kuriki Ichigo. The weapon that does not fit the proportions of the character's body makes Su Yunyun unable to look away. What kind of knife is this? Is there such a weapon in the history of the Long Kingdom? This is exactly the Zanyu form that the Black Knight Ichigo Zanpakuo started to solve. It is also the main combat method of the Grim Reaper in the early stage of Black Knight Ichigo. After finished painting the knife, Nanako Cat stopped painting temporarily. Tilted his head and thought for a while, and began to draw lines around Kurosaki Ichigo. Because he hadn't painted it yet, Su Yunyun didn't know what the cat Nanako wanted to draw. These lines are exactly the Ryutsu and the Reaper, because the setting of energy has not appeared in this world comics, like the chakra in Naruto, the mind power in the full-time hunter, including the Ryutsu, are all settings such as airflow. The stronger the Ryutsu, the ability of the Of Death will also increase in an all-round way. Su Yunyun did not continue to observe and listen to cat Nanako's paintings, and began to practice the character models seriously. After listening to the cat Nanako's drawing, she began to color. During this process, she also painted a virtual figure behind the black riding a protective body, with a white mask, a black shadow on the body, and a huge cavity in front of her chest. Su is also the most common monster among the gods of death. Evil souls appearing in death. Some undead, due to their nostalgia for the present world or other obstacles, cannot ascend to heaven and wander in places that attract them. Some of them, after years of sorrow and torment, may be accelerated by external factors, and finally degenerate into nothingness. Su is characterized by a hollow on the chest, which represents the emptiness in their hearts and the imaginary mask on their faces. Once the gap in the chest of ordinary souls is opened, it means that they have become emptiness, during which the soul will dissipate and reorganize into emptiness. Su is an evil soul, and may have mutilated other souls or humans. Su Yunyun is almost practicing at this time. The comics are not illustrations, so they don't need to be too exquisite. As long as he knows how to draw the poses of the various characters in the comics, Su Yunyun has also been a comics assistant for a long time before, and the speed of mastering the drawing method is relatively fast. What do you think of this? Is it suitable for the cover? After listening to the cat Nanako showing the painting to Su Yunyun, she was also a little nervous. She had been a fan cartoonist in her previous life. In this life, he can reproduce the masterpiece of Reaper, and I feel a little excited when listening to cat Nanako. The painting has finished painting, even Su Yunyun has seen the unfinished part before, and felt shocked at this moment. The orange-haired young man carried a black giant knife on his shoulders, staring fiercely at the front, surrounded by countless blue air currents, like a tornado. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. The imaginary image behind Kurosaki Ichigo was also painted by cat Nanako as extremely hideous. His black body split into two giant hands and held Ichigo, as if to crush him. At this time, Su Yunyun changed his mind about listening to the cat Nanako child playing house. The comics that have been serialized for so long seem to be like a child's play, but Su Yunyun only understood when she saw this painting. Maybe Nanako really conceived a good story. Mr. Cat, please tell me the plot of this comic. Well, then listen to it. Following the words of the cat Nanako, Su Yunyun's eyes brightened. Reaper, Su, Zanpakyudeo, Shija, Swastika, Kuzuko, Soul World, and Suhuan. It took an hour to listen to Cat Nanako before roughly finishing part of the plot of the Shinigami's early stage, explaining in detail the experience of one guardian and a lot of settings. About the story of Ichigo going to the Soul World to fight Kukaki Byakuya, I listened to Cat Nanako and stopped to explain. I haven't thought about the rest of the plot. Let's start drawing according to the content explained to you just now. I can draw 10 pages of manuscript a day. You can modify 6 to 7 pages. 80 pages of the finished product will be completed in about 3 days. Well, Mr. Mao, I can't wait to paint now. I never thought that anyone in the world could draw such a beautiful cartoon. I have recovered my blood when I first became a cartoon assistant. Hearing that the cat Nanako was sweating with excitement by Su Yunyun, but remembered that when she first saw the comic book of death in junior high school in her previous life, it was no different from her. Then he chuckled lightly. Su Yunyun was a little stunned. Teacher Mao seemed to be indifferent before, but she smiled so beautifully. Chapter 4, the semi-monthly publication is on sale. The protagonist of the story Kurosaki Ichigo is a seemingly violent, flimsy, essentially kind, brave, family-loving teenager, and has a physique that can see the spirit. There is a father who runs a clinic and 2 sisters with normal personalities, Xiaoli and Yuzai. Ichigo must go home on time at 7 o'clock every day, otherwise his father will use the house rules of body language lessons. Noisy father and son. A sensible sister and an ordinary life that is no different from other ordinary people, until the death goddess Kukaki Rukia was kicked into the corner by him and looked at him suspiciously when he asked, "Can you see me?" This is how it was officially unveiled. Since then, everything around Kurosaki Ichigo has undergone earth-shaking changes. This is the introduction of the of Death. After more than 10 days of hard work, I listened to the content of the first 3 words of the of Death by listening to the cat Nanako and Su Yunyun. In the first episode, Ichigo uses Rukia's power to defeat Su, and the second and third episodes are related to Anu. Thinking of the ending of Reaper, I miss the cat Nanako a little. Rukia is simply the second male number compared to Anu, and the relationship with Ichigo is more like friendship than love. When in Sui Palace, many people recognized Anu who had little sense of existence in the early stage. It can also be said that the painting style in the early stage of the animation is not good. After more than 200 episodes, Anu's appearance is indeed much more beautiful than before. In the animation, Anu cried and shouted to Ichigo, "It doesn't matter if you don't win, it doesn't matter if you don't have to work so hard, please don't keep hurting." When listening to the cat Nanako felt that he had an unspeakable feeling. Is a feeling that can't be told in words, only manga and animation can express. Maybe this is the charm of manga. Of course, it is not to say that cat Nanako prefers Anu to Rukia, but that cat Nanako can accept the ending of Anu and Ichigo's marriage. Of course she also has the idea of letting Reaper end after Ichigo finishes Aizen. The popularity of the Reaper in the past life-ending techniques and the 1000-year Blood War chapters has plummeted. After Aizen, the story of Reaper has also begun to collapse, and the strength of the Reiki in the final battle has become a complete joke. After all, compared to the worldviews of Naruto and One Piece, the reality-based background of Reaper imposes serious restrictions on the venue. Those characters in the of Death who can destroy the world at every turn, the battlefield is limited to the virtual circle, the corpse world, and the world, which are only 3 places that can provide long-term battles. After listening to the cat Nanako shook his head, there is no need to think about such complicated things just when I started painting. The advantages in the of Death are also innumerable. The pen was rotated a few times like a butterfly in the slender fingers, and then he snapped it and held it, and then continued to paint. President, is it okay to use Mao Sensei's new work as the first work of this semi-monthly issue? Songbo, the assistant who listened to the cat's bell sound, walked behind him and asked suspiciously that Songbo was one of the few people who knew that Teacher Cat was the daughter of the president. Well, listening to Mao Lingchuan nodded, our cat club mainly focuses on monthly magazines. Besides, I read the new comics, and the quality is not bad. Songbo smiled bitterly, he still couldn't hear what the president meant, and even his career could be used to please his daughter. How he cares about other people's opinions. Besides, she is so beautiful, and the cartoonists in the club will not have any opinion on Teacher Mao because of the change in the order of the first issue. It's autumn in October, Cat Publishing has finally ushered in the time for the sale of this semi-monthly issue. Although the semi-monthly magazine of Cats is not as famous as the monthly magazine, it also sells more than 400,000 copies in the country every month. Sun Long is a 15-year-old junior high school student in the magic capital. In the atmosphere of Long Country, which is vigorously developing most of the junior high school students and high school students will buy comics to read, also because there is almost no factor of piracy in this world. Sun Long hurried to the shop where he often bought comics after school. The boss gave me a half-monthly magazine of Cat Club, a monthly magazine of Motive Publishing House. All right. Took over 2 thick magazines. Sun Long likes the work Crazy Knife serialized in the semi-monthly magazine of Mao Mi Society most. The author is a popular cartoonist in Mao Mi Society. Elvis and Vulcan Aspect are also comics that he thinks are good. It's a pity that the work of Elvis in the last issue was stopped. It is said that the author was injured. Sun Long shook his head regretfully. The plot of the last episode of Elvis has reached a big JOKO, I hope the author of this issue can resume the serialization. When he got home, Sun Long first opened the Magic City Monthly. The Cat Publishing House is definitely not small, but it is still a lot worse than a national-level giant like Magic City Publishing House. At least Sun Long can hardly find from the Motive Publishing House that he does not like to read comics. If you listen to Cat Nanako knowing Sun Long's thoughts, she will definitely laugh out loud. Obviously, she can't find a good-looking comic from the Magic City Publishing House, okay? Even if all the comics of the Motive Publishing House are moved to the previous life, there are still some things that are completely inadequate except for the style of painting. Sun Long was in a state of excitement after reading Motive Monthly, and his body shivered from time to time. Unexpectedly, the manga I like to watch Desert Beasts, the male protagonist used a new trick. When you come back to school next week, you must have a heated discussion with other students, so that those students who don't like wild animals can also get to know what is really good-looking comics. Then, Sun Long picked up the Cat's semi-monthly magazine aside. To be honest, Sun Long didn't think the Cat Company's semi-monthly magazine could surprise him after reading the wild animals. Just like some people look at the novels written by the great gods and see that they are very excited and suddenly find that there are no more behind them. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com will feel dull when they read the next level novels. But when Sun Long saw the cover of the Cat's semi-monthly magazine, he was still stunned. What is this? New comics? Is the image of Kurosaki Ichigo holding Zanyu painted by the cat Nanako, with a huge void behind it, and the body is surrounded by a tornado like Ryutsu. There is also a line on the right side of the cover, the king, the mask of flesh and blood, Vientian, flying high, who is named in the name of mankind, truth and temperance, stand on the wall of innocent dreams only with minions. After listening to the cat Nanako's previous life, what was called chanting finally appeared at this moment. Mao Teacher's latest masterpiece, Grim Reaper? Doesn't Elvis continue to serialize it, Kingslander? What does this sentence mean? Sun Long, attracted by the cover of Grim Reaper, couldn't wait to open the comic. His curiosity was completely drawn out. The first article of the book is the serialization of death. In the first episode, with vicious hanging eyes and orange hair, the 17-year-old Kurosaki Ichigo appeared in the image of a bad boy. At the beginning, he killed the bully in a flash, fully demonstrating his irritability and power. Has two lovely sisters and a father who often attacks him. He likes to fight and also has the ability to communicate with the soul. The character of this protagonist is really rich. Then, a girl in black with vertical bangs muttered to herself. Is it near here? Indeed, I can feel strong fluctuations. Then a paragraph appeared before his eyes. Kurezuko, early in the morning, 2:23, Friday. After listening to Kat Nanako's modification, the painting style of the first chapter of Reaper has been different from the original and became very exquisite. Even Sun Long, who has read countless comics, was a little surprised by the beautiful picture of Reaper. Sun Long couldn't help but continue to look down. Chapter 5, Magical Girl Irimasa. How can there be such a fighting style, but the teleportation flashed, and the virtual arm was cut off. Obviously there was no action, but this is too handsome. Listening to Kat Nanako draw a wonderful storyboard. The battle process also made Sun Long ecstatic. He felt that this manga was different from any previous manga. After listening to Kat Nanako's modification, the battle of the first episode of The of Death has been greatly changed from the original. Ichigo's last knife to solve the emptiness also vaguely appeared similar to Crescent Moon Sky Chong. Sun Long even turned back to the cover to take a look at the weapon in Ichigo's hand. The knife on the cover is obviously not the same thing as the big knife used by Ichigo in the first episode. Is it the shape after this knife? Then open the second and third words, Rookie alone to Ichigo because of her ability, and couldn't return to the corpse soul world. After her persuasion, Ichigo also decided to become the acting of death and solve the case of Inu's brother perfectly. This girl is pretty, she should be the second female. Sun Long nodded secretly, unknowingly, he had completely forgotten the wild animal behavior that made him extremely excited before. Then he turned back, and Sun Long discovered that the comic was originally only serialized up to the third chapter. How come there are only 3 chapters? It's not enough to read. What kind of identity and abilities the of Death really is, I really want to know what follows. The plot. Opened the most commonly used chat software in Longguo, Sun Long couldn't help recommending the of Death to his classmates. It is not just Sun Long, many people who have bought the half-monthly magazine of Cat Club have discovered this new comic called Shinigami. Many comic-related internet forums were also discussed. Remember that the author's previous work was called Elvis, why didn't he draw it suddenly, but this manga is really good looking. The setting is good, look forward to the plot later. The cover is well painted. Fighting is not very interesting, I didn't use skills. Are you stupid? What's the point of just standing with a light cannon? This is the real battle, no. Does anyone know what that sentence on the cover means? It's quite poetic. However, except for the loyal fans of Cat Club who will support their favorite works in this questionnaire, most of the netizens who like comics still don't know this new comic. Reaper has no influence on the sales of this issue of Cat Club. In addition to the fact that the half-monthly magazine of the Cat Club is not so influential, the charm of the comic book Grim Reaper cannot be fully reflected in the early stage. The setting, ability, and worldview have not been developed. After listening to the Cat Nanako finished 2 weeks of work, lying on the bed tired, she drew the original manuscript much faster than Su Yunyun's revision. Opened Weibo, the username was Teacher Mao, and he also had the official certification newcomer cartoonist. After listening to Cat Nanako, I didn't believe it at first, but he could get the certification with only a few thousand fans. Will the privileges of cartoonists in this world be too great? The profile picture is a very boring cat profile picture. Changed. After listening to the Cat Nanako opened the mobile phone album, she suddenly remembered that her mobile phone was different from her previous life. The photos in her mobile phone only had a lot of selfies and travel landscape photos that could make her nosebleed in her previous life. In this world, it is also difficult to find good-looking anime girls' pictures from the internet. The first is that the backgrounds of love comics are real, and there can be no exaggerated dresses, except for school uniforms, which are casual clothes. Combat comics is because the cartoonists spend most of their energy on the male protagonist, and the portrayal of the female protagonist is relatively weak, so on the whole, there are no well-known female characters in this world. In that case, it would be fine to draw one by myself. After listening to the cat, Nanako suddenly became interested, walked into the studio and said hello to Su Yunyun, and then started to think about it. Ms. Mao said that he is going to rest. Su Yunyun asked inexplicably. Well, you continue to practice, I'll just draw it casually. What? After listening to the cat Nanako, he drew it after a little thought, with silver hair and red eyes, long snow-white hair dragged to the bottom of his waist, hands hanging on the waist, and she was wearing a gorgeous magical girl robe. Of course, there is no magical girl in this world. To outsiders, this is just a cute pink dress. There are huge energy wings behind the girl. This character is the magical girl Ilia Zhong Ilia. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. After listening to the cat, Nanako has always felt that Ilia, as a magical girl, is much cuter than the image in the original book. Hairstyle should also be more delicate. After all, the previous life was in the lines of the original fate. Ilia used the berserker to mess things up, and some people even hated this character very much. It wasn't until the magical girl Ilia got hot that all her negative influences were refreshed. She is a beautiful anime female character in her own eyes in her previous life. Because it was used as a profile picture, listening to the cat Nanako only drew her upper body. Well, it's done, listening to the cat Nanako besides spreading the masterpiece of the previous life to this world. There is also a small goal, that is to let Meng penetrate into the hearts of the otaku of this world, lowly Seigo. Scanned the drawn picture into the phone, Nanako changed her profile picture, and then changed the username of Teacher Mao to Teacher Miome. There seems to be nothing wrong. After reading the Weibo one by one, after listening to the cat Nanako, I found that the effect of Reaper is still there, and the Weibo is full of support for the new work. Of course, a few fans mentioned why Elvis did not continue to serialize. Listening to cat Nanako is not in a hurry to explain. After the death of Death has been serialized for a period of time, it is estimated that no fans will care about Elvis. How can cat Nanako fool your important fans? The most important thing at the moment is the questionnaire for the half-monthly magazine of the Cat Club. According to the regulations of the half-monthly magazine, the manga with the most popular comics for 5 consecutive issues or more than 10 has the opportunity to be adapted into anime. Cat Nanako believes that no matter how much his father spoils herself, it is impossible for her to animate her manga for no reason. Elvis, whose predecessor has serialized more than 90 words, has only won the first place in the 2 questionnaires. Chapter 6, Uncle. Nanako, Nanako. Well, what are you doing? Listening to the cat Nanako was picked up by Linqing and leaned on the sofa. You child is so true, how many times have I said that you should stop sleeping on the sofa? Hey? Is something wrong? Hearing the cat Nanako rubbed her eyes, she asked sleepily. Linqing said helplessly, today is the day to go to the hospital for a review, hurry up and prepare. Oh, I came to the mirror and saw that the hairstyle was messed up. Was almost sleeping silly and was called up. Cat Nanako felt bored but quickly calmed down. Cat Nanako also found that her temper became much better after she became a girl. If you are a boy, you will inevitably feel a little awake. Nanako quickly combed out a G hairstyle, neat bangs are flush with the corners of the eyebrows, the temples are hanging down to the chin, and the excessively long hair behind him is hanging down to the waist. Although many people in previous lives have said that bangs can make an ugly girl beautiful, a woman who does not show her forehead is not confident. But I heard from the cat Nanako that it is the G-fa style that best brings out the beauty of classical women like China or Japan. In his previous life, he made a living by painting girls. I heard that Cat Nanako has studied the shape of a woman's hair and combed a nice hairstyle. Looked through my wardrobe, most of the clothes are lighter colors, such as light yellow, turquoise, etc., there is no too bright clothes. Casually put on a cyan over-the-knee dress and white over-the-knee warm socks and went out. October is not too cold, and it is necessary to wear a jacket. Well, there is no major problem with the illness. It seems that the recovery is relatively fast. However, considering that you have had excessive blood loss before, I will check it again in a month to see if there are any sequelae. I came out of the hospital and heard the cat Nanako yawn. I was fed up with the unpleasant medicine smell from the hospital for a long time, and I could get sick even if I didn't have any problems. Wasting a good afternoon sleeping in vain. Mom, go home? Hey! Listening to the cat Nanako suddenly noticed that Lin Qing's face was a bit wrong. I saw a middle-aged man running up at the entrance of the hospital, second sister. He stopped by Lin Qing panting. Hearing that cat Nanako recognized the man from memory, she nodded slightly. Uncle. Hee, Nanako. Well, I called my brother-in-law just now, and he said you are here. Hearing the cat Nanako's uncle laughed a few times and said. Lin Qing's tone was obviously a little impatient. What are you doing again, Nanako? Please go outside first. Oh. Hearing the cat Nanako was driven out of the hospital and wandered around the door casually. There is a shop selling anime CDs nearby, and I heard cat Nanako walked into the shop and looked through it. According to the information learned by his predecessor, this man is his uncle, and the Lin family can be regarded as a large family of Yanjing. It's just that my master seemed to be very opposed to his mother marrying a neon man back then, and the two had a big fight because of this. Since his parents got married, he has been far away from Yanjing and came to the magic capital very far away from Yanjing. And I heard that the cat Nanako has never seen his grandfather and grandma since she was born, but this uncle often comes to her mother, but unfortunately he can't even enter the house most of the time. Hee. I heard that the themes of many novels about cat Nanako's past life were related to elopement. I didn't expect this kind of dog blood incident to happen to me. But she is not one of those naive little girl readers, let alone why her parents prevent the love between the two. After all, although the Neon world is part of the territory of the Dragon Kingdom, the people of the Dragon Kingdom and the Neon people are not so harmonious. But just because the parents have raised their children for many years, the father-daughter is severed, and the father-son relationship should not be done casually. In fact, this kind of plot elopement is normal. What I can't understand most from listening to the cat Nanako is that in some fantasy Xiuxian novels, the woman who the hero likes assumes that she does not choose the actor, but chooses the family. A few years later, the male lead cultivated to a certain level and killed the woman and the whole family. He even asked, "Do you regret the decision that year?" Hearing that the cat Nanako spit out all the water in her mouth at once. When paying the bill, the little brother cashier who worked part-time stammered to find the change, making hearing cat Nanako laugh secretly in his heart. Lin Qing walked out of the hospital soon, and it seemed that her mood had calmed down. Mom. It is estimated that we are going to Yanjing during this period of time, so let's go home first. In the car, listening to the cat Nanako found that Lin Qing occasionally glanced at herself secretly from the corner of her eye. It's because of me that my mother agreed to her uncle's request. Then I heard cat Nanako angrily thought that the car accident that day seemed to be because there were many rich second-generation racing cars nearby, and a sports car failed to stop and hit the bus that hadn't started. Several passengers on the right could not be rescued, but there was no news about the perpetrator. Hearing the cat Nanako sighed, "Hey. If it hadn't been for that car accident, I wouldn't be able to pass through my soul." Realized that her mother was in a bad mood, and listened to the cat Nanako and did not continue to ask questions. When he returned home, Lin Qing really groaned at the sound of the cat's bell, and was so scared that the cat Nanako quickly finished dinner and hid in his house. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com He was also very helpless when listening to Mao Ling Chuan. He had a good relationship with his brother-in-law. It can be said that he knew his wife because of listening to the cat Nanako's uncle. In his heart, he also hopes that his wife can reconcile with his old husband. There is a big reason for Lin Qing's strong personality that broke things back then. Then after listening to Mao Ling Chuan, he thought of his daughter listening to Mao Nanako. It is God's eye that they can give birth to such a perfect daughter. The inadvertent smile made Lin Qing even more annoyed. You still dare to laugh? The cat Nanako, who hid in the house a long time ago, watched the animation bot in the afternoon. It was Long Aotian's new work The Godfather of Martial Arts, which was broadcast just a few months ago. Although the Dragon Kingdom comics in this world did not make embarrassing complaints like in the previous life, and entertained themselves, the dubbing was still flawed. But when it comes to the production of the Dragon Kingdom on the screen, it is even better than the Neon. The birthplace of animation, which has caused some animations to have very high frame rates, has to be dubbed like a stick, which makes the animation very uncoordinated. Occasionally, anime characters are dubbed by a well-known Neon voice actor. Listening to the cat Nanako suddenly remembered her own voice. She should be very suitable to be a voice actor. The sound from her small mouth is exquisite and translucent with a trace of laziness. With Japanese, I just listened to the cat Nanako. The predecessor can only speak Kyushu accent because his father was born in Neon Kyushu. Kyushu accent is different from the Kansai accent that occasionally appears in anime, which makes people feel very cute, but gives people a very strange feeling. However, the dialect of Kyushu dialect is much better than the dialects of some cities in the southern part of the Long Kingdom. At least people can tell that this is talking rather than the hen laying eggs. Chapter 7, Seeking the Demon. Listening to the cat Nanako staring at her laptop, watching attentively the anime adapted from the manga by the martial arts godfather. This anime is about a Neon 7-year-old child who accidentally got the martial arts inheritance of the ancient dragon country, and spread the story of martial arts in the technological age 100 years later. Trash anime, boring creativity, artificial voice actors, nothing except picture quality. This anime is a waste of life. And what is the difference between some disgusting urban stallions in previous life and novels? Listening to the cat Nanako is really unexpected and poisonous sometimes. I don't know how the author of the manga will feel after listening to it. Maybe the protagonist was killed by a missile in the end to make this junk film redeemed, and can also warn those who like this anime that all flowers and legs are imaginary without being sanctified. In that case, this idea is not bad. The end Chinese website. As if thinking of something, Nanako immediately searched the end Chinese website on the internet. Suddenly a dazzling bunch of information appeared in front of my eyes, all blue signs with only a big final word on them. Endpoint Novel Network XX Group's website. End Chinese website novel homepage. Fiction original portal Endpoint Chinese Network. Is it really the same as the end of the previous life? The hottest novel ranking at the end. 1 Fight to the Pinnacle. 2 Wulian Void. 3 The Sword refers to Aotian. 4 The Road to the Stars. 5 Primordial God of War. All the cool text and fantasy. Listening to the cat Nanako didn't even have the desire to click on it, so he looked at it casually. It turns out that like comics in this world, online writing has just started, and it is still in the period when the fantasy classification was just born, and other novels have hardly been paid attention to. Clicking on the top of the list are all Retiring, Waste, Rebirth, and Crossing. There are no abilities in the urban category, all zombies in the apocalyptic category, and there is no virtual game in the game category. There is no full-length novel that even Nanako Cat likes to watch in the past life. There is really nothing to watch, so she had to turn off the finish line. Chinese website. Listening to the cat Nanako did not spread the interest of the online culture of the previous life. She just wanted to move some of the classics of the previous life to improve her B status and attract more fans. After all, comics are her own business. When I heard the cat, Nanako thought of someone who had traveled to a parallel world in his previous life. He wrote web articles, double open, 3 open, 4 open, 5 open. She collapsed on the bed, posing like a salted fish. Since you don't want to be so tired, post it slowly on your own Weibo. No one is taking care of yourself. It is even more annoying to be urged by the editor at the end. Then what should you choose as the first online novel to come to this world? Since the fantasy is so popular, then I will write this fairy tale. First of all, I exclude all the cool texts. The novels written as a girl must be delicate, then the next thing is. For a girl of junior high school age, writing cool text is completely black history. So, listening to the cat Nanako's white fingers, it seemed to dance on the keyboard as a meteor. I can't tell what the sound is. Hearing the sound in my ears seems to penetrate the body and rush into the soul, making people tremble in this cold snowy night. The desolate north wind whimpered in the sky and the earth, and bursts of white snow fluttered with the wind, fragmenting the sky, covering the earth layer by layer. Looking from a distance, if it was wrapped in silver, the land was desolate. It's not late at night, it's just twilight, but the dimness of the sky is the same as the night, giving people a heavy feeling, as if they are pressed in the heart, and can't breathe. On the silver ground, you can see a huge outline, which is a majestic city, like a giant beast. In the center of the city, there is a tower-shaped altar, which is in the shape of 7 horns. In the whimper that blew on the altar, there was such a karaoke sound, scattered into the distance, with primitive roughness, don't have a rhyme. After writing the beginning of the prologue quickly, Nanako found that what he wrote was exactly the same as the original. The content of the novels she has ever read has already been printed in her mind. Of course, this will not burst her head. Only when she thinks of a certain content, the memory will emerge. At the top of the altar, at the very center, there is an old man in a purple robe sitting cross-legged. The old man's face is full of wrinkles and brown spots. He muttered and opened his eyes, but his eyes were bleak and dull, obviously a blind man. There is a complete spine in front of him, spreading the white light, and a stone tablet in his right hand, resting on the 13th spine. His hollow eyes looked at the sky silently, for a long time, after a long time, with a long sigh. Tell King Yu, the old man has done his best. In his words, the right hand holding the stone piece moved again on the weird spine, rubbing the animal bone, and there was a clicking sound. Dispersed into the distance, his figure was markedly bleak, blending with the voice, revealing a sad loneliness and decline. As a barbarian of the Dahu dynasty, you can't see the world I see. You can't see. Hope. That's right, this is Urjin, one of the best masters of novels in the previous life. In the heart of listening to the cat Nanako, this is also the best-looking Xiuxian novel she has seen since ancient times, and Su Ming is also the most attractive male protagonist in online novels she thinks. The predecessor of the devil has been knocked for 3,000 years, looking back at the mortal world and not being an immortal. The author Urjin once said, before him, there was no magic. After him, there is no real magic in the world. I guess everyone thinks that demons are bad guys, aren't they just the kind of devil who is deprived of conscience, who uses all means to succeed, and even practices magic power? It's like the martial arts novels I read when I was a child, practicing Zai-Che, or exterminating humanity. But, is this really a devil? I have told my friends before that I want to write a demon, a real demon, not a vulgar and dark demon in the eyes of future generations over time, but a demon. Even if the repressive style of writing carries through the full text of the novel, after listening to the cat Nanako, she will not look down on other novels that describe the devil after reading the magic. The chapter she just completed is naturally the prelude to seeking magic. The input according to the content in the memory is really fast. It only takes more than 10 minutes to listen to the cat Nanako to complete the chapter of about 1,000 words. The development of Weibo and Dragon Kingdom in this world is fairly complete, with the category of novels. Many novelists write short stories and upload them to Weibo in their spare time. Hearing that Kat Nanako put the word QMO on the title of the book, and established a sub-volume, Life is Like First Time, this is the name of the first volume of QMO. Then Nanako thought that the poem never appeared in the current world. Then directly changed the name of the volume to If Life is Just Like First Time, What Is It? Autumn Wind and Sad Painting Fan. Anyway, no one knows, Nanako just carried it to pretend to be art. Chapter 8, Teaching Assistant in Art Class. Listen to the Kat Nanako uploading the prologue to Weibo. Closed the laptop with a snap. Grim Reaper is worthy of being an influential migrant worker manga in the past life. Just serializing the 3 stories on his Weibo has more than 10,000 fans. Eat a hamburger with flies, Reaper is so exquisite, is Teacher Mao a girl? Dragon Knight, are you stupid? I don't know, the better the painting, the more stubborn guys are in reality. Cat abuser, should I not talk about the plot? The of death is really good looking. The author's gender doesn't matter. Ember, Teacher Cat, I want to give you a monkey. Listening to Kat Nanako reading the comments, a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She is considered a more formal manga artist. Kat's semi-monthly magazine has hundreds of thousands of customers, and it's enough to feed yourself just a little bit. Weibo has increased by more than 3,000 followers in just half a month. After a few years, it is 100 million after rounding up. Kat Nanako smirked. Nanako, go to school with me tomorrow. Lin Qing walked into the room with a cup of milk tea. Hey? Why, listen to Kat Nanako. The assistant of the art teacher asked for a week of vacation, and the assistants of other grades in the school can't spare time. Please help me. Aren't you drawing very well? Oh, yes, anyway, the manuscripts for the next issue are almost drawn. I heard Kat Nanako know that Lin Qing's job is a Chinese teacher at a famous art high school nearby. My predecessor's original plan was to come to this high school next year. Because there is no formal art school in Longguo Junior High School, most students who go to art school will give up attending junior high school. The status of this world art school is very high, and the enrollment rate far exceeds that of high school that focuses on learning. When I was a child, because my parents didn't have time to take care of themselves, I often stayed in the office of linking school every day. 10 years passed in a blink of an eye. Tomorrow, wear some kid-like clothes. You are so beautiful. I'm afraid my colleagues think you are bitch. Lin Qing touched Kat Nanako's head. Hearing the Kat Nanako cried and laughed, why is Baichi so good looking? And you even said that your daughter, I'm angry. Sorry, princess. Lin Qing immediately covered her mouth. Then Lin Qing listened to the Kat Nanako to pretend to calm down. He pushed Lin Qing out of the room, listening to the Kat Nanako picking up Lin Qing and putting it on the table and taking a sip of the milk tea. I am bored at home every day, but I am about to suffocate, mainly because the world's online games are too boring. After playing for a few hours, I don't want to touch it. When I become famous in the future, I must make a few competitive games for entertainment. Let's just go out tomorrow to get some breath, and stop by the comics shop. The comic magazine I bought from my predecessor is almost finished these days. Listening to the Kat Nanako thought. There was nothing to say all night, and Lin Qing called out before dawn at 6 o'clock, I really shouldn't have promised, Kat Nanako murmured uncomfortably. Nanako, get up quickly, I'm going to be late. In accordance with Lin Qing's request, Nanako Cat chose a beige sweater. This is indeed a simple dress, but the will look a little too big, this is not the size that a minor should have. The hostess of the airport is about to cry. The Kat Nanako casually picked up a fluffy white knee-length skirt and black knee-length socks. Just a few days after becoming a girl, Nanako Cat has always been wearing skirts except pajamas. Although it's a bit uncomfortable compared to men's trousers in the previous life, the skirt is indeed much more comfortable compared to those tight-fitting women's jeans. Because the hair is too soft, it can easily become messy after a sleep. It took a lot of time to listen to the cat Nanako to get her favorite hairstyle. Then took a picture of himself in the mirror. Under Lin Qing's urging, he listened to the cat Nanako trotting downstairs, putting on small brown cloth boots and tapping on the floor a few times. Nanako, you are so slow, I'm going to be late for work, I am going to the office to open the door today. Lin Qingpo complained a little. Hearing the cat Nanako yawned, please, Mom, you obviously asked me to accompany you to school. Okay, let's go quickly. Madu No. 7 Art High School is not too close to his home. It took Lin Qing more than 30 minutes to get to the school gate. Because the season is about to enter winter, the sky in the magic capital is still dark at about 7 o'clock. The students of the Dragon Kingdom in this world are not as tired as their previous lives, and the art school is even easier. The students don't start entering the school until about 8 o'clock. After listening to the cat Nanako sits in Lin Qing's office chair and plays with her mobile phone. You will stay here when you will read early, Lin Qing pressed the cat Nanako on the table. Hearing the cat Nanako absently squeaked, Hey! Mom, I'm so curious about how you became a teacher, let me go to the class too. No, how can the group of students in your classroom feel at ease in class? I will go to the classroom later and see other teachers come to say hello. Lin Qing reluctantly rejected Nanako, whose eyes were shining. Not long after Lin Qing left, a slightly older female teacher walked into the office. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. It took a long time for Nanako to remember the person in front of her, Lu Pingping, based on the impression in her memory. Hello, Teacher Lu. Good morning. The female teacher put the folder on the table and was taken aback. No, who are you? Why didn't you wear school uniforms? The middle-aged female teacher asked a little puzzledly. This girl looks like a student, but... I am Nanako, Lin Qing's daughter. Nanako? Ah! Your child is so old. The female teacher stepped forward in surprise and murmured, I said at the time that you were so cute when you were a child, and you will definitely be a beauty when you grow up. Ahihi. Cat Nanako smiled embarrassedly. Listen to Teacher Lin that you will come to school next year? It's a pity that I will teach the second year of high school next year, so I can't take you. After chatting for a while, several middle-aged men and women walked into the office one after another. They seemed to be teachers, but Nanako didn't have much impression. Remember that when you were very young, I held you to see school, and you peed on my head. Haha. Listening to the cat Nanako suddenly got a black line. Is it necessary to say this kind of thing? Sister Lu, who is this kid? A baby-faced girl asked curiously. She looked not much older than cat Nanako. This is Teacher Lin's daughter, it's fine for everyone to be your own. Lu Pingping said proudly, as if listening to the cat Nanako is her own. Ah, it's so beautiful, like a doll. Mr. Lin's family has such good genes, and the people are so gentle, so I really want to be Lin's daughter. Several young female teachers gathered around to give hands to the listening cat Nanako. Chapter 9, Illustration. Finally escaped from the office. After listening to the cat Nanako side, the teachers were too enthusiastic. After knowing that they were Lin Qing's daughters, they kept asking 3 and 4 questions, and they still touched her body. He straightened his tousled hair with his hands. It seems that after so many years, his mother Lin Qing is still so popular in school. Hearing cat Nanako wandering around the building at will, although I am not allowed to enter the classroom, please take a look at the head office outside. Due to early reading, there was no one in the corridor, and the sound of students turning through books in the classroom could be heard from outside. Hey, do I have to study at the art academy? This teaching building belongs to the entire upper-level department. After listening to the cat Nanako, he easily found Lin Qing's class, the 1st and 5th grades of high school. Hearing the cat Nanako quietly stood on tiptoe, carefully put his head on the window, and peeped at the classroom. Secretly observed his mother at the window for a while, not as majestic as expected, and seemed to be the kind of teacher who treats students very tenderly. That's fine, Lin Qing won't criticize himself harshly if he commits an incident at school in the future. And student, listening to the cat, Nanako unexpectedly saw a sloppy red hair chewing gum in his mouth, his legs arrogantly cocked. Oh my god, kill Matt, my eyes, the dog's eyes are blind. Listening to the cat, Nanako hurriedly retracted her head in fright and covered her eyes. Then after listening to the cat, Nanako secretly observed the surroundings of Kill Matt. It seems that most of them are normal students, this should be a special case. The art school had only 20 minutes of early reading. The cat Nanako hid in the women's bathroom in the corridor as early as when Lin Qing was about to come out. Mom, are you over? Pretending to listen to cat Nanako, who just came out after washing her hands. Lin Qing ignored her pretending daughter, took her by the hand and walked away. It's almost time for class, come with me. Before long, the two of them walked to a room similar to an amphitheater. There were no students in the classroom, and the art teacher was a very kind-looking grandmother. Lin Qing seems to have greeted her a long time ago, and nodded at the grandmother before pushing Nanako over. Lin Qing has no worries about her daughter's painting level. In fact, calling her out today is to familiarize herself with school life in advance. The teaching assistant for a lesson is not an important task, and both mother and daughter know it well. Hello teacher. Listen to the cat Nanako walking forward. It's Nanako, my surname is Wu. Just call me Teacher Wu like a student. You sit at the back, later, I will find your notes first. It took a long time for the old grandmother to find out a small yellow book and hand it out. After listening to the cat, Nanako took it over and looked through it casually. It contained the lesson preparation notes of the previous teaching assistant and the list of classmates. Is very simple and easy to understand. Specifically, the assistant's job is to instruct students to draw, and to record their homework scores and small actions. Hearing the cat, Nanako smiled awkwardly. Isn't this just a short report job? If you don't need the ability to paint, anyone can be an assistant teacher. I was so free to listen to cat Nanako playing with her mobile phone. There is a chat tool that resembles a penguin in the past life in this world, called LL. Is also a universal chat tool. Of course, the avatar of cat Nanako LL has also been replaced by the magical girl Ilya. Her LL friends are very few, most of them are classmates in elementary school, and there are almost no chat records. Hearing that cat Nanako has recently joined a few animation groups, and occasionally read the speeches of netizens in the world. The first class was the first and third class of senior high school. Dozens of students poured into the lecture hall in a short while, with their own drawing boards in their hands. Who is she, transfer student? I have never seen it before. This girl is so beautiful, she should be a transfer student, transfer to our class. Many male classmates were dumbfounded when they saw the cat Nanako sitting in the back row, and they began to whisper. Many girls were also stunned. This girl won't be a child star, right? Being stared at by so many children who are younger than me, I feel a little embarrassed to listen to cat Nanako. Teacher Wu coughed. This is the daughter of teacher Lin Qing. Listening to cat Nanako, a professional cartoonist, came to work as a temporary teaching assistant today. Nanako stood up and nodded. Isn't Mr. Lin's daughter younger than us? Is it really a cartoonist? My dream is to become a manga artist. It turned out to be the daughter of a Chinese teacher. No wonder it's so beautiful. No, it's much more beautiful than the teacher. Why is it a neon name? Is it a stage name? What comics did you draw? You don't even know that teacher Lin's husband is a neon person. A girl asked triumphantly. Teacher Wu frowned unhappily and coughed dryly. Okay, we are in class, and students can ask other questions after class. I taught you a draft of how to beat the human body yesterday, and your task today is to draw a person based on the draft you typed yesterday. You can read www.yuyugonshu.com whatsoever. The students quickly entered the state and took up the tools to draw on the drawing board. It is boring to listen to the cat Nanako after a few glances. It is a complete beginner level, not only a beginner in comics, but even a beginner in drawing. Besides, it's too late to learn to paint until the age of high school. Has this art school really cultivated a manga god? However, after listening to Kat Nanako's attitude towards painting, she took a pencil and drew casually on the drawing board. Soon a woman with a perfect posture appeared on the drawing board, with a figure of golden ratio and thighs full of sensuality. Has elf-like pointed ears. The exposed armor only covers the waist, calf, and arms, and other parts are covered with furs of unknown animals. The slender waist and abdomen are exposed, and the waist armor is tied with a huge fur that drags behind him, and his expressionless face is extraordinarily delicate. The hair was rolled into silk and pulled down neatly, the eyebrows were bangs, and a tail appeared on the edge of the drawing board, and the head disappeared. A spear and axe with a delicate pattern was placed randomly on her shoulders, as if no enemy would let her go all out. Due to the lack of coloring, it is still impossible to see the complete posture of this painting, but after more than 20 minutes to complete such a painting, listening to the cat Nanako has shown a ghostly talent. This picture is a game from a previous life, Chain Wars, the SSR character in the Japanese card mobile game Golden Lion Knight. The whole painting was completed in one go. After listening to the cat Nanako paused and regained her senses, she realized that Teacher Wu had been standing behind her for a long time, and her eyes were full of shock. Chapter 10, Teach, 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 Teach. Teacher Wu is almost 60. He is a painter, but he is different from traditional painters. Those people look down on the emerging comic industry. And she is extremely interested in the newly emerging comics, and even when she is in a good mood, she occasionally draws a second element character to practice her hand. Some gifted classmates, even students who can serialize cartoons in small magazines in high school, she has seen quite a few, but she has never seen cartoons drawn like this. A student who can easily draw a beautiful cartoon character. No, cartoonists probably can't do it either. And the beauty of the girl in the painting is very shocking. In fact, she is not to blame. After all, the world has not yet extended the profession of an illustrator. Is different from the comic series that a cartoonist needs to carry out. As long as the illustrator can draw a good-looking girl, he can make money, such as helping novels to make illustrations, covers, drawing books, drawing characters in card games, etc. The most important point is that when I listened to Kat Nanako learning to draw in his previous life, I copied it many times using the Golden Lion Knight as the prototype. It is very easy to draw within a few minutes. Can you show me this picture? Teacher Wu caught the attention of most of the students in the class with a single sentence. Of course you can, listen to Kat Nanako. Seeing the relish look that the old lady admired, listening to the cat Nanako suddenly had an idea. The manga in this world has just started, and the female anime characters are not very attractive. I can draw some animated characters and put them on Weibo to attract popularity. Because Teacher Wu was still holding the painting, after listening to the cat Nanako's inability to start coloring, he observed the drawing boards of other students. The seats in the lecture hall are lowered from back to front, so listening to the cat Nanako sitting in the last row is very easy to see the movements of other students. What is this? Is she really here to learn how to draw? Hearing the cat Nanako smiled in her heart, the girl closest to her drew the graffiti of a primary school student. But she also found a few students who painted well. For example, a pretty-looking boy painted a beautiful girl in school uniform. Unfortunately, he doesn't know how to draw a hairstyle. Just drags the character's hair down to form the simplest long hair. This hairstyle is extremely inconsistent with the posture of the girl in the picture sitting obliquely. Even if she draws long hair, she doesn't draw it like this. Teacher Wu put down listening to Kat Nanako's painting. The painting is really good, haha, I am so old that I will be surprised when I see beautiful cartoon characters. Wow, How did you draw this? The girl in front of the cat Nanako didn't know when she stood beside Teacher Wu and said. Teacher Wu stopped the commotional classmates in time. After all, after listening to the cat Nanako himself may not agree to show his paintings, copyright awareness is very important in this world. After listening to cat Nanako seeing the teacher's expression, she found that she might be thinking too much, so she nodded slightly, just take a look if you want to see. After listening to the cat Nanako's painting passed through the hands of this group of high school students, he took it again. Many students were exclaimed when they saw the screen. Many students even wanted to take pictures but their phones were directly confiscated by Mr. Wu. Hey, okay. Hearing the cat Nanako breathed a sigh of relief, and showed it to others that there was nothing, so I was reluctant to take a photo. After all, this photo herself had to be posted on Weibo. Teacher Wu smiled, Ms. Nanako, can you guide them if you paint so well? After listening to the cat Nanako hesitated for a while, he agreed. I originally thought that the level of this group of high school students would be useless if I guided myself, but after all, I came to be an assistant teacher, so it was a bit unreasonable to refuse. Pretended to look around, listening to the cat Nanako came to the boy who painted the girl, your hair is a little asymmetrical. Ah, I don't know how to draw this place either. Hearing the cat Nanako's words, he put the drawing board on the table, wiped off the girl's hair with an eraser without authorization, floated down and started to draw slowly on the drawing board. Songruo Fei suddenly felt suffocated. He didn't even dare to breathe. Listening to the fragrance of the cat Nanako's body is too fragrant, she can't breathe a little bit, her hair is really long. He secretly swallowed, and some ecstatic cast aside the jealous eyes of other boys. After listening to the cat Nanako, he drew it in a while. What appeared before his eyes was a beautiful girl sitting on the sofa with a pear flower head. This girl was much more beautiful than the previous stiff straight hair. Songruo Fei's attention also came to his painting from the listening cat Nanako. It can be so beautiful. I changed the head shape and the overall shape is suddenly different. I know how to paint. Songruo Fei was almost excited and couldn't help himself. Thank you teacher Nanako. No need, you read www.yuyugonshu.com waved his hand, and listened to the cat Nanako came to the primary school student graffiti girl just painted. Seeing her expectant gaze, the corner of cat Nanako's mouth twitched a few times. Bent down, listening to the cat Nanako quickly drew a beautiful girl template for the girl. How about comparing this painting first, wait until you have mastered the skills, and then think of your own character. Good teacher, thank you teacher the girl nodded and answered like a chicken pecking at rice. The rest of the classmates all looked excitedly at listening cat Nanako, especially the boy who has become a manga artist as his life goal, and his body shook with excitement. It seems that he has already regarded listening cat Nanako as his idol. Oh, he sighed softly, and listened to cat Nanako walk to him again and began to guide him. His shortcoming was that he was not good at drawing the eyes of characters. Cat Nanako taught him the simplest eye drawing method. After, I briefly instructed a few girls who were pretty eye-catching, and the bell rang after class. The cat Nanako also sat back to the original position. Nanako, thank you so much for today teacher Wu walked over and said. Haha, it's okay, it's interesting to teach others to draw. After listening to the cat Nanako is duplicity again, in fact, she just has an inexplicable sense of superiority as a teacher. Can I keep this picture of you for collection? Teacher Wu suddenly pleaded. Of course it can, but my request is not to let anyone take pictures today, because I will use the computer to draw a complete picture after I go back. Listen to the cat Nanako. Illustration or figure drawing is better to use a computer to paint, because the colors in computer painting software are more abundant than reality, at least in terms of coloring ability. Computers are much better than hand painting. Chapter 11, Call for Papers for Love Moon Cup. The remaining 3 art classes this morning. Hearing Cat Nanako also selected a few serious drawing students to instruct alone, but in the last 2 classes, many boys actually came to the lecture hall to watch themselves. This new teaching assistant is Miss Lin's daughter? From now on she will be my goddess. I will ask her for her phone number when school is over. My daughter is so much more beautiful than Teacher Lin. Hey, I seem to hear some strange compliments when listening to the Cat Nanako. Ah, I'm so tired, I want to go home. In the corridor, Cat Nanako dragged Lin Qing's arm with a sad face. You kid, you get tired in the morning when you are talented? How do you work when you grow up? Aren't you all becoming a cartoonist? I really won't go this afternoon. There is nothing I can do to be an assistant. Lin Qing smiled, I know you don't want to, but I have been prepared. Then she found a roll of newspapers from her bag. What? Motu Publishing House, Love Moon Cup call for papers. Requirement: a cartoonist who has officially debuted needs to submit a romance-themed cartoon within 200 pages, and the cartoonist must be nominated by the comic publisher only one. Comics are screened by 10 judges from the Moto Comics Committee, and the comics ranked in the top 3 will be 100% animated. How about your new work, Grim Reaper, only ranked 3rd in the last questionnaire survey? You don't know how long you want to be animated. Haven't you been expecting your work to be animated? Lin Qing continued temptation. When I heard the Cat Nanako saw the animated 3 character, his eyes suddenly lighted up. Can't you submit your own contribution? A comic publisher has to nominate a manga artist, what kind of sorrow? The Love Moon Cup is a very rare professional submission recently. What you want is high-quality comics. It is said that comic publishing houses in dozens of cities have been assembled. Lin Qing mentioned that he only took the 3rd place in the Reaper questionnaire, and I was a little discouraged to listen to the Cat Nanako. Is it the first time that the serialization can't exert influence? If you want to be famous, you still need to be animated to quickly attract popularity. Although my mother said that this call for manga publishing houses in dozens of cities, assuming that a manga publishing house nominates a manga artist, there may be hundreds of professional manga artists submitting articles in the end. Cat Nanako didn't care. She firmly believed that she could get the qualification for animation as long as she had the opportunity to contribute. The world's love comics developed the fastest, but that was all. Cat Nanako thinks that the love comics of this world and the previous life love comics are only limited to the plot. In terms of drawing, sometimes the plot cannot cross the huge gap set no matter how novel the plot is. Many settings in previous lives are unheard of in the eyes of comic readers in this world. Mom, is there any inside story in the Magic City Publishing House? Woo! What are you talking about? Nonsense, this kind of thing. Don't talk about this kind of thing casually, if you accidentally hear it, you will sue us. Lin Qing hit the listening Cat Nanako on the head with a knife. Hearing the Cat Nanako continued to die, don't beat me all the time, this morning I heard your students say that I am much more beautiful than you. Hey, don't run, stop for me. Lin Qing suddenly caught a black line and chased Nanako. After lunch, Nanako finally compromised after listening to the cat. It is still very cost-effective to use a week of free time in exchange for a quota that might animate the work. In the afternoon I was free to listen to Cat Nanako and used his mobile phone to read related information about the Love Moon Cup. The deadline is the end of December, and the cartoonist has more than a month of preparation time. However, the initial submission of comics is not allowed to exceed 200 pages, which is close to the number of pages in a single book. What needs to be considered now is a love comic that can show its charm in the early stage. But listening to the short love comics, Cat Nanako seems to know little about other than the animated movies with a speed of 5 cm per second. Masamune-kun's Revenge? Listening to the Cat Nanako thought of this, when this comic was serialized in the previous life to the release of Volume 7 of the booklet, the cumulative sales exceeded 620,000. Is a very famous love comic at the time. The story is about when the male protagonist Masamune was a child, he was a cowardly fat pig who was bullied by everyone. Grandpa took him back to his hometown to train in the devil for 8 years in order to change his appearance. Transformed into a handsome guy, Masamune, in order to revenge the beautiful girl Aki Andeki who gave him the humiliating nickname of Pig's Feet, he changed his original surname and prepared to come back for love and revenge. Its novel setting makes many netizens laugh and say that reading this comic can give fat people the motivation to lose weight. The only concern about Cat Nanako is that the only 200 pages of the manga can't reflect the charm of this manga. If you want to target serialization, this romance manga is definitely your first choice. After listening to the Cat Nanako, he thought for a while, and finally decided to submit the manga as if you want to become an otaku, just let me be a cashier. Referred to as house girl, in the past life, this is a cartoon adapted from a light novel. If you don't discuss the final unfinished product, this is a very attractive work. Not only is the theme novel, but the plot of the early stage of the novel is also very good. The actor Naoki Kashida was traumatized when he was in junior high school, so he decided to be a hidden house in high school. On the first day of enrollment, I fell in love at first sight with the especially caring straight daughter of Black long-term daughter Naga Tanagawa. Then his goal was to become a cashier and must be handed over to his girlfriend Hasegawa. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com made life more fulfilling. Was accidentally discovered by Momo Koizaki, who was interested in otaku, and reached a mutual cooperation relationship with Momo Koizaki to help Momo Koizaki become an otaku girl. Kashiwata Naoki is a serious boy. However, due to lack of experience, they often fail. I think I am very ordinary and boring, and will break my delusion, but in fact it is very popular. The eldest lady who lives in a mansion with a wealth of money in the family of the heroine Koizaki Momo. She has brown curly hair, is very fond of makeup, does manicure, and has a look and posture that is extremely envious of magazine supermodels and high school girls. Is therefore often considered to be very active among boys, but contrary to rumors, she actually doesn't know how to communicate with boys, and she is also very slow in dating. Accidentally learned of Naoki's interest in homes, and reached a mutual assistance cooperation relationship with him to help him hide his interest in homes and get close to Hasegawa. In exchange, Kashiwata Naoki wants to help Koizaki Momo learn the otaku culture in order to get close to the handsome otaku boy she has a crush on, Suzuki. The setting of this novel is actually somewhat similar to that of Dragon and Tiger, but it has changed from helping each other in love to an otaku who turns into an otaku, and a woman who turns into an otaku. In this industry just started, there is no world of dragons and tigers. If you listen to Cat Nanako can draw and animate such a work, it will definitely cause a sensation. She thinks that people who haven't been exposed to this kind of routine comics can't believe the first reaction when they see the previous comics. They clearly drew love comics. How could the male protagonist and the female protagonist like other people at the same time, and even help each other out? Hearing that Cat Nanako is confident that it only takes less than 200 pages to show the special features of this work, become my first animated work in this world. Housemaid is now available. Chapter 12, If you want to become an otaku, let me be a cashier. The opening scene of the manga is the scene of the male protagonist going to high school. After all, it is a manga adapted from a light novel, so when I listened to the Cat Nanako added a lot of narration when he was drawing. If the psychological description of the male protagonist is omitted, the charm of this novel based on the light novel will be greatly reduced. It is no wonder that light novels are not suitable for adaptation into animation. The psychological description of a large number of characters is enough to make the supervisor worry. Today is the opening ceremony of high school. I look forward to this day for a long time. I, Naoki Kashiwata, determined to use this day as the dividing line and rebehave. In other words, I will be a low-key house starting today. I swear in my heart that I will never have conversations in the classroom, or watch some manga, beautiful girl games and fanzine again. When I was in junior high school, I was thought that Ozai was disgusting. Knowing the facts really hit me a lot. It almost made me suffer from femininity. For a while, I even worried about whether to go to boys' school in high school. But I still don't want to escape like this. Although I am as I am still interested in three-dimensional women and want to fall in love. So I want to settle the past, decided to hide from high school that I am Azai, and spend my high school life. For this reason, I also went to a school that I didn't have any acquaintances scheduled to attend. I also began to pay attention to dressing, so that others could not see my identity as Azai, and finally became a girlfriend and became a live-in charge. This was my ultimate goal, so I made a lot of preparations before enrolling in high school. I don't wear glasses, I wear contact lenses instead. I don't go to the barber shop that usually costs 1,000 yen for 10 minutes during the spring break before the school opening ceremony. Instead, I go to a high-end beauty salon for a haircut. The standby screen of the mobile phone has also been changed from favorite game characters to beautiful scenery photos, and all the mobile phone straps that have been worn at the animation store have also been removed. My consciousness is genuine. Wearing a brand new uniform, I took a deep breath. Starting today, I want to start my life. The story begins. On the first day of enrollment, Naoki Kashida fell in love with a beautiful black girl named Nao Hasegawa at the graduation ceremony. The reason is that I saw Hasegawa's gentle smile when he cared about the way to school. Kashiwada regarded her as an angel. Because Hasegawa is the squad leader, he needs to wipe the blackboard and other tasks. The actor Naoki Kashida secretly helps her wipe the blackboard when she is away, but expects her to find out without telling her. However, Hasegawa Sui exudes an indescribable and inaccessible atmosphere. She always shows a cold expression. I always sit in my seat and read a book during breaks, or quietly handle the chores that the monitor should do. It seemed like I deliberately kept a distance from my classmates. Just like that, 2 weeks after the school opening ceremony, Naoki Kashiwada accidentally heard the conversation of the hot girl in the class. I said, "Will Xiaomomo be too jerky?" Miho saw her hanging around in Shibuya with a man dressed like an office worker. True and false? What, fucking? Is the rumor that she is playing fiercely true? She herself is super negative. How to say, this is the dialogue of the so-called spice creature. That's a race that I won't be involved in my whole life. I heard that she split 5 legs in junior high school. Do you think it is true? It seems that someone from the same junior high school in Class C said it. No matter what, don't you talk like that? I deny it. But Xiao Tao doesn't mention her love topic, but it makes me feel that there is a problem. Junior high school students split 5 legs. If this is true, it is really a through and through. And also with office workers, the female high school students of this year are really terrible, thought to the actor Naoki Kashida. Hey, what are you talking about? Little Peach. The new voice added at this time. It was the person in the rumor just now. It seems that a character named Xiao Tao participated in the dialogue, which was an unexpected development. But to be honest, don't talk so loudly about the rumors of the classmates. People like Spice Girls are really brave. Ah, Xiao Tao, you really don't have a boyfriend. Hey? Did I say that? Why do you ask every day? Really? Less deceiving actually there is it. Just now, I have been talking about the rumor that this person named Xiao Tao is playing very fiercely, but it seems difficult to tell the person. The hot girls seemed to be molesting the character named Little Tao, asking questions that were quite different from the rumors. This makes Kashiwatian very concerned about what the little Momo looks like when he steps on 5 boats and engages in. When I was in junior high school, I used to think that most of the women who played fiercely were stylishly dressed, but when I looked closely, they didn't look very cute. With this kind of superior thinking in my heart, I inadvertently looked to the right. This look surprised Kashiwatian. There are 3 hot girls next to, but one of them is a pretty girl. The 2 were sitting in the seats, the other standing and talking, and the standing girl was unnaturally cute. From the content of the dialogue, the beautiful girl is exactly the character known as Little Mom. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. She has dyed brown curly hair, short skirts, took off the school-designated tie, and put on a red checkered ribbon without authorization. Although she is an out-and-out hot girl, she has a top magazine that looks like a smaller one. The model, or the level of AKB's main force, is very cute and short. It's been 2 weeks in the same class, but I didn't notice it at all, even I thought it was incredible. The actor only discovered now that girls other than Hasegawa didn't even look carefully at their faces. Thinking that staring too closely would be noticed by her, I quickly turned to the front. For a while, I was immersed in the cuteness of this super beautiful girl, but I immediately remembered a certain fact. Yes, that woman is bitch. No matter how cute, I still hate bitch. To be honest, the thing I hate the most is bitch. The first part of the manga is almost over here. There are about 20 pages of content. Because Nanako Cat is going to be an assistant teacher during the day, it took 3 nights to finish the content. Of course, in his spare time, I listened to the cat. Nanako has completed a complete set of illustrations, that is, the Golden Lion Knight is completely colored, which is very different from the black and white painting before it was colored. This painting is the top batch even if it is placed on any illustration website. What is completely different from the original is that there is a huge full moon behind it. The dark night is covered with dark clouds. In the gap, the blue full moon hangs above the head. A ray of moonlight shone, and the elven girl with long curly hair and creamy yellow eyebrows and bangs leaned against her huge battle axe, with an indifferent expression on her face. 3 characters are printed on the picture Golden Lion. It's so cute. Listening to the cat, Nanako resisted the urge to lick the screen wildly. Chapter 13, The Protagonist and the Heroine. After listening to the cat Nanako uploading this photo to her Weibo, she suddenly remembered that she hadn't updated her for 3 days when she saw the comments in the comment area. I have listened to cat Nanako busy drawing manga these days, and she has to go to school during the day to teach the little kid to draw. If she doesn't pay attention, she forgets. ABC 132132, why the novel won't be updated before 10 chapters? Does Mr. Mao plan to write it? Newbest, if life is just like the first time I saw it, what is the autumn wind and sad painting fan? Where is the name of this volume? How come I haven't heard of it? The Presumptuous Big Dog, at first glance, it is an original poem. In addition, I always feel that there are some unspeakable differences between this novel and those on the terminal. When will Su-ming become stronger? Dad, I was wrong. In the novel, Su-ming and the barbarians have different body shapes, so they obviously have backgrounds. Elvis fans, what are you worried about? Didn't you read the beginning of the novel? The barbarians have ancestors, created human beings in the sky, and have been left over from all generations to the present. The barbarians are called barbarians, flying into the earth and moving mountains and seas. There are barbaric patterns that pass the sky and you can pick the day. Yu Xing Chen. At first glance at the later stage of the novel, the combat power is very high. Listening to the question about Su-ming's life experience, cat Nanako nodded secretly. She was shocked for a long time when she saw Su-ming's life experience in her previous life. Not only was Su-ming's real body controlled, even her own memories were false. After decades of reincarnation, Su-ming is still frantically searching for the Wuxian he had in his childhood. After knowing the truth of his childhood, the plot can't help but feel sad. Su-ming is a member of the underworld clan in the Fifth Realm and the son of Su-zhan. Born to die, Su-xuanyi used him when the Fifth Realm was broken, and his body and soul were separated. Using a drop of blood and the Dark Morning Forbidden technique, 1 billion corpse souls were forbidden to form a physical body. They were accidentally discovered by the Yinling tribe and brought to the Julian real world in the Land of Death. Later, they were taken back to the barbarians by the second generation of barbarians from the Julian real world. Mainland. The Xian clan captured Deu, the second generation of barbarian god was dismembered, and the corpse of Su Ming was obtained by Dishan, and he found that there was a soul in his corpse. He sank his soul into the land of the barbarian, and realized his plan with his talent for shaping the world. With the improvement of cultivation level, Su Ming found layers of falsehood in his memory, and his fate was controlled by others. In order to regain control of his own destiny, Su Ming embarked on this road of life cultivation. For the 4 generations of the barbarian gods of the barbarian tribe, he seizes the clone of Ikang, possesses the seed of extinction, and has tortuous life with endless good fortune. After listening to the cat Nanako thought about it, he uploaded 20 chapters at once. After all, his readers are dissatisfied, so I must compensate them appropriately. After a while, she started to feel heartache again for the few archives that had just been published. The girl in pink pajamas is writing homework in her bedroom. Wang Mura is a first-year high school student at Magic City 7th Art School. She is also a fan of Elvis. In the works of Cat Club, Elvis has a high proportion of female fans. The exquisite style and delicate character image attract 70% of the female readers of Cat Club fans. Originally, Wang Mura didn't care about the author of Elvis, but simply chased the comic of Elvis, but the sudden stop of Elvis in the last few weeks left her at a loss. After she found Teacher Mao's Weibo, she discovered that she had an accident. To the hospital. She had to wait silently for Elvis update, but when she waited for the next issue, not only was Elvis not updated, but the author of Elvis actually reopened a comic. Obviously, it's playing our readers, isn't it a good hospitalization, it will be all right so soon. Wang Mura pouted. Although Mr. Mao's new comic style is more beautiful, the plot is more novel, and even the setting is somewhat similar to Elvis, but this TM is a hot-blooded comic, girls read a ghostly hot-blooded comic. Wang Mura originally planned to come to Weibo to inquire about crimes, but accidentally discovered that there was a novel column called Kayamo. What is this? Isn't Teacher Cat a cartoonist? How can I write that kind of vulgar novel? After an hour. Rrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr hurry up and update the novel. The light style of writing seems to reveal the artistic conception that no human body can understand, and each character in it has its own characteristics. At the end of the novel network, I just beat a dragon set, but after the fight, I can't even remember the name. Even after reading the book, I can't even remember the name of the protagonist. There are even some heroines in the harem text that come out for no reason, purely to make up the numbers, which is annoying. Thinking of the encounter with Chu Mo, Wang Mura smiled slightly, stretched her waist, and moved away from homework. Speaking of Chu Mo hasn't been updated for 3 days, Teacher Mao won't be in again, right? Wang Mura complained and opened Weibo. Ah, it was updated. I was thinking of urging it to be updated, but the 20-chapter novel that was uploaded suddenly caught Wang Mura's eyes, and I couldn't wait to click in and browse. After watching the update, Wang Mura was still looking at her and she reluctantly closed the novel. At this time, she found that the Weibo of Miome was updated again. Weibo ID Cat Teacher has been renamed to Miome. Clicking on the picture and looking at it, Wang Mura was instantly shocked by the heroic and seductive girl in the picture. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Ah! Which anime character is this? So handsome, I'm going to bend. Teacher Mao is really a cartoonist, and he can draw such a beautiful picture. Wang Mura did not hesitate to use this picture as his mobile wallpaper. Row, may I ask Mr. Cat, is this girl named Golden Lion the heroine of The Devil? Elvis Presley's fans, I've been hit. Dragon Knight, has been hit. Hulk Pies, has been drawn. Wang Mura looked at the replies of the people downstairs with a black line. Miome, this picture has nothing to do with Course Demon, it's just a hand-drawn ordinary illustration, and please call me Miome. Hearing Cat Nanako sent a reply in this building with a penguin expression in circles. The presumptuous big dog, Master Ball, catch the cat teacher, PR 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 PR. The godfather of martial arts is rubbish, Teacher Mao said that he is now called Miao Mei. Can you respect Mr. Mao? Su Ming, I am Su Ming. Ah, it's a pity that such a beautiful girl is not a heroine. Wang Mura was immediately upset, and naturally fell onto the bed while holding the phone in his hand. Pretending to be dead for a while, Wang Mura suddenly sat up and banged on the phone. Rrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr After a few minutes, I heard a reluctant comment on Kat Nanako's Weibo. Miome, it should be, right? The fans are so difficult. Hearing the Kat Nanako wanted to cry without tears. Although there are a few female characters in Chu-mo, Su-ming also has concubines and confidants, but there is really no female protagonist in Chu-mo. Chapter 14, Koizaki Momo. The next morning. Hearing that the Kat Nanako woke up very early, and the days of teaching assistants were finally over. After only 3 or 4 days of work, it was so exhausted. The work was terrible. Although I am already working now, drawing comics is also my job. Listening to the Kat Nanako standing by the mirror, thinking in a dazed expression, her hand combed her black hair numbly. Put on a yellow suspender skirt, listening to the Kat Nanako sitting in a chair waiting for breakfast, her head sank unknowingly. Pop Lin Ching brought a plate of fried eggs to the table and patted Nanako's head behind her back. "Oh, why are you hitting me?" Kat Nanako said with a bitter voice, covering her head. "If you want to eat or sleep, choose one. Also, fresh hair is combed. Does it look like a girl?" Seeing that Lin Ching was about to preach again, Nanako immediately lowered her head to eat obediently and stopped speaking. After eating, I listened to Kat Nanako sitting at the work table. "Let's catch up with the manuscript of the of Death today." The assistant Su Yunyun is getting faster and faster in mastering the painting method of the of Death. Now he can revise the 8-chapter manuscript in 1 day. If I am so lazy, I will be caught up sooner or later. But the otaku girl has been drawn to about 40 pages, so don't talk to Su Yunyun about this. It's not good to delay the progress of the of Death. The 3rd issue of the of Death is about to be published, which is very popular. The stage of promotion. If you want to become an otaku, let me be a presenter. This light novel is not very famous in the neon of the previous life, so the adaptation of the manga is also more casual. When listening to the Kat Nanako draw it, it is also adapted according to the impression in the novel. The heroine of Love Zaki Momwa listens to Kat Nanako's paintings, which is very cute and lovable. The long curly hair and angelic face can attract people and can't look away. Female number 2 Hasegawa is not much different, with the thrilling beauty of a classical woman under her long black hair. From an image point of view, it is more in line with Kat Nanako himself. The plot of 40 chapter is that Kashiwagi recommended to her a beautiful girl game that Suzuki also likes to play in order to help Koizaki Momo enter the circle of the 2nd element of the house. Yet, how is the progress of the game? For some reason, I haven't spoken to Hasegawa who wanted to talk to me so much, but I spoke to Koizaki unexpectedly. The game refers of course to Let This Blue Sky Forever bought in Akiba. Even for Suzuki, the scene of Koizaki playing that game, I can't imagine it. Koizaki was silent, I thought she was going to ignore me, it almost hurt my soul. But it doesn't seem to be the case. What the is that? It turned out that it was just a long pause. Koizaki put the cosmetics on the table and screamed quite loudly. "Hey, are you serious about playing?" Of course I have fun. Although I am very busy going to amusement parks, shopping, and family trips with my friends during Golden Week, I took the time to play secretly in the middle of the night. Yes, I really worked hard for you. How do you feel? My Golden Week is to stay at home for 1 week in a row. This difference makes me feel frustrated, but I still urge her to continue. That game is really meaningless. I said, why would childhood sweethearts and cute girls like that kind of guy with no merit, the leading male? It's impossible. If it was me, I would never like that kind of man. From there it starts to spit out, but this is a fixed mode of that kind of game. Also, what about that childhood sweetheart? The way she speaks is so inexplicable. What the is it saying every 3 sentences? What language? Can I avoid a woman who talks like that? That's the character feature, the second element. For Koizaki, there are too many places that make her angry before she reaches the most problematic scene. She ignored my defense, and she couldn't stop talking about games like a machine gun. There are other women who call themselves brothers in terms of men, or women who are obviously not younger sisters but just school girls, but call themselves brothers. One I don't remember when I became your brother? And the clothes those women wear inside, what the is that? Can't even be called soil. And everyone's hairstyles ignore gravity and don't know what they want. It turned out that ordinary female high school students would play games like this. I got knowledge that I didn't want to get in my whole life. Ordinary scenes have been spit out like this, the scenes after that will not be more troublesome. Yeah, it's okay to be here, the scene after. Koizaki's tone changed, and I swallowed my saliva. The moment I started, I couldn't help turning off the computer's power. Later, when Koizaki Momo talked with Kashiwagi, he discovered that he likes Hasegawa Sui. Do you like Hasegawa-san? Hey. What are you talking about? Then, how is that possible? My panic looks really embarrassing. Koizaki looked at me with contemptuous eyes. I don't like. What are you talking about? Is your deliberately negative attitude pretending? It's obvious enough. No. Can't it? She's so cute. Feeling that denial is just unnecessary resistance, I had to give up covering up and honestly admitted. Super level, I don't know, the sky is high and the earth is thick. Let's say it. Of course I know that I can't be a lover right away. However, Hasegawa should at least think that I am a good person, right? I yelled unwillingly, this is not my bravery. When I was helping the monitor of Hasegawa with work, miscellaneous chores, I met her several times, looks like. I heard that Ozai feels good about herself, but I didn't expect it to be so serious. Koizaki showed a terrifying expression this time, placing his hand on his mouth and shaking slightly. What is your reaction? No. Not just how I feel about myself, probably. You reading www.yuyugonshu.com. After all, only Hasegawa understands Hasegawa's mood. And the possibility that she has a slight affection for me. I think so, I hope so. But you are convinced that Hasegawa likes you, right? I don't like it, but I may have a good impression. I understand, since you said that, I will confirm it for you tomorrow. What? Koizaki made a proposal that seemed very thankful, but terrifying. Although I dare not talk to boys, but I will not be afraid to talk to girls. Tomorrow I will help you ask Hasegawa himself. Of course, Hasegawa didn't even remember Kashiwagi's name. After listening to the cat Nanako thinking about the plot, she was about to go to Koisaki Peach to help Kashiwagi and Hasegawa on a date. Kashiwagi is really pitiful. Hasegawa was extremely disgusted with Ozai because of his elder brother's affairs when he was a child, and his date with Kashiwagi was very gentle, even Kashiwagi's performance was very poor. But the truth is actually just Hasegawa playing with Cypress. Nowadays, this kind of plot rarely appears in the animation industry in the world. Most male protagonists and female protagonists are perfect. Even if there is waste firewood, it is a waste firewood in ability, itself. Still comes with the attribute of attracting girls. This is the first time that Kashiwagi has a role that can deeply bring a sense of substitution to an otaku. What's more, Koizaki, perhaps the female character in the ergonomic game played by Koizaki is the character of the heroine of other works. Fell in love with the male protagonist and hugged him for no reason. This is enough to represent most stallion novels and comics. Appeared with attributes from the very beginning, but the unexpected and innocent contrast also gave people a great shock. Hearing Kat Nanako became more confident. Chapter 15, I Want to Eat Below Your Daughter. Finally reached the 80 page. Hearing the Kat Nanako stood up and stretched, Then, after listening to the Kat Nanako picked up her mobile phone, he browsed the comments on Weibo. There are almost always replies about the of death. Suming, Mr. Miome, something went wrong, look at. When Nanako the cat saw a message sent by a fan of the bewitching spirit, many people commented. Why did this brain damage come to look for things again? Why doesn't Mrs. Mao reply? You won't be angry anymore. What happened? Because of being often played by the fan AITE, after listening to the cat Nanako directly turned off the @message prompt on Weibo. Listening to the cat Nanako looking down along the historical records, she found that there is a Weibo authentication named Professor Sun 8 who has become herself. This Professor Sun also wrote a long article. 8 Listened to the cat Nanako specifically means Reaper. This comic is completely a child's playhouse. Criticized Reaper from various aspects. For example, Reaper is too unreal and whimsical. Today's cartoonists are too impetuous, and people want to think about things after death while they are still alive. Can't help painting not as good as those traditional painters, but rather sensationalizing the plot like a stallion. In fact, it is an adaptation of those junk novels. You cartoonists, don't always draw unrealistic pictures, can you do it, except for kids who would look at things like you? Professor Sun 8 has worked with many cartoonists, and those cartoonists he came over by 8 have been mocked by him. Later, Professor Sun also stated that he did not mean all cartoonists, but only pointed out that certain garbage cartoonists insulted cartoonists. This profession. In fact, this person's words are everywhere revealing the depreciation of the cartoonist industry. Hearing that Kat Nanako was speechless, how could she be shot while lying down? She didn't know him. Hearing that Kat Nanako went to the internet and searched it casually, she found that Professor Sun was not a character, but a painting professor at Pheasant University, a traditional painter. Has gained a lot of celebrity by belittling cartoonists and being scolded, and he is looking for things from mid and downstream cartoonists who have only tens of thousands of fans but not 100,000. Like a cartoonist with hundreds of thousands of fans, he absolutely dare not provoke him. After all, he has only a few thousand real fans on Weibo. It seems that they are all down and out small artists who admire him very much. But the entire comment area on Weibo is almost always scolding Professor Sunday. After listening to the cat, Nanako thinks it should be a fan of other cartoonists. This Professor Sun's most famous saying is, "Online speech is free. I'm just commenting on your works fairly. If you curse people, you will be unqualified, so that your fans can see what kind of person you are." This sentence made other cartoonists who had been ridiculed anxious and angry, but they didn't know how to reply, so they had no choice but to hold back. Let their fans scold Professor Sunday. Professor Sun was of course violently scolded at first, even saying that they should take care of the fans. From the irritation at the beginning to the ignorance now, Professor Sun can be said to have developed a cheeky. It turned out to be just a bullying and fearful thing. Kat Nanako smiled, this kind of thing would not make her mood ups and downs. Ding! There is another message on Weibo. Listening to the cat Nanako entering a little, this Professor Sun actually posted a picture of his daughter cooking for herself. Professor Sun found that the teacher named Miome did not reply to him for a long time, and sneered, "Hehe, it's really a cartoonist that is rubbish, I don't even dare to reply." He went on to listen to Kat Nanako again. "When my own daughter grows up, she will never regret their parents like a cartoonist. She wants to become a noble Chinese painter and carry forward the traditional culture of the Dragon Kingdom. Puff, listening to the cat Nanako, directly smiled. Sure enough, the child looks like what the parents look like. This African refugee child looks a lot like Professor Sunday. But it's not good to mock others with looks. Listening to the cat, Nanako immediately realized this, and he shouldn't be too proud because he looks good, not to mention that this body is not his own. As soon as Professor Sun's Weibo was published, many abusive voices appeared in the comment area. After listening to the cat, Nanako thought for a while, he smiled and ate Professor Sun on Weibo. Miomei teacher, I want to eat under your daughter. The few fans who heard the cat Nanako were still scolding Professor Sun, but suddenly they came out of this news, and they were all stunned. 66,666, Teacher Miomei is of good quality, and he was ridiculed and praised his children for cooking delicious food. I'm so ridiculous, Professor Sun's daughter is really delicious underneath, smooth and tender. Can the African refugees eat? Where did Professor Sun adopt this child? The comment was instantly distorted by Nanako's words, and all the comments made by netizens began to greet Professor Sun's daughter in disguise. Professor Sun was still very proud, and wanted to take the opportunity to listen to the cat Nanako's majestic look. Why are these cartoonists so popular? Seeing these comments suddenly, he was so angry that he jumped up and almost smashed his notebook with a punch. Professor Sun, you can't die if you scold my daughter. What kind of thing are you reading www.yuyugonshu.com and dare to talk about others? Don't be angry upstairs, free speech, he has no quality, we already know what kind of person he is. Freedom of speech, freedom of speech. Others didn't scold you, why are you scolding, really lacking quality. The words that Professor Sun used to say before were all used on his own body. Looking at these comments, his hands trembled with anger. Teacher Miomei, I just want to eat under your daughter. If you don't eat it, you don't need to scold someone, then you can eat it for yourself. Ha 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 ha, I laughed so hard, it turns out that Professor Sun still eats under his own daughter. Is your daughter delicious? Everyone should be blessed to share the good things. Professor Sun is really immoral. I keep the good food for myself. Everyone is really hungry. Can you eat this kind of stuff? The quality upstairs, no matter how good or not it is under others, you can't, puff ha ha ha, I can't make it up. Ah! Professor Sun was almost mad when he saw the comments of netizens, and saw his daughter standing aside with a silly smile. Go away, you ugly thing. Professor Sun slapped her out with a slap, and then smashed the computer into a smash, which only gave a little relief. Ha ha ha. Listening to the cat, Nanako found that Professor Sun hadn't responded to Weibo for a long time, and smiled from ear to ear. Thanks to Professor Sun having nothing to look for to help him gain fame, many cartoonists and fans who have been mocked by him before have followed cat Nanako's Weibo. But while eating dinner, Lin Qing kept staring at the cat Nanako with a strange expression, his eyes still scanning her lower body back and forth. Where did you learn this, child? Hearing cat Nanako was a little embarrassed. Chapter 16, New Assistant. Listening to the cat Nanako is a little depressed today, because the manuscript of the of Death has accumulated more than 10 words. Sister Yoon hasn't come for so many days in a row. I am afraid that I will not be able to keep up with the next issue of Death. If this continues, I will only be able to complete the assistant's work. The assistant's work is very important. Listening to the cat Nanako now only has to complete the manga of the otaku by herself, which has spent most of her energy. Hurry up and apply for a few new assistants. Finally, the popularity of the questionnaire is in the top 3. When eating, I heard cat Nanako complain. Hearing Mao Lingchuan rubbed his nose helplessly, the person who applied for the job of a cartoonist assistant is not so easy to find. Even if it is temporarily dug from other cartoonists, it may not have time to be familiar with the drawing method of the of Death. 3 days ago, Su Yunyun suddenly said that something was going on in his hometown, so he left the magic capital by plane without saying a word. It was really troublesome, because his daughter was unwilling to spend time drawing things other than the original manuscript. Oh, Nanako, otherwise you can handle this issue yourself first, and I will find a few new assistants for you after this semi-monthly release. Ah, that's the only way to go. I just need to trace the line. At least find an assistant who can paint first. Hearing Cat Nanako returned to the studio with a frown after hearing the consent of Mao Lingchuan. It's too tired to draw alone. I must ask my father to find more comic assistants next week, so that the progress of Rebirth can be accelerated a bit. After listening to the cat, Nanako temporarily put aside the current drawing of the Otaka girl, and processed the manuscript of the of Death by herself. The of Death ranked third in popularity in the last issue of the Cat Agency half-monthly questionnaire. The first two are The Crazy Sword of Mr. Uexaitu and The Vulcan Aspect of Mr. Long Long Long. Both of these are highly popular and animated works. Their fame is comparable to many of the monthly publications of the Cat Society, but in the eyes of Cat Nanako, Vulcan can't stand it, but Crazy Blade is a very interesting comic. I heard that Cat Nanako is also chasing the serialization of this comic. Crazy Sword is an original work of Mr. Uexaitu. It is about a young master in ancient times. When he was playing hide and seek with his servant, he hid in his warehouse and accidentally touched a mysterious wooden box. Opened it under curiosity and found a blood-red big knife, accidentally cut a wound by the knife while playing, blood splattered 3 feet, and died on the spot. After his death, a ray of soul lodged in the knife. He unexpectedly discovered that he could communicate with the person who held him. With the strength of the knife holder, he could still be transformed into a human body. After 400 years of vicissitudes, the young master has long become a beautiful man with long hair and waist. He has been transferred to 7 generations of masters, all of whom are women, and all of them are wiped to death by the blade. After Keaton's heart-wrenching love, he closed the sword spirit and was not awakening. Was awakened again and found himself locked in an exhibition hall in a modern metropolis. A little girl in elegant clothes was staring at herself curiously with big eyes. This is the content of the first chapter of Crazy Blade, and Vulcan Zonghung is a well-known fantasy novel of the end novel, adapted from 9 Revolutions of Yandao. Changed its name to Vulcan Zonghung because the volume name of the 3rd volume of the novel is called this, and then entering the next big world scene, naturally it will not appear in the comics. That is because the mountains and rivers shattered in the blink of an eye, and the scene of picking the stars by hand cannot be shown in the anime, and the comics naturally ended at the end of the 3rd volume. Both of these comics have already been animated, but Nanako Cat is not allowed to take the first place. She really complains about this. Madu Publishing House is really more atmospheric than its own comics publishing house. It can animate 3 comics at one time. Fortunately, it was produced by 3 animation companies. Although the Magic City Publishing House itself also has its own animation production company, it is impossible for that animation company to produce 3 animations at the same time. If this is true, it is estimated that the quality of the paintings of Cat Nanako's past life to give blessings to the better world is somewhat inferior. Ye Zijing is a manga assistant under Mr. Uexaitu. She is also the target of listening Mao Lingchuan, who plans to dig into listening Cat Nanako. Because of her outstanding performance in recent years, she has begun to prepare her own comics. In the plan, Ye Zijing will quit her job as an assistant next week as a newcomer cartoonist, and she is not the only manga assistant for Mr. Uexaitu. After listening to Mao Lingchuan, she is the only one who is the most suitable. Besides, my daughter heard the Cat Nanako also say that she only needs a manga assistant who doesn't need to draw lines for coloring. Hearing that Mao Lingchuan intends to come to her after work, as long as she promises that her debut will be serialized in the Cat Club. It's finally time to get off work. It's finally off work. Ye Zijing jumped off the chair directly. The comic assistant, the 18-year-old Ye Zijing is currently not eligible to own a separate studio. As an assistant to Moon under Rabbit, he not only helps with coloring, shading, and line drawing, but also a part-time editor assistant to help editors review some newcomers' contributions. Finally, I'm making my head, and I will be a manga artist from next week. Joyful Ye Zijing quickly packed all the tools, turning his head and preparing to leave when he saw Ting Mao Lingchuan standing behind him staring at her. The snickers of other colleagues came from nearby. Ye Zijing, do you feel complacent when you become an official cartoonist? Hearing Mao Lingchuan looked serious. President, no, absolutely not. Ye Zijing showed a bitter face. Come to my office. In the laughter of colleagues, Ye Zijing followed with a bleak expression. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Ye Zijing followed listening Mao Lingchuan into the office, closed the door in a panic, and watched listening Mao Lingchuan sitting on a chair looking at her, sweating constantly on his head. Are you trying to paint your own work next week? Hearing Mao Lingchuan asked, touching his chin. Yes, my mom, won't it be a pigeon? Ye Zijing's index fingers lighted like a chicken pecking at rice. What do you think about being a manga assistant for 2 months? No, President. Ye Zijing yelled out loudly. I haven't finished yet, what do you want to do? Hey, get up. Listening to Mao Lingchuan looked helplessly at Ye Zijing, who was lying on the ground trying to pull his trouser legs. If you become Teacher Mao's manga assistant for 2 more months, I will give you a chance to serialize it in the semi-monthly magazine. Really? Ye Zijing instantly jumped from the ground. Only 15 works can be serialized in each semi-monthly issue, but there are more than 40 cartoonists in the Cat Club. As a rookie, Ye Zijing is absolutely impossible to have serialization opportunities in a short time. No, wouldn't it be, unspoken rules? Ye Zijing covered her mouth in horror. Of course not, Teacher Mao is my daughter. What does this kid think? Hearing Mao Lincoln's face was black. This is the best, thank you President, thank you President. Ye Zijing felt that he could go to heaven. Alright, don't you want to get off work, let's go. Hearing Mao Lingchuan showed a disgusting face. Ye Zijing didn't care, and hopped out of the office. Yeah, my manga is going to be serialized, it's going to be serialized. Listening to the noise in the corridor, Mao Lingchuan shook his head. It's not as good as my daughter's peace of mind. Chapter 17, Ye Zijing. This is the President's house? It's so big. The next morning, Ting Mao Lingchuan followed by Ye Zijing arrived at Ting Mao Nanako's home. After ringing the doorbell, listening to Mao Lingchuan and Ye Zijing stood at the door of the villa. A few minutes ago, I called and woke up the listening cat Nanako. And Lin Qing went to school on duty a few hours ago. Is Mr. Cat really your daughter, the President? No wonder Mrs. Cat made her debut so smoothly. I thought it was an unspoken rule at first. Ting Mao Lingchuan suddenly regretted letting her be Ting Mao Nanako's assistant. After listening to the cat Nanako heard about Ye Zijing's arrival, he breathed a sigh of relief. His father's efficiency is pretty high. Based on her experience of drawing crazy swords for so long, it should be helpful to practice. But after listening to Cat Nanako, it seems that the two of them don't get along very well. Of course, during the 2 years of working in the Cat Club, she also knew that Ye Zijing was an overly lively girl. I heard that Mr. Uexayata was so angry that she cried many times in private. Listening to the cat Nanako walking out the door wearing a pair of pink cat slippers. Nanako, I still have a job. This is the Miss Ye who I told you, let's talk. He gave hearing cat Nanako an unidentified look, and listened to Mao Lingchuan driving away. Short hair and provocative eyes, it looks like a troublemaker, listening to the cat Nanako secretly thought. Sister Ye, come with me. Listening cat Nanako led Ye Zijing into the house. Mr. Cat is really a super beauty, there are many handsome male students around. In school Ye Zijing swayed around in the living room. Ms. Lin isn't here today. Mother has to go to work on weekdays, and I have dropped out of school to work as a full-time cartoonist. Nanako turned her back to Ye Zijing, and the corners of her mouth twitched. Wow, Teacher Mao has his own studio at such a young age, so I am envious. Looking at the warm and comfortable bedroom studio, Ye Zijing was jealous and hated. Sister Ye will definitely have her own studio one day. Teacher Mao, I will be your assistant since today, please advise. Ye Zijing bowed and said seriously. Okay, you are welcome, Sister Ye, sit down, I will pour you a glass of water first. Sister Ye first look at the manuscript. After listening to the cat Nanako stuffing a large manuscript into Ye Zijing's hands, she went to the kitchen to pour water. Nanako is so feminine, totally different from my old woman. Ye Zijing looked at the ceiling with an inferiority 365 degrees. What? None of these have been completed. I remember that there are only 3 days left before the deadline for the next issue of the semi-monthly publication. Ye Zijing jumped up from the chair and said loudly. Disrespectful. After finishing speaking, he picked up the paper cup beside the table and slurped it all in one gulp. Hearing the cat Nanako sighed, because the former assistant Su Yunyun suddenly took a vacation, of course, a lot of manuscripts were piled up, but the number of manuscripts is enough. Let's try to complete these manuscripts together. I will ask Sister Ye for the time being to paint. Ye Zijing nodded. She can still distinguish the importance of the task. After all, being an assistant this time is related to her debut later. If she can successfully become a cartoonist in a medium-sized comics publishing house such as Mao Misha and publish her own, the debut is not in vain. Has been Mr. Yu Xiaota's assistant for so long, and Ye Zijing, who suddenly became Mr. Mao's assistant, feels a little novel. She has also read this new comic of death, which is surprisingly interesting. The plot of this batch of manuscripts has also reached Ichigo's first infiltration of the corpse soul world. It can be said that the foreshadowing of the death god's early stage is almost over. Hearing the cat Nanako quickly painted shadows. I heard that Sister Ye is about to become a cartoonist. Do you have any thoughts about the debut, fighting type? Haha, I have almost prepared the general outline, but the details have not been fully conceived. It must be a combat type. I am not good at love comics. When the cat Nanako talked about this topic, Ye Zijing's eyes lit up. Oh, what kind of story is it like? Mr. Cat should know about ghosts. There are many legends about ghosts in the Dragon Kingdom and Neon in this world. I just conceived a story about ghosts. The protagonist should be a child born from a combination of a monster and a human. The blood of one monster and one half of human blood. What's the sense of sight? I was a little speechless when I heard the cat Nanako. It's just what kind of monster's bloodline I haven't figured out yet. It should be a more flexible monster, haha. Actually I was inspired by the of death, and wanted to add a similar setting to the manga. But I'm afraid of being plagiarized by others. How did you come up with the setting of Teacher Mao's rain pressure? It's really a genius. After listening to the cat Nanako originally wondered whether Ye Zijing's comic concept was somewhat similar to Inuyasha, but suddenly felt that Ye Zijing's idea might be unusually in line with the setting of another comic. I wonder if Sister Ye has ever heard of a monster called a slick ghost. Slicky ghost? Haven't heard of it. Is it the monster on the neon side? Well, probably, it should be a type that tends to be cunning and good at running away. As for the setting, Sister Ye, what do you think monsters and ghosts look like? After listening to the cat Nanako's whim, she wanted to help Ye Zijing. After all, there are so many comics in the previous life that you can't carry by yourself. It is not a way to reveal the settings of other comics in the previous life. Yokai? Of course, it is something parents use to scare children. It should give people a more terrifying impression. Ah! Is it that Mr. Mao's idea is that the more fearful the monster, the stronger it is? Reading www.yuyugonshu.com Hearing that the cat Nanako suddenly stopped her work, Sister Ye felt awesome. Hey? What are you going to feed? Who are you going to feed? Yezai Jing. Listening to the cat Nanako, I said fear of fear. Listening to the cat Nanako then took a brand new draft paper, thought for a while and quickly drew it, and soon a simple human body was formed in her hands, and the man was surrounded by a jet of black ink. This is a relationship with the of death. A completely different existence in rain pressure. Yokai will make people fear, and the stronger the fear, the stronger the power, and of course the more people will fear. Listening to the cat Nanako handed the painting to Yezaijing, who was startled. Although it is a type of thing with repressure, it shouldn't be said to have been plagiarized. Teacher Mao, you are amazing, you are such a genius, I like you so much. I'm so sorry that I thought you relied on unspoken rules to serialize in the cat club. Yezaijing jumped over and hugged the listening cat Nanako excitedly. Hey, let me down, the drawing hasn't been finished, and you're so unabashed, I'm a little embarrassed by the unspoken rules. Hearing the cat Nanako smashed his mouth. Ms. Mao. Can you tell me about other things, such as the monster called the Slicker? Hearing the cat Nanako shook his head, I also told you that I once thought about this type of manga before. Let's finish the drawing first. As for other settings, I will help you think about it. Woo! Teacher Mao, you are such a good person, I will definitely work hard to get the job done. Yezaijing was very excited to color death. Listening to the cat Nanako also continued to work. 3 days will be over in the blink of an eye. I really don't know if the content of the dozens of pages of manuscript can be modified. Chapter 18, Eternal Sword Master Signing Event. 13 hours before the deadline, Yezaijing and listening cat Nanako finally completed dozens of pages of work frantically. They both exhaled a sigh of breath and lay on the ground. Nanako, Yezaijing called feebly. Call me teacher. Listening to the cat Nanako curled up on the ground, half dreaming and half awake. Why have you been working until now? There are still 13 hours. We haven't slept for 2 days. If we don't finish it all at once, we won't be able to wake up in 1 day. I know you won't be able to wake up, don't thank me. Listening to the cat Nanako sat up from the ground hazily. I'm going to deliver the manuscript. Cat Nanako walked out of the room while listening. Sister Yat, go home and rest soon, don't stay in my room. Yezaijing fell down and was about to snore, when the cat Nanako suddenly poked his head out. Hey! Yezaijing had to follow her out. Lin Qing, who was watching TV in the living room, saw Nanako coming out, and immediately walked up to take the manuscript in his hand. Nanako, let's eat and sleep first, an assistant yet. Well, I'm a little hungry. Listening to the cat Nanako rubbed her belly and sat on the dining table. Mrs. Lin, I don't need it anymore. I'm too tired. Yezaijing also walked out, looking listless. I happen to be going to the company to help Nanako deliver the manuscript, and I will send you on the way. Lin Qing and Yezaijing left, listening to the cat Nanako eating a few mouthfuls alone, but nothing. No appetite. Pushed the bowl aside and crawled onto the bed to sleep. Hey, why did this child take a few bites? At midnight, Lin Qing walked into the bedroom. Is it just too tired? Lin cleaned up the hair from cat Nanako's cheeks. He, listening to the cat Nanako, rolled over the quilt, turned over and gave Lin Qing a back. So cute. Lin Qing's eyes turned into stars, and she couldn't bear to play with Nanako's body for a while. Wife, what are you doing? Listening to Mao Lingchuan had been standing at the door for some time. Ahem, of course I am to see how my daughter is developing, is there any problem? Lin Qing said shamelessly. No. As long as you like it. Hearing Mao Lingchuan walked away immediately. Was interrupted, and Lin Qing couldn't continue, covering the cat Nanako with a quilt and leaving the room. Hearing the cat Nanako slowly yawned, opened his sleepy eyes, sat up and rubbed his eyes gently. The beauty is slightly drunk and half open, and the green silk is half sleeved on the bed, cough. It's already 3 o'clock in the afternoon, great. Listening to the cat, Nanako lay down again and played with her mobile phone. Slender fingers slid the screen to look at the comments on Weibo, and suddenly a new reminder appeared. Weibo authentication, the author's go-away new book Eternal Sword Master will be released at the signing event, and the deadline is 6 p.m. After the signing event, various peripheral activities will be released. Mom, help me sort out, let's go out shopping. Listening to the cat, Nanako quickly rushed to the living room. Put on the clothes, Lin Qing yelled. 10 minutes later. What hairstyle? Lin Qing asked, standing behind the listening cat Nanako, while perming her hair with a hairdryer. Listening to the cat Nanako sitting on the small bench in front of the mirror after taking a bath, wearing only a bath towel, revealing a pair of slender white legs and crystal clear jade feet. Nixia listened to cat Nanako whispering. What the hell? Speak well. Low-level double ponytail. It took more than half an hour to sort out, and the mother and daughter finally went out. How long will it take? Listening to the cat Nanako sitting in the car, reading the address marked on Weibo to Lin Qing. Hey? In half an hour. Nanako really likes things that normal little girls like. Lin Qing asked thoughtfully. Hey, what do you mean? Listening to the cat, Nanako didn't know what medicine Lin Qing took today. Those little toys, don't ordinary girls like them? See, you have a lot of them in your room. What? Girls don't like it at all, girls like the big plush dolls. Really? Lin Qing asked incredulously. Yes, these handmade small toys can only be liked by abnormal dead house collectors. Puff, Lin Qing and cat Nanako both laughed. How do you paint such a heavy makeup today, and still dress up so weird? Do you want to cos with someone? Well, a novel character. Hearing that the cat Nanako took a nap in the car for a while, it felt like he was here soon. Daughter, when will I come to pick you up? Lin Qing asked after listening to the cat Nanako getting off the car. It's 8 o'clock, I want to have dinner here. Finally cos, listening to the cat Nanako can attract a little more attention. Hearing that the cat Nanako can't help but start to fantasize about the scene of rising fans. Nanako walking on the street really caught the attention of passers-by. The big red dress was dragged to the heel, and a huge red flower was embroidered on the back. The red ribbon on the top of the head tied the low ponytail that was dragged to the waist. Said it was a wedding dress, but it looked more like a shroud. His face was painted with pale makeup, unusually poignant, small wooden steps, white socks. Is like a poignant person who walked out of ancient times. If you use a poem to describe the temperament of listening to the cat Nanako at this time, it is beauty rolling bead curtain. Deep sitting and crooked eyebrows. But see tears wet. I don't know who I hate. As the heroine's specific dress does not appear in the novel, Nanako dresses up in accordance with the figure of her family's figure. It is the heroine Xiao Lingling of the Eternal Sword Master. It is the evil figure at the beginning of Chapter 2. Why did a 14-year-old junior high school student have such strange clothes? It's because when the novel of the Eternal Sword Master began to be serialized half a year ago, I listened to Mao Nai. Nako's predecessor was crazy infatuated with the style of this novel and the heroine Xiao Lingling. The actor obviously accepted her feelings only to repay Xiao Lingling for her life-saving grace, but after many years, he could not do without her. Listening to the cat Nanako likes Xiao Lingling's every move, even between her gestures, there is some imitation. At the Eternal Sword Master's physical book press conference 3 months ago, she bought the Thulhu figure and the same clothes. The workmanship of Xiao Lingling's Thulhu is very poor and worthless. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com, but the price of this dress is as high as 998. Elvis has been serializing for some time, and Nanako, who is rich in hand, naturally bought it without hesitation. Down. Although it was passed through, the emotion of the predecessor was perfectly inherited. For the first time, Kos listened a little embarrassedly that Kat Nanako stood in the middle of the street, and almost ran away. Her pale face was filled with sorrow that could not be erased. The poignant and beautiful image of became more prominent, and the passers-by on the surrounding streets were boiling, rushing over to ask for a group photo. That girl is so beautiful, look at it, a few people gathered around. Is this the female ghost of Kos? It's really scary. As there are more and more people around, Nanako is a little overwhelmed by the cat. Ah, no, you can't take a group photo, don't hold me. After finally squeezing out the crowd, the cat Nanako walked quickly towards the location of the Eternal Sword Master's signing event. Since it is still a little far away from the conference venue, not many people here recognize Xiao Lingling who listens to Cat Nanako's Kos. I don't think he can recognize it in front of the author of the Eternal Sword Master. If he saw Xiao Lingling's figure, he would have died of anger. Are young couples or uncles and aunts who come to go shopping, and they are not fanatical celebrities. Since they are not fans of listening to Cat Nanako, it is naturally impossible to keep listening to Cat Nanako. I took a group photo before just to show off in the circle of friends. Only a few otaku who paid attention to the two-dimensional work curiously followed the cat Nanako to take a few photos and followed. Really, I'm not a star, why stare at me? Listening to Cat Nanako's dissatisfaction, almost all the pedestrians along the way stared at her, making her a little embarrassed. Girl, get used to it as soon as possible, otherwise it will be a problem to go to the streets when you become famous. Chapter 19, The Son of Yufu. Hey, Xiao Lingling has a lot of people. The signing event was held in the gymnasium, as the most popular novel and animation today. Every activity about the Eternal Sword Master is full of people. After listening to the cat Nanako looked around, there are many shops nearby selling items related to the Eternal Sword Master, pillows, figures, posters, and chi dolls. Female number 2 Anying has a lot more girls than Xiao Lingling. Anying is a girl with a pink ponytail. Because the animation of the Eternal Sword Master is in the fall of October, so the female character Xiao Lingling hasn't appeared yet. Anying, who has appeared from the beginning of the novel and animation, is quite simple. After all, Kos, a dead person, is a bit unlucky after all. Well, there are many cute boys among them. That Xiao Lingling is so beautiful. Yes, I just dress up like a female ghost. Pursed his mouth, listening to the cat Nanako saw a Xiao Lingling wearing a robes, squatting on the ground to let the onlookers take pictures. Why does she have to make such a shameful gesture? I would have known it a long time ago. Listening to the cat Nanako watching the passers-by who see herself as a pet, crying and crying, she will never do such a shameful thing next time. Fun Kai is the most popular writer on the Chinese website of the end, but in fact it is a weak girl with a double ponytail and oblique bangs covering her right eye. She usually looks a little sick and tender. Also caused a lot of turmoil at the first press conference, and was called the most beautiful writer by readers. How do you line up? Cat Nanako looked at the long line of thousands of people behind the autograph desk in shock. Hello everyone, cough cough, I am the Platinum Writer. Get away from the end Chinese website. Welcome to the signing event of the Lord of Eternal Sword. The girl with the pseudonym rolled away stood in front of the stage and said with a microphone. But before signing, we also have an Easter egg on the Chinese website of the endpoint for everyone. Please watch the big TV behind me. At this time, the fans at the top were suddenly unhappy. PV? What kind of Easter egg, isn't it just animated? It's so tiring to stand, it won't be comical, how long will it take to keep up with the progress of the novel? Boom! A huge roar on the TV pulled everyone's minds back, and a drop of rain fell from the sky. When PV came out, everyone's conversation disappeared. In the first act, a young man reincarnated on Lin Xin of the same name after his death. Said that he would inherit the Red Pine Door as a big brother. Anyone who has read the novel knows that Hongsongmen is just a little school at the bottom. There is only one master and 4 disciples in the whole school. Being perplexed, Lin Xin floated in front of him with an attribute point system, which was his golden finger, and also included 3 cheap junior siblings. In the second act, Lin Xin's talent is very poor. He joined the Fairy Pine Forest Sword Sect by small means. After hearing the sword trial in the school, she was rescued by a female disciple Xiao Lingling. And Xiao Lingling suffered from serious internal organ injuries, she had no life, she understood the other party's intentions, and as an outstanding disciple, she really joined the Pinewood Sword Sect because of her outstanding performance. No need to stay in the sect all the time, take Xiao Lingling home to get married. Create Lingzhen Villa, sit on one side. In the third act, after practice, Lin Xin understands more and more how bad his talent is. The peak of Qi training is his limit, and he can't find any props that can strengthen his attribute points. One night, Lin Xin went out to relax in irritation, and found that there was a strange carriage at the door, and there was a dead person in the carriage, which was extremely terrifying. Suddenly, Lin Xin got into the carriage and was taken to an unknown place, where the hands and feet were very long and it was a bit disgusting, like noodles. They killed Xiang Lin Xin without asking why. Lin Xin defeated in the fight, and unexpectedly discovered that his attribute points that had not changed for many years had increased. And when he came back in the carriage, he was waking up from the bed. The fourth act, killing at night, dealing with the villa's affairs during the day, even he himself doesn't know how strong he is now, and where he has reached. After the killing one night, Lin Xin came back to his senses, only to find that his wife Xiao Lingling was awake, and he was a little at a loss. When I woke up today, I felt very flustered. You are still asleep, but I feel that your soul is no longer there. Don't leave me. Xiao Lingling sat on the bed and cried and said. Lin Xin, who had stepped into a middle-aged long-haired shawl, hugged Xiao Lingling tightly, I will not leave you. In the fifth act, there was heavy snow, Xiao Lingling and Lin Xin were walking on the frozen lake, and the desolate BGM sounded. Brother, if I leave one day, will you be sad for me? What silly thing to say, we have a long way to go. Lin Xin smiled. Xiao Lingling did not smile, but lowered her eyes, and gently freed herself from Lin Xin's arms, turning her body slowly like a singer, gently sliding away on the ice. Lin Xin mentioned the jade flute, the beauty is like jade, and the flute sound is clear and crisp. No matter how Xiao Lingling dances, her eyes are always looking at Lin Xin's direction. The body gradually turned into translucent, she didn't realize it at all, and recalled the scene when she first saw Lin Xin in her mind. New brother, I never regret it. Xiao Lingling smiled at last, and then it shattered into countless white light spots, which began to be scattered on the ice surface. Lin Xin didn't dare to open his eyes. He just blew the flute lightly, and a line of tears slowly flowed from the corner of his eye. Are you tired from jumping? Lin Xin gently looked at Xiao Lingling in front of him. Xiao Lingling just smiled, and Yu read www.yuyugonshu.com nodded gently. Lin Xin led Xiao Lingling back to her family, looking at the sad expression on her family's face in front of her. What's wrong with you? Lingling and I just went to enjoy the snow and dances, why are these looks like this? Big brother, sister Lingling, she is all ready. Lin Xin's sister stepped forward and said. Isn't she standing behind me? Isn't she standing behind me all the time? Lin Xin interrupted her, but tears were already welling out of her eyes. Everyone turned their heads away and couldn't bear to look at him. Thousands of mountains are covered with snow, and the lights are like smoke, which is the smoke of the world. Lin Xin turned around, and indeed saw Xiao Lingling still looking at herself tenderly, still so beautiful and so charming. At the end of the fifth act, the young girl audience was already sobbing, and listening to the cat Nanako was even more teary. This is her favorite scene, but the voice of Xiao Lingling is much worse than she thought. The screen flashed, and the video entered the final scene. Xiao Lingling pinched Lin Xin's neck hard, the skin on her face fell off in pieces, as the price of killing in Yufu, the sequelae, was lost in the illusion and died. Lin Xin had been mad and couldn't get out of the illusion vortex. Now he can only slow down his hallucinations by killing constantly. Lin Xin is killing frantically in the Yu Mansion. In the darkness, Yu Mansion seemed to stretch out a huge clutch, manipulating the puppet like Lin Xin to continuously produce massacres. Lin Xin lifted a sword from his waist. The sword was named Hung Hua. It was the name Xiao Lingling gave. He liked it very much. Heart I Kendo red flower. Lin Xin muttered silently. Red light flashed, the enemy in front of him was instantly split in half, and the whole world was turned into blood. The shattered world turned into a few big characters. The first theatrical version of the Eternal Sword Master Son of Yufu will be released in Shock next summer. Chapter 20, Suemo. After a brief period of calm, the entire signing venue boiled over. Cheers, and discussions among book fans were endless. The image of Xiao Lingling appeared for the first time in an animation. She was set as a cute girl with two big buns wrapped in her head, with long black hair hanging down to the ground. Because it is the theater version, the PV picture is very delicate, but it can be seen that the style is much darker than the TV version. It may be that the plot in the original book is darker. Ah! Great! I really want to see. Xiao Lingling is so cute. After the PV ended, I heard the cat Nanako yelled a few words excitedly. It should be the Eternal Sword Master animation production team that thinks that TV is too slow to advance the plot, so it considers using the theater version to attract popularity. Well, but the effect is good. This paragraph can be regarded as a more important plot in the early stage of the novel. Two passers-by were discussing the animation just now, but they were startled by the sudden shout of Cat Nanako. Are the goddesses so careless about their images nowadays? Hearing the otaku who looked like a student next to the cat Nanako was a little frightened. The real name of the author fuck off is Suemo. Suemo has become a well-known online writer in the Dragon Country when she was only 17 this year. She originally published a book on the Chinese website of The End of the Game with a playful mentality. Novel. Received nearly 1 million manuscript fees in just 6 months. After that, she dropped out of school and became a full-time writer. After that, her career as a writer was even more prosperous, and now she has become one of the best in the end. Suemo put his hand on the thick bangs hanging down on his right side. There are so many people, are they all my fans? Even though their hands are so tired that they tremble, it's great that so many people like to read my novels. The line is very long, readers only need to buy a new physical book to get Suemo's signature. Although the style of writing is a bit dark and depressed, killing a sister to prove the truth, and a dead wife to prove the truth, but no matter what the situation is, Suemo has never stopped, which has also brought her a good reputation. Hey! Listening to the cat Nanako finally came to the front of the team. At this time, she was only 1 meter away from Suemo. Suemo was indeed very beautiful. She had a pair of Danfan eyes covered by bangs, and only her left eye was exposed. The slender and black eyebrows are very delicate, which makes people want to hold them in their hands. She is slightly taller than Cat Nanako, but she is a Taiping princess just by looking at her breasts. If you change your clothes, you can go straight to Tokazaki, you don't even need to wear a wig. Listen to Cat Nanako's thoughts. Sure enough, the chest is a problem, right? The two stared at each other for a long time. After listening to the cat Nanako crossing over, it was the first time he saw such a beautiful woman besides himself. Xiao Lingling, don't you want to sign? Suemo smiled, her voice very weak. Hearing the cat Nanako shook his head to eliminate the evil thoughts. Ah! I'm sorry, can I sign on my clothes? I have a book. She lifted the red robe on her body. Sorry, we don't have this rule. Signatures are only allowed to be written on books. The middle-aged woman beside Suemo said. She looked like an assistant. Hearing the cat, Nanako lowered her head in disappointment. Well, sign it on the book. It's okay, I can sign your clothes for you. Really? FO. The middle-aged woman frowned. What if the people behind had to do more troublesome things? At this time, the otaku behind the cat Nanako suddenly yelled, "What's wrong with Lily? She caused Xiao Lingling so hard, I see Xiao Lingling's soul in her, and sign her on her body. Yes, there should be some benefits for Kozer. It is better to sign on the chest." Many people behind the otaku responded, wanting Suemo to make an exception to sign the clothes for the cat Nanako. You just want to see Lily. Hearing that the cat Nanako was so moved that she almost cried, but was destroyed by the otaku's last sentence, sign her on her body. When did I say that I would sign on her body? It's obviously on the clothes. If you weren't a beautiful girl, you would be blasted away by the people behind you. The beautiful girl is really amazing. Hearing the cat Nanako brought the red robe on her chest to Suemo, Suemo just wanted to sign but suddenly laughed out loud. Haha, I'd better sign your real name. Putting the sign on your clothes seems to be cursing. When Suemo was listening to cat Nanako's signature on the front of her clothes, it was not only a little embarrassing to hear the sound of many photographs around her. The girl in front of her is so beautiful, her facial features are so perfect that she can't pick out a flaw, her voice is also very good, put it at least at the level of Xi Shi Diao-chan in ancient times, she can't describe her beauty. Even if Suemo is already known as the most beautiful writer, he still feels a huge gap in front of listening to the cat Nanako. This is a dimensional difference. Looked down at Suemo, who was lying on his chest, listening to the cat Nanako was also a little nervous, and what was the gasping voice behind? Okay. I'll come to the backstage for a while, I have something to tell you. Suemo put away the pen and whispered in front of cat Nanotsu's ear. The middle-aged woman next to Suemo saw her whispering to the listening cat Nanako, her face getting more and more ugly. Nanako was fascinated by her voice, and nodded uncontrollably when she felt some tingling in her ears. Until she left the venue, Nanako still felt a little confused after listening to cat Nanako. She was looking for what she was going to do. Seeing that there was a long line behind, listening to the cat Nanako had to sit on a chair in the rest area and wait. The eyes of a book fan can't help but drift over almost every moment, and Nanako cat has gotten used to it. Just when many passers-by were waiting impatiently, the buying activity finally started. yu.yukansha.com. The signing meeting was still going on, but there was a staff member shouting with a loudspeaker on the other side, and the surrounding area was finally opened. Some book fans with no purchasing power left excitedly after getting the autographs, while the magical consumers like listening cat Nanako couldn't wait to walk into the buying area. The entire gymnasium seems to have become a grocery store, the physical book of the Eternal Sword Master, various small crafts engraved with characters, figures, and posters. Of course, the most important thing is Xiao Lingling's official fan clothes that appeared in PV. A white mopping plum cage plum blossom skirt, with exquisite jasper butterflies embroidered on the cuffs, and a thin layer of silk on the hem of the skirt, which is like an orchid. The watery pink ribbon is wrapped around the waist, like the clothes worn by fairies that don't eat the fireworks in the world. Cat Nanako couldn't help but look dumbfounded. Marked 49,999 and no touch also made everyone stop watching. This piece of clothing is the most expensive item in the official event organized by the Eternal Sword Master, and only 5 pieces are sold. Is this dress made of some top-quality silk? Isn't it expensive? Which brain-dead would buy this kind of thing? No matter how good it is, it can only be used to please his girlfriend. How do you talk? Big JJ cute girls can also wear it. What price is this, right? It's my salary for several months, but even so, it can't stop my belief in buying this dress. Listening to the cat Nanako's heart struggling. I have the habit of modifying the chapter after publishing it, especially the recent chapters have been modified many times. If some readers feel that the article is not smooth, you can try to collect it again. It should be a lot better, __. Chapter 21, Dubbing. After listening to the Cat Nanako, I finally decided to buy this dress. I usually don't spend much money. I have accumulated a lot of renminbi in my work income over the past 2 years. You can earn more money after you spend it, but there is only one piece of this dress. Fuck, super white and rich, crazy, this woman. A book fan is a little unbelievable. How much do you like Xiao Lingling? Let's be stunned, spend so much money on the clothes of an avatar. The one she wears doesn't seem to be cheap. Amidst the discussion, Nanako Cat quickly settled the bill. Fold the clothes neatly into a small delicate package. Even though it hurts very much, Nanako can't help but feel excited. Together with Ting Mao Nanako, there are also the staff related to the signing event. I thought that these tens of thousands of RMB clothes might not be sold at all. There are already very few readers who can spend a lot of money for the novel, let alone female fans. Sunset, almost all the readers who came to the signing party have already gone, and Suemo also returned to the backstage early. In order to prevent her from getting too tired, the official limit is that only 1,000 readers can get the author's autographs. Even so, I guess Suemo is tired enough. Listening to the Cat Nanako standing in front of the gymnasium carrying a lot of bought things, she didn't buy any valuables except for Xiao Lingling's clothes. Not counting the 49,999 yuan used to buy clothes, the remaining small items only cost a few hundred. Mom shouldn't be angry, right? Listening to the Cat Nanako's heart is uneasy. Please inside this lady. Soon after the signing event, Nanako Cat was called to the backstage by the on-site staff in overalls. Forward. Why is such a popular writer looking for himself? Cat Nanako still has no idea. At that time, I only felt that Suemo was a very cute and beautiful girl, so she agreed with it. Madu Gymnasium is still quite big, and there are workers who pack tools and prepare to go home everywhere inside. When I arrived at the reception room, the beautiful girl with double ponytails in front of Cat Nanako was so tired that she stuck her tongue out and crawled on the sofa motionless. This imageless beautiful girl is Suemo, the author of The Eternal Sword Master. By coincidence, today I heard that Cat Nana also wears a low ponytail, and the two people sitting together feel like sisters, such as the airport sister and the sister. Drink saliva first. When Suemo saw the Cat Nanako come in, she constricted her sitting posture a bit. That. What's your name? Listen to the Cat Nanako. Suemo looked disappointed. Neon people? But your Chinese is a good standard. Ah, no, my father is from Neon, and my mother is from Longguo. Listening to the Cat Nanako shook her head quickly. Really? That's good. In fact, I just want you to be Xiao Lingling's voice. Today they are right. I think you are very suitable. Sure enough, the dubbing still has to be played by someone who really likes that character. Hey. Really? Me? Listening to the Cat Nanako covered her mouth in shock, then frowned. No, isn't there a voice actor who dubbed Xiao Lingling on the PV? The voice was found temporarily. In fact, the animation of the Son of Yufu has already been made almost, but the recording of the dubbing has been dragged down because of the delay in finding a suitable voice actor for Xiao Lingling's voice. But I thought that a girl like you wouldn't care about this kind of request easily. I didn't expect you to be so excited. What kind of girl my kind is? Cat Nanako sounds a little speechless, but she is still very happy to be asked to be a voice actor by the author. Of course I am 100% willing. No, please be sure to let me serve as Xiao Lingling's voice, but do I need to sign a contract to be a CEO? After I become famous, I will not make my debut as an idol of a certain company. The more I heard the Cat Nanako think about it, the more I felt that this path was inconsistent with my ideal of becoming a manga artist. Puff. Suemo couldn't help laughing. You are really interesting. You think too much. If you don't want to reveal your identity, I will ask someone to keep it secret for you, and my author personally recommends you to be Xiao Lingling's voice. I definitely don't have to worry about the contract or the like. Law. We can discuss the dubbing fee privately. You won't be afraid that I will lie to you, hey? Listening to Kat Nanako's eyes popping out a little star, she hugged Suemo in her arms. Rubbing her face against the rough place, "Oh, you are so kind to me, you are so cute. What did you do? Put me down quickly, bastard, rub me with that place, do you look down on me?" Suemo's face started to get hot, and she reached out and helped the Kat Nanako's oblique bangs. Hearing the Kat Nanako let go of her hand in embarrassment, is she a genetic mother? I can't help but want to play around when I see cute things. Suemo didn't make an excessive reaction. As a girl, she can be honest and upright. Listening to the Kat Nanako's thought seems to have evolved in a strange direction. Suemo pouted, "Really, but your voice is really nice." Dubbing has always been a big problem for Dragonland animation. Have you never thought about developing in this area? Going to school is a waste of your talent. Woo, I have dropped out of school, and I also have my own job. If I want to spend time for dubbing, I should wait until next year. Besides, I haven't learned the knowledge of dubbing. Do I have to practice first? Readaloud.com. After listening to the Kat Nanako took a sip of water. It's okay, let's exchange contact information first, and find me when you are free, but why do you have a job at this age? Is it a rubber aid? Puff, a spray of water sprayed from the mouth of the listening Kat Nanako, just like the water spray in Beta Taiba's emoji. The water splashed on the table between the two in a straight line. Certainly not. What are you doing? It's dirty. It's not because of you talking nonsense, I'm only 14 years old, how can I go to help glue? Hey, you are only 14 years old. Unbelievable, you are really a subordinate body. Suemo stared at Nanako's chest with contempt. Suemo and Tingmao Nanako exchanged contact information. Tingmao Nanako originally wanted to invite Suemo to dinner, but unfortunately there was Suemo's celebration on the Chinese website at the end. Listening Kat Nanako had to leave Suemo alone for dinner. I've gotten used to it, listening to the Kat Nanako walking on the road, his face doesn't change when he is stared at by passers-by. Is still wearing Ka Xiao Lingling's red robe, and the makeup has been washed away by Kat Nanako borrowing the gymnasium's bathroom, and she is still carrying a large bag of things in her hand. Took a few steps before he came. Hey! Hey, you are listening to the Kat Nanako. Wow, really? A girl trot over from the side. Hearing the Kat Nanako turned around and looked at it, her face instantly became hard to look. No. I was recognized by an acquaintance, I'm going to die. This girl seems to be her primary school classmate, a round-faced girl named Chen Sisi. It's so bad that you can recognize it. Listening to the black face of the Kat Nanako, she was already thinking about someone. Chapter 22, Black History. Hehe, Kata Nanako. Chen Sisi smiled and leaned over behind him. Chen Sisi is a somewhat ordinary-looking girl, with some pimples on her forehead, but if you seriously evaluate it, it's pretty good. Hey, after listening to the Kat Nanako sighed helplessly. Don't frown like this, I finally meet you and I will treat you to a meal. Chen Sisi pulled up the arm of the listening Kat Nanako with a smiley face and walked away. Speaking of which, you don't like to talk to me since before, you don't still think about the King's City, right? Although Chen Sisi said that he wanted to treat him, he was just coming to a KFC. Listening to the Kat Nanako lightly took a bite of the burger, well, after all, it's my black history. Although it's junk food, it's good to have an accident once in a while. It seems that I haven't come to this place much since I went to college in my previous life. I missed the cat Nanako a little bit. That's right, but Wang Cheng seems to regret it now. I'm asking about you every day. Ask for my news every day? Disgusting, are you a stalker? Listening to the cat Nanako suddenly nauseated. Chen Sisi couldn't help but smiled. Hey! Anyway, it's a former classmate, what's the matter with your vomiting expression? It's a bit too much. Oh, really, let him die. Listening to the cat Nanako doesn't have any good feelings about the royal city in Chen Sisi's mouth, even a little disgusted. Wang Cheng is a boy who was secretly in love with cat Nanako's predecessor in the first grade of elementary school. At that time, girls' faces were basically not long open. Of course, cat Nanako looked like an ugly duckling when she was a child. The predecessor didn't know why he fell in love with that little boy, so he wrote him a love letter, but boys at that age are always known to be very naughty. Wang Cheng not only read the love letter of cat Nanako aloud in the class, also scolded the cat Nanako as an ugly monster, saying that the person she liked was Chen Sisi. But with age, the cat Nanako has become more and more attractive. The Wang Cheng, who can barely be called a little handsome, has a huge sense of inferiority. At the beginning of the 4th and 5th grades, many boys also knew how to tell whether a girl is beautiful. The original friends of the King City were all biased towards themselves, and even laughed at listening to the cat Nanako together in that incident. But they isolated the city after a few years in order to please Nanako. Even if the city had sincerely apologized to Hanako Nanako many times, she would never say anything to him. I heard that the predecessor of cat Nanako and Lin Huan's soul have merged. Of course, Lin Huan regarded his body as the chief eldest wife. The predecessor hated Wang Cheng so much. How could he forgive Wang Cheng even a little bit? But it seems that the character of cat Nanako's predecessor became cold afterwards, and it has nothing to do with this matter. It doesn't matter. He is also a kid in my eyes. We can't like this kind of boy who is too self-centered. I think the relationship between us can be rescued. Tell me your contact information. Chen Sisi. Listen to cat Nanako, if you just add a penguin, you are allowed, but you are not allowed to tell others. Hee, Nanako, you are really more and more cute. Will there be a tender effect if you have a big breast? I heard that cat Nanako dropped out without going to junior high school. When she graduated from elementary school, she didn't leave any communication records. But when she heard Chen Sisi said that Wang Cheng asked about herself every day, cat Nanako was really disgusted. That kid named Wang Cheng wouldn't come over and shout at me one day, 30 years in Henan, 30 years in Hebei, don't bully young people? It is said that he will not often advertise that I have confessed to him, so I hate bare children, dislike it. Looking at the cat Nanako in a daze with a disgusting face, Chen Sisi was also a little worried. Well, Nanako, don't think about it anymore. I heard that the city has changed a lot now. He may just want to apologize to you. After Chen Sisi shook her hand in front of listening cat Nanako's eyes, she stopped replenishing her brain. Ah, sorry, that couldn't be better. Listening to the cat Nanako shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Say, did you say anything before? I said you are really big. Roll. After eating, listening to the cat Nanako's escape, she seemed to leave KFC and froze at the door waiting for Chen Sisi. Before, some otaku and passers-by secretly took a few glances at themselves. It's okay. When eating, a bunch of kindergarten children gathered around them and looked at them, embarrassingly unable to swallow food. Okay. Ha ha ha, who told you to dress like this today? I don't know you like it. Chen Sisi walked out with a smile. Chen Sisi helped listen to the cat Nanako carrying a bag, and the two chatted as they walked along the road. By the way, there will be a reunion of our elementary school classmates in a week. Wang Cheng should also participate in it. You will definitely not go. Chen Sisi. I should go. After listening to the cat, Nanako thought for a while before deciding. Ah, sure enough, what are you talking about? You are going to go? Chen Sisi cried out incredibly. Well, because if you don't go, people will gossip. After listening to the cat, Nanako graduated from elementary school, I forgot my classmates or something. As if he had guessed Chen Sisi's surprised reaction, listening to the cat, Nanako calmly said. I didn't expect it to be for this reason. Chen Sisi mourned for Wang Cheng for half a second. As expected, Nanako didn't care about the royal city anymore, so I could take her as my own. Chen Sisi lusted in his mind and listened to the scene of cat Nanako's shameful wrestling. Ah, I'm at the place I made an appointment with my mother. Listening to the cat, Nanako ruthlessly interrupted Chen Sisi's beautiful fantasy. You go home first, my mother will come back to pick me up soon. Chen Sisi had to reluctantly bid farewell to the cat Nanako. Listening to the cat, Nanako also waved. After Chen Sisi left, I listened to cat Nanako continuing to stand alone and stiff. After a while, Lin Qing's car arrived, and the cat Nanako finally got rid of the shameful standing. Did my daughter have fun today? The heating in the car is making the cat Nanako float like a fairy, and Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com exhales warmly in his hands. Hearing Lin Qing's question, Nanako cat suddenly let out a cold sweat, squeezed her palms and sweated, and said carefully after a while. Have a great time today, that is. It cost more than 5W. Sooner or later, it is all dead, early death and early birth. The atmosphere in the car instantly cooled down. Even with the warm heat, the lower body of the listening cat Nanako suddenly shivered. What did you buy? Lin Qing asked tepidly, listening to the cat Nanako was so scared that she didn't dare to gasp. Well, I bought a nice and expensive dress. Listening to the cat, Nanako immediately took out the photo taken on the phone and pointed it to Lin Qing. It's beautiful, I think it's worth it. Even at this price, you can't buy such comfortable and beautiful clothes in a brand name store. Listening to the gestures of the cat Nanako dancing in an unidentified arc. The false words and the rigid actions can be called a model of embarrassment for our generation. Lin Qing stared at the clothes for a while, turned her head and drove intently, without saying a word. Hearing cat Nanako crashed in a cold sweat. You go home and wear it to me and I won't say anything about you. After a long silence, Lin Qing blushed and suffocated a word. The air in the car fell silent for a moment. Hey? Are you replying to me? Lin Qing couldn't stand the atmosphere, so Lin Qing said angrily. Why is it me who is embarrassed in the end? Lin Qing was furious, but couldn't help but think of the temptation to listen to the cat Nanako wearing this dress. There is a hospital next to me, do you want to drop by to see your brain? Come here, dead boy. Lin Qing turned around and grabbed the ear of the cat Nanako with one hand. Ah! Mom, I was wrong. Chapter 23, Private Chat, Illustration. Under Lin Qing's duress, cat Nanako had to agree to put on this dress when she had time. I thought Nanako would never buy things by himself. Isn't that good, has his own interests. After listening to Mao Lingchuan, there was no response. At night, after bathing, I listened to cat Nanako drying her wet long hair with a hair dryer. Picked up the phone and searched Sumo's Weibo. Her profile picture was an anime girl with pink ponytails. She was pretty cute. She should have been drawn by someone else. The pictures are pretty exquisite. Listening to cat Nanako, her level is far inferior to her. ID has the certification of the End Platinum writer. Go away. It's strange to say that this pen name is, don't most writers use fruits and food as their pen names? After listening to cat Nanako read the comments on Weibo, it turned out that the most popular comment on the homepage was the photo that Sumo signed for himself. The cat Nanako in the picture is very beautiful. Although her face is dressed like a female ghost, she is the kind of female ghost who can't help but want to fight her for 300 rounds. The extremely beautiful scarlet dress forms a huge contrast with the face with some young teeth, and it is so beautiful that it makes people's eyes blindingly beautiful. The angle is good, it looks so cute, so cute. Listening to Kat Nanako's evaluation of herself is not hesitating. At this time, this reply has already exceeded 10,000 hits just 1 hour after it was published. It is indeed a writer with 6 million fans. Kat Nanako is a little jealous. Ansara, long live Lily. Lin Xin is my husband, congratulations, Gunda for finding true love. Lin Fei, this Lingling is so beautiful, I really want to take it home. Xiao Lingling is my wife, contract my wife. Fallen? Abyss Zero, who has the contact information of this Xiao Lingling? I beg. Sure enough, no one can resist the beauty of this princess. After listening to the Kat Nanako was a little proud, but you said it. After listening to the Kat Nanako returned to the Weibo homepage, she saw another comment about herself. Was about to click in and have a look, when the phone at the table rang suddenly. Hey, is it Nanako? After listening to the Kat Nanako's answer, there was a weak voice on the phone. I am listening to Kat Nanako, mentally handicapped and infertile, over. Listening to Kat Nanako's idleness, she learned how to speak with the panda head expression that is more popular in QQ penguins recently. What are you talking about? Are you following my Weibo? Suemo. Follow me, my ID is Miome, let's talk privately. Okay, Suemo hung up the phone directly after speaking. Hello, why don't you even say goodbye to me? What kind of politeness this woman? Ding dong, a minute later, Suemo's private message arrived. Get out, listen to Kat Nanako, you didn't tell me you are a cartoonist. Miome, you didn't ask, you only asked me if I was a Rubber-Aid girl, and my answer was no. Get out, hey, your Weibo only has poor 1W fans, would you like me to give you some charity? Miome, my wife. Please give me alms. Don't disclose my information. Listen to Kat Nanako's blatant begging. What did this kid say? On the other side of the network cable, Suemo's face was boiling like steam, and he was almost flushed. Although many netizens had just molested their husband and wife on Weibo, it was embarrassing to say it on the face. I heard that the Kat Nanako was a boy in her previous life. She doesn't care about so many things. She can even eat as much tofu as she can eat. The more embarrassed Suemo, the happier she will be. Miome, wife, are you shy? Listening to the Kat Nanako holding the phone with a smile, sitting on the bed dangling her calf. Get away, get away. You Nico. Miome, Nyoko. Get out, as a price for me to help you publicize for free, should you draw a few pictures for my novel for free? I think the picture on your Weibo looks very good. Drawing illustrations is the marketing method of neon light novels. It suddenly occurred to her that there seems to be no precedent for artists to help draw fiction illustrations in this world. After listening to the Kat, Nanako suddenly felt that she might try to draw some illustrations for Suemo. After all, the static effect of illustrations is much more exquisite than animation and comics. Most fans in the past life promoted their favorite animation works mostly using illustrations instead of animated pictures. Not to mention physical books with illustrations will also increase the value of the collection. Although I heard that Kat Nanako bought the physical book of the Eternal Sword Master, the covers of more than a dozen volumes are all the same, only the title, and the book is full of words. Would it be considered a precedent if I helped Suemo draw illustrations? Miome, good wife, I will paint as you please. Let's unlock new poses together. Get out of the way. It's muddy. Don't call me wife anymore, I'll get off first, and I will help you promote it tomorrow. After Suemo turned off the private message with Kat Nanako, Yu read www.yuyugonshu.com and touched his hot face. It's shameful. Call me a wife, this seems pretty good. Suemo doesn't even know herself, her expression now looks very happy. Hearing that, the cat Nanako turned over onto the bed and happily shook her slender white legs. She caught a beautiful girl so quickly, and she turned into a beautiful girl. It's great. But when I think that I'm only 158 in height, cat Nanako feels a little stunned, at least 5 centimeters taller. Sumo's height is already 165, and her husband is not as tall as his wife, so how decent she is. Fortunately, cat Nanako feels that she doesn't have to worry about other parts of her body. It's really unfair to God. For every girl, they want breasts, height, body, and beauty. It's impossible for a woman to be perfect in every aspect. Listening to the cat, Nanako thinks a woman who is truly perfect than herself, that must come from P. Suemo is currently browsing and listening to cat Nanako's Weibo. After all, you must know the specific details to promote. She is not like some celebrities who start to promote bad things as long as they charge money, which is purely cheating. After a while, I found the information of Maomei on Weibo. Suemo has already purchased the half-monthly magazine with the serialization of Reaper online. The goods are expected to arrive tomorrow. Don't worry, wait until you see the comics tomorrow before you publicize it. Suemo also chased after the comics before. Of course, she only reads the monthly magazine Book of Heaven published by the largest imperial publishing house in China. Hey, how did Nanako secretly wrote a novel, and actually gave a very poetic name? I want to see how far away from me. After discovering Suemo seemed a little impatient to find the weakness of listening cat Nanako. Chapter 24, No Spoilers. Listening to the cat Nanako recently, in order to catch up with the progress of the of Death, she has not written about the magic, but the fans on Weibo have long been used to listening to the speed of the cat Nanako's update of the novel. After all, I should listen to the professional cartoonist of Nico Nanako, right? It is still based on comics. It is good to write novels and other free time. If Nico Nanako focuses on the novel, it will make more readers complain. Woolen cloth. Although many people like the style of Kayamo, Nanako Cat has only been serialized to the 30th chapter, and it has not yet reflected the real excitement of the slow-heating book of Kayamo. Fans on Weibo are all because of Death and Elvis. Just listen to the cat Nanako. Hearing the cat Nanako is also very thankful that she didn't post Kayamo on the End Chinese website. It's strange that her update speed is so hot. From time to time, I would change it for a day or two, and when it was too much, it was like this time that I had not updated a chapter for a week in a row. Well, after listening to the cat Nanako did not admit that she has lazy cancer, obviously work is more tiring than school. If it's a job that you like, of course, you can do whatever you want except for your body. Suemo opened the prologue of Seeking Magic. Kara. Kara, Kara. Can't tell what the sound is. Hearing the sound in his ears seems to penetrate the body and rush into the soul, making people tremble in this cold snowy night. The desolate north wind whimpered in the sky and the earth, and bursts of white snow fluttered with the wind, fragmenting the sky, covering the earth layer by layer. Looking from a distance, if it was wrapped in silver, the land was desolate. It's not late at night, it's just twilight, but the dimness of the sky is the same as the night, giving people a heavy feeling, as if they are pressed in the heart, and can't breathe. On the silver ground, you can see a huge outline. It is a majestic city, like a giant beast. In the center of the city, there is a high tower-shaped altar, in the shape of 7 horns. The whole body is pitch black, straight into the cloud peaks, standing still in the violent storm and snow, mixed with the whimpering wind blowing on the altar. In this way, the sound of Kara Kara spreads far away, with primitive roughness and a special charm. Is there any hope? Is there any more? The hoarse murmur, floating from the altar in the snow, seemed to merge with the wind, and it was vaguely indistinguishable. If there is hope, where is the hope? If there is no hope, why should I see it? The voice was mad, almost hysterical, and roared in 9 days. Most of the writers on the Chinese website know not to over-describe the environment, because the readers of online texts are not the same as the readers of physical books. They don't even look at the description of the environment seriously, but the authors don't write about the environment and it won't work. If you don't write about the environment, it is impossible to write a stage play. So how to insert the environment description in the appropriate scene has become a difficult problem in the hands of web writers. No way. Nico Naoko writes novels so well? Didn't it mean that she dropped out after graduating from elementary school? She was a primary school student with an elementary school diploma. Suemo was a little surprised after reading the first chapter. She felt that listening to Kat Nanako's writing could force readers to look at the description of the environment. The reader was given a grand worldview setting at the beginning of the scene, but she still had it for the time being. Didn't take it too seriously. If only this paragraph is excellent, there is no obvious place, after all, give up the writing speed and describe each paragraph carefully. I believe that it is not just myself, most of the authors of the Chinese website can easily listen to the Kat Nanako. However, if it is a novel like this slowly and a little bit of deduction, it will lack a kind of continuity for readers to read in one breath, and the defects in the later period are also very serious. Suemo has given it to him based on his years of writing experience. The book Kayamo sentenced to death. With the depth of the plot, time passed quickly, and she finished reading all the more than 30 chapters in a while. Suemo exhaled a long breath. At this time, she had to admit that the writing after seeking the magic prologue did not drop at all, and even rose steadily. Suemo feels that Nanako's layout and writing style are superior to her. In terms of storytelling, nothing can be seen in this novel for the time being. From the first chapter, the barbarians have ancestors, opened the sky to create humans. Left over from generation to generation. The barbarians are called barbarians, flying into the earth and moving mountains and seas. There are barbaric patterns that pass the sky, you can pick the sun, moon, and stars. Suemo can feel Chumo's huge worldview from this sentence, but unlike other readers, Suemo vaguely feels that those who can say this sentence must look down on barbarians. Is being a barbarian the strongest existence in the world? I'm afraid it's far from it. Because the Dragon Kingdom in this world has not yet appeared in the setting of Xiaoxian novels, Suemo can only secretly guess. Of course, the later stage combat power of the Eternal Sword Master in her works has even surpassed many Xiaoxian novels. Suemo will no longer be jealous because of this kind of thing, all types of novels have their own advantages. Is like listening to the past life of the Kat Nanako. Many readers think that some novels are the best novels they have read, while others feel that they cannot understand what the novel is about. Many novels with good writing style and good plot are unknown. www.readaloud.com. Many current account articles can become gods. Actually, the difference is just an opportunity. Eternal Sword Master and Chuemo are not the same type, and they are not comparable. But the story of Kayamo is really fascinating. Although the plot is slow, the extreme writing and poetic sentences of Kayamo can make up for this. Suemo couldn't help but open up and listen to the private chat with Kat Nanako. Get out, Nanako, can you tell me the story behind the monster? Looked forward to it for a few minutes, and finally listened to the Kat Nanako's reply. Mio-mei, everyone is responsible for rejecting spoilers. Get out of the way, good husband, tell me. Suemo blushed and shook his hands. After waiting for a long time to hear the Kat Nanako still did not reply, Suemo was almost dying in embarrassment. Mio-mei, to confuse me with beauty, in that case. You can say it quickly. Suemo was a little angry. Mio-mei, then I will update another 20 chapters. After listening to the Kat Nanako, he posted 20 consecutive chapters on Weibo. Get out, thank you. Nanako. Mio-mei, what do you call me? Cat Nanako stared at the screen expectantly. 10 minutes later. Miome? Miome? This woman turned her face and didn't recognize anyone. Listening to the Cat Nanako was speechless. Hey, I listened to Cat Nanako and took a screenshot of the chat history of Suemo calling her husband. Then she hugged the newly bought Xiao Lingling's comrade pillow and rolled a few laps on the bed. Of course, Suemo deliberately ignored the Cat Nanako. Chapter 25, 2 Nanako. In the middle of the night, listening to the Cat Nanako holding Xiao Lingling's Stujin H pillow tossing on the bed. The naked body of white flowers like sheep fat and white jade is printed in front of the readers. Don't think about it, listening to the Cat Nanako is not doing anything shameful, she just wants to sleep naked today. The pillows are made very delicately. On the one hand, there is Xiao Lingling who is dignified and graceful in a silk dress, like a beauty from ancient times. On the other side is Xiao Lingling, who has only a black lace covering her whole body. She is lying and making a charming posture with her hands raised above her head. Two big white rabbits are looming, but they are hidden by two black lines, as expected. The dark animal husbandry is really evil. But even at this level, it is too exciting for junior high school students. Listening to Cat Nanako's lush and tender white legs tightly clamped on the pillow, the snow-white and smooth tender thighs did not look thin, even a little round and full. Even if any woman sees it, she will be extremely jealous of this perfect body gifted by the Creator. Tumbling for a while, listening to the Cat Nanako really can't find a comfortable position to sleep. So she directly put a person-high pillow on the bed. Of course the H side was facing up, and her whole body was pressed up. Hearing the Cat Nanako's head tilted to one side, her body gradually relaxed and she fell asleep. She dreamed a lot of her parents who beat and scolded herself every day in her previous life. When she was a child, she dreamed of learning to draw because of the ideal of being a cartoonist. She dreamed of a desolate career as an adult, and also dreamed of her first adult life. The joy of earning manuscript fees once. After listening to the Cat Nanako then dreamed of the memory of this life, with parents who spoiled her very much, amazing talent for drawing, and the ideal life of a cartoonist. I don't know what the people in other novels think about after crossing over after death, but at this moment in her sleep, she feels sincerely grateful. The girl opened her eyes blankly, and gradually became sober. Hey, where is this? Amidst the white mist, two cats Nanako looked the same and listened to each other frankly and nakedly. Is this a dream? Hearing Cat Nanako looked at the girl who looked exactly like him. He has been using this body for several months, and now even if the white body is displayed in front of his eyes, he will not make such an unbearable behavior as a nosebleed. Although a few days before the rebirth, it has flowed a lot. Hello, the girl in front of her greeted her calmly with a cold expression. Hearing the Cat Nanako was startled, although the woman in front of her voice was undoubtedly the same as her, but she was very indifferent. Are you dead, Ting Mao Nanako? Ting Mao Nanako couldn't help asking. The other Cat Nanako nodded. Then why are you here now? What will happen after people die? You are so annoying, can you not ask questions that even I want to know? Another Cat Nanako said with disgust. This Nanako has a terrible personality and is scared. Have you not noticed that your behavior is becoming more and more like a woman? It's a pervert. Have you ever thought that you would become a woman before? Another Cat Nanako's stiff face forced a hint of taunt. Suddenly I think you are a little cute, wife. Hey? It's disgusting and hopeless to call a wife casually by holding a person. She curled her lips uncomfortably. We are all in one body, aren't we a husband and wife? In other words, why are you calling me here? I could feel my consciousness collapsed, but because your soul suddenly merged with me, I barely managed to hold it until now. It's strange to say that I feel quite used to it when I become a woman. Listen to Cat Nanako. You were originally in your 20s, and you received my 14 years of memory in an instant. Think about a person who is close to 40 years old. Can you subconsciously suspect that her life in the past 10 years is false? You are not like a woman, you are completely a woman in your current psychology. Another cat Nanako said disdainfully. If you have something to say, don't get close to me. Is it possible that I will come into contact with the legendary selfing? Watching another cat Nanako's graceful ketone body gradually walked in, listening to the cat Nanako's nosebleeds began to flow again. Moved. Nausea, pervert, bugs, scum, I definitely play with my body in general. Another cat Nanako said something terrific with the appearance of a junior high school student. I play with the body of this giant Ru Lori a lot, but I don't think it is enough, so I decided to play at least a few hours every day. After listening to the cat Nanako, he gave herself a bite. It's really hopeless, just do it with you, it's already your body anyway. Listening to the other cat Nanako, the cat Nanako also fell silent. Don't dawdle, ask any questions, I'm running out of time, don't ask boring or irrelevant questions. The body of another cat Nanako suddenly appeared looming. Do you know why I can clearly remember the novels and comics of the previous life? After a long silence, Nanako asked the cat. Who knows, do you want to explain to you why you can become me? If you want to say a reason, it is that I was born too perfect, and the gods are not willing to die so early. Another cat Nanako's pretending to be intoxicated hands folded on his chest. As expected, his narcissistic personality has not changed. I heard cat Nanako think of it. Why did you suddenly change your personality since junior high school? Even if I accept your memory, I don't know the reason for your personality. When I checked the memory before listening to the cat Nanako, she found that her former elementary school and working in the cat club were completely two personalities, but the parents thought that the original character of the cat Nanako had changed back after the car accident. Oh, that's what happened. The other cat Nanako said suddenly. Ah, what? Although you have my experience in your memory, you don't know what I think, do you? Well, it's like this, in your memory you occasionally do strange things. You didn't know that I lost the feeling of joy after graduating from elementary school, right? What? Cat Nanako yelled in an incredible voice. For some reason, I was deprived of joy as early as 3 years ago. No matter what happens, I cannot be happy. After a period of desperation, I almost went crazy, but by chance I found that drawing comics can make me feel a little joyful. Really? That would be the best. Cat Nanako comforted the other one. Thanks to you, I was able to read the comics in your memory one by one. Although you are very brazen, thank you for taking good care of my parents. As another cat Nanako said, his body turned white and disappeared. Familiar ceiling, finally woke up. Listening to the cat Nanako opened her eyes and rolled over, sitting with her legs bent, tears kept flowing from the corners of her eyes for some reason. Maybe this body is saying goodbye to the former owner. How long has it been since I cried? Can't stop her tears more and more, listening to the cat Nanako whispering softly, she stretched out her little hand and kept wiping away the tears in front of her eyes. You reading www.youcanshu.com. When will I cry, really wayward? It's impossible to cry, let out a vent, listen to the cat Nanako helpless. Nanako, why are you crying? Linqing heard the cry, and when he opened the door, he found that the duck was sitting on the bed and crying. The cat Nanako was directly frightened. Hearing Linqing's voice, cat Nanako hurriedly turned her head, revealing her face that was already crying like a pear flower with rain. Don't cry, be good. Linqing said with an overwhelming motherhood, holding the cat Nanako's body while touching her smooth hair. It's great for me to be a cartoonist. Linqing didn't speak, but just flicked the hair of listening cat Nanako with her fingers. After a few minutes, listening cat Nanako finally stopped her tears, but she was also tired of crying and fell asleep in Lin Qing's arms. Lin Qing hugged Nanako to sleep again and muttered to herself in a low voice, "Yes, that's great," then gently put the cat Nanako on the bed. "Hey, why didn't you wear clothes?" At this time, she realized that listening cat Nanako was naked, she didn't wear anything. And listening to the age pillow next to the cat Nanako, the lower body part is a little sticky for some reason. Lin Qing's eyes instantly became sharp. The next morning, after listening to the cat Nanako woke up, she found a note on the bedside. "Although Nanako, you have reached the age when a cow is in estrus, you should refrain from doing that when you are so young. If you really can't help it, you can secretly come to me to solve it. By Mother." "Ah!" The cat Nanako screamed and tore the note to pieces. Chapter 26, Green Hat? Why? Why did fans add so many? Early in the morning, after listening to the cat Nanako washing up in a hurry, she was stunned as soon as she turned on her mobile phone Weibo. There were 30,000 followers, which was originally only more than 10,000. Think about it with to hear the cat Nanako knows that Sumo promoted herself. After listening to the cat Nanako open Sumo's Go Away Weibo, he did not release any statement. Isn't Weibo? Then she opened the Endpoint Chinese website app again, and the Lord of Eternal Sword really updated a chapter tweet. "There is only one update today, because I would be tired after going to the autograph yesterday, and I have been reading a new book last night. My dear readers, hurry up and pay attention to Weibo ID Miome, everyone help me scold her." Although she is a cartoonist, she has also uploaded a novel called Ju Mo, The Trash Written is Dead, Dragon Knight, Green Hat, NTR, Abortion, Giving off a daughter, Selling a wife and funeral plots are all accounted for. The author who can write this kind of plot must be a psychopath. I was vomiting. She even threatened me that she would fight against me if she didn't help her to promote Weibo. She was so scared, who could save me? Hey 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 hey. You are a primary school student so self-willed, listening to the cat Nanako can't laugh or cry, you can black me so miserably, isn't it just that you molested her yesterday, so you retaliate against me like this? My comment area must have exploded. After all, the number of fans who have grown by tens of thousands in an instant is still too exaggerated. Kendo true explanation, I was deceived by the big gun. I thought that the author who can write so many poisonous points is a god, it turns out to be a show of affection. Half curtain figzu, everyone, please comment rationally. Don't accidentally hurt yourself. As for the content of the novel, I have read it. It is completely different from what Gunda said. Unrestrained little Guigua, who knows what's going on, did teacher Miome provoke someone? Lin Xin is my husband, haha, I came from the side of Gunda, I have never seen such a novel Zhang Tui. My new life will bring a turn for the better, what about the green hat text? Get out of the feelings that deceive us, isn't this the author of the Reaper? I still watch every issue. Datastjas, the author writes well, why not consider posting it to the End Chinese website? Broken Beach will never lose my king, a liar. I just read the abortion article, but there is no in the book, but after reading the 50 chapters, I found it is too good. Butterfly Corpse, when I first came here, I scolded the author first, but after reading the novel, I knew that I had a brain injury. I have deleted the comment, Teacher Miome, I was wrong. In just a few minutes, the attention of Cat Nanako's Weibo has jumped from 30,000 to 40,000. Hey, seeing that there are almost no friends who directly scolded in the comment area, I listened to the Cat Nanako and let out a sigh of relief. After all, Sumo's intention to make a joke is quite obvious. Sumo's popularity on the End Chinese website is the top one, but it's not just her fans who came to watch the excitement this time. But many people who watch the excitement have heard of the same version. Many people in Sumo's book review area asked her what happened, and Sumo updated a chapter of The Eternal Sword Master. It may be that I am afraid that some readers have no lower IQ limit and ran to scold the cat Nanako. At the end, he helped Nanako publicize it. Everyone, remember to help me scold Miome. Kokomolo, sure enough, it's a show of affection. Let's go away. It's really troublesome to say that you get out of the way. Only yesterday I hooked up with a girl, and today I came to hook up with a cartoonist. Dark light and shadow rain, I didn't expect that the recommendations that are so cute, and the contract is so big. After listening to the cat Nanako smiled happily for a while, he directly posted ID in Guanjingyu on Weibo and forwarded the comments of the dark light and shadow rain. Miome at, the beauty is only for the strong. What is a beauty only deserves to be possessed by the strong. Suemo looked angrily at the comment area of listening cat Nanako's Weibo. Just now he thought she might be slumped and she was a little proud. And what do I mean to hook her up? Obviously she is always sexually harassing me, okay? What did she say in front of the public? When did we become such a relationship? Suemo ignores Weibo that has been bombed by comments. After all, even his own Weibo is reposting this passage. Beauties are only worthy of the strong. At home, she buried her red and hot face in the bed, so ashamed, so ashamed. But I couldn't help but listen to the words of cat Nanako over and over again. And listening to the cat Nanako encountered the greatest crisis in her life at this time. Salt and pepper bean curd. Did someone find out that Miome's address is also in Shanghai? She wouldn't be the cute girl of Ka Xiao Lingling yesterday. Hesitated after listening to cat Nanako's hand tapping on deleting. No, if you delete it, you will steal your ears. Now there is still a chance. The sky is as you wish. No one responded to this comment, and it sank. Listening to the cat Nanako exhales, he patted his chest in a thrilling manner. www.readaloud.com. Li Beng is walking back and forth in the room. He is now irritated and wants to curse. Li Beng is the newcomer of Longguo this year. The singer became the new king of the Dragon Kingdom in just 6 months. The record company just announced yesterday that Li Beng will go to Yanjing to hold a concert next month. Li Beng's assistant confidently said that he can make headlines in Longguo news, but yesterday's headline opportunity was snatched away by an internet celebrity aid girl. It is said that the girl who aided the rubber was originally aided by rubber, saying that the other party was a dead man, and she didn't feel like doing it. But then I was accidentally poked to the G-point, shaking my hand and thinking in a daze, accidentally feeding a 5-star character that had cost tens of thousands of dollars in a mobile game as dog food. What kind of spooky news is this? Li Beng almost collapsed. The record company also said that if you want to make headlines, tonight is your last chance. The new news released yesterday did not make headlines, and it must be even more difficult today. Although Li Beng is very anxious and irritable, he is actually quite pretty about making headlines. Expectant. After waited for the headline, and then used his Weibo millions of fans to help promote it, I couldn't help but imagine the crowded scene of the concert. Ha 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 ha. Li Beng couldn't help laughing. At 0, Li Beng refreshed the news website every few seconds. Finally, yesterday's headline, the news that Li Beng wanted to smash the computer, disappeared. And new content also emerged. The Chinese website at the end, the Supreme rolls away and scolds the green hat abortion % fetus. Bang! Li Beng hit the wall with a light-speed Pegasus meteor fist, shattering his hand bones. Chapter 27, Roar. Shui Imaru. Early yesterday morning, Suemo pen name Get Off angrily screamed that a novel was an unsightly. It is said that the content includes Dragon Knight, Green Hat, NTR, abortion, giving off daughters, selling wives, and burying mothers and other toxic plots. It also declares that the author who can write such plots must be psychopathic. The response given by the author himself is suspected to be provocative. Beauties are only worthy of the strong. Many people know that Suemo is known as the most beautiful writer in the Long Kingdom. Sumo's passage appeared on the homepage of many entertainment industry websites. This caused Sumo's Weibo to increase by hundreds of thousands of followers, and the Weibo followers of Cat Nanako also grew slightly, stopping at 7W. Sumo and Ting Mao Nanako still don't know about this at the moment. Sister yet, I have said many times not to draw Ichigo's face so round. He is not a bun face, you draw such a weird and scary face. Listening to the cat Nanako looking helplessly at Yazijing's newly completed drawing. I'm sorry, Mrs. Mao. It's a problem of habit, I accidentally painted it like this. Yazijing has been acting as the assistant of the Mad Sword before. It is different from the beautiful characters in the Reaper. Except for the hero and heroine, the characters in Crazy Blade are all dumb buns faces. Although the story is good, the author's drawing skills need to be improved slightly. Really, the Lianyu Cup is about to be finalized. If you want to become an otaku, let me be a cashier first, but there is still a lot of content that hasn't been finished. Today, you can change it yourself. Hearing the cat Nanako sighed. Yazijing nodded. She had always wanted to watch the new manga drawn by Cat Nanako recently, but that was forbidden to listen to Cat Nanako. It is said that even the president and the president's wife hadn't even glanced at it. But Mr. Mao is really amazing. While insisting on drawing the manuscripts of Reaper, he can complete the entries independently. Can I do this after I become a cartoonist? Feeling the effort of listening to the cat Nanako, Yazijing gradually put away his playful mentality, and seriously changed the Reaper's drawing. Although the cat Nanako said something bad. In fact, she is not particularly worried. After having changed 100 pages of Reaper within 3 days, her drawing speed has also increased a lot. I heard that the cat Nanako has drawn 150 pages, and the otaku is currently expected to contribute a total of 180 pages of content. The last 30 pages of content can be called climax, tide. The story of is a very common fireworks display for neon people. The protagonist Naoki Kashida felt out of place with the classmates during the dinner, and wanted to leave, but came back because of Momo Koizaki. And with the encouragement of Momo, Hasegawa Sui, who had a crush on him, said that he wanted to be a friend. After Hasegawa responded, he accidentally discovered that Hasegawa might be an otaku. Then, Momo Koizaki was drunk and told Naoki Kashiwada that Sakurai was very fond of him. Koizaki Momo's speech left Naoki Kashiwada's mind blank. Koizaki's unhappy and jealous look also made him confused. Finally, the drunk Koizaki and Kashiwada met Suzuki, and he walked together with the girl in the bathrobe intimately holding hands. Suzuki-san, do you have a girlfriend? Koizaki whispered in a voice that almost disappeared. No. Suzuki has a girlfriend. Hey, what's the matter with you two? Why didn't you leave suddenly? A girl asked. The actor and the heroine stood blankly, even the voices of other classmates sounded far away. A typical neon misunderstanding scene, it is estimated that people who see here will guess whether it is sister and younger sister, but there is no way. Who makes the protagonist's IQ unabated, the plot can't go on. Listening to the cat Nanako's final sprint, she completed the last 30 pages of the otaku's current content manuscript and revision in just 4 days. This time she had a good sleep. Yazijing also immediately completed the latest update of Reaper. Advances the plot to a scene where Ichigo and Renji fight each other. This is the first high and trendy plot appearing in the Shinigami comics. Is also the first time that other Grim Reapers have appeared in Zanpaku. With Sakurai Renji's loud roar, roar. Snaketail Maru. A huge 7-segment blade ejected, and a double-edged snake belly sword like a soft whip hovered in the sky. Hearing the cat Nanako is very satisfied with this update. With the help of Suemo and the climax and trendy plot of this issue of Reaper, I don't believe that the ranking of this questionnaire cannot surpass Crazy Knife. After everything calmed down, listening cat Nanako finally had a short rest time. Fell on the bed and swiped his mobile phone Weibo, and half of the 60,000 new fans became his own fans. They are all new fans who are attracted by the plot of The Bewitching or are interested in the of death and plan to buy a trial. When I heard the cat, Nanako remembered that she seemed to have promised Chen Ceci to go to a class reunion. I should have been added to the penguin number. After listening to the cat, Nanako opened her penguin LOL after a long time. Except for a few anime groups, Nanako cat has never made any friends, so she doesn't use LOL frequently recently. Sure enough, Chen Ceci added her account as soon as she got home that day, but I had pigeons on her for several days. I hope she will not be angry. The cat Nanako agreed to the friend request. Chen Ceci's head is a small flower, and her penguin name is If You Are a Kitten, Kiss It. Listening to cat Nanako's avatar is himself. It turned out that I heard cat Nanako changed her avatar to the same magical girl Ilya on Weibo some time ago, but she wondered if any fans would recognize her LOL number based on the same avatar. It's unlikely, but Nanako the cat is still replaced. The photo of was saved in the predecessor's mobile phone photo album, with huge bun heads wrapped on both sides, 2 strands of blue silk hanging down from the 2 bun heads, thick bangs covering the eyebrows, and slightly long double ponytails extending from the bun head rolled up to the waist. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Bayu's face is red, and there is a beautiful mole under her eyes. She wears light makeup and is wearing white lace pajamas. Nanako feels so cute. The only downside is the cold look. This photo was taken during the birthday of the year before last. Compared with the present giant rule-eye shape, it has more young teeth. At that time, the height seemed to be only 1.4 meters. A veritable young girl. I heard that cat Nanako's LOL name is also his real name. Do people usually use their real name as a screen name? Well, no one thinks that this will be the real name. After a while, Chen Ceci sent a message. Is it the type that guards the penguin every day? Listening to the cat, Nanako looked unexpectedly. If it is a kitten, give it a kiss. You let me dry for so long, say. How do you compensate me? Listening to cat Nanako, sorry, I don't have the habit of watching penguins. If it was Suemo, Nanako would probably laugh at the cat and say that it was meaty, but she didn't feel that way for Chen Ceci. As she said, beauty is only worthy of the strong. On the contrary, the strong will only have beauty. Listening to cat Nanako is the appearance association. It hurts. If it's a kitten, just kiss it. Well, anyway, you have promised to come to the party, so you won't be embarrassed. Listening to cat Nanako, thank you for understanding. If it is a kitten, kiss it. The time is the day after tomorrow, at 5:30 in the afternoon, and the place is Huayang Restaurant. Listen to cat Nanako, thank you, I will be there on time. If it's a kitten, give it a kiss. Quickly tell me how to thank me. It's actually down. Chen Ceci silently looked at the grey avatar of cat Nanako that had become offline. Chapter 28, The Legendary Reunion of Elementary School Classmates. How can it be? Listening to Mao Lincoln's assistant Song Bo smiled bitterly. President, what I said is true. The first day of the semi-monthly magazine sold close to 100,000 copies. The normal first-day sales of the half-monthly magazines of Mao Misha are around 50,000 copies, which is too exaggerated to double. Hearing Mao Ling Chuan, I can't believe it. If this continues, the sales of this semi-monthly issue may even exceed that of the monthly issue. The reason seems to be that there is a well-known novelist who helped Listen to Cats, helped teacher Mao to promote private Weibo, Song Bo continued. Okay, I get it. Hearing Mao Ling Chuan rubbed his forehead, he sent Song Bo off. Nanako can't do anything bad, right? Ting Mao Ling Chuan was still a little frightened by the doubled sales data, and couldn't help but go online to find information related to Ting Mao Nanako. I heard that cat Nanako didn't comb her hairstyle today, because it seemed too mature, and she still had to dress up like a child when she was with a child. After a long absence, he wrapped 2 big buns on both sides of his hair. It would be strange if a stranger knew that Nanako, who had the neon name, was combed into the traditional bun head of the Dragon Kingdom. It is said that in Japanese anime, many images of long country girls are bun heads. And listening to the cat Nanako in elementary school, 99% of them went to school as a bun, which is not abrupt. I heard that cat Nanako's hair is too long. Even if she tried to make the two big buns bigger, the black silk hair still fell to her back. At the end of December, even if the magic capital is located to the south, it is already a little bit chilly. Listening to the cat Nanako put on a white cotton velvet over the knee skirt and warm socks, she was also wearing a normal shirt and then covered with a snow-white cotton jacket, and a lavender scarf was wrapped around her neck. Finally stepped on some warm brown boots and listened to cat Nanako and went out. At this time, Cat Ling Chuan and Lin Qing have not yet got off work. There is no need to pick up and drop off. The Huayang restaurant that Chen Sisi said is not far from home. It can be reached by walking for more than 20 minutes. Actually, Nanako is still a little hesitant to listen to the cat. After all, he promised to go to the party, but there is still more or less embarrassment. The idle panic can only conceive the next content of Reaper. The story of Shinigami after Ichigo finishes playing Renji, the setting of will be shown as the story progresses. At this time, most readers don't have any specific concepts about Zanpakuto. The of death of the Gonii 13th team, Kurosaki Ichigo is currently only encountering the deputy captain Renji Sakurai. Wait until Kukaki Byakuya's Senbonzakura, Toyoshiro's Daiguren Hirawamaru, Black Rope/Scourge King at Hakamura's Zyuajin, and the Flower and Bones of Kirikou Chun Shui. Smashed Bee's Thunderbird Whip, and the Zanpaku knife that squeezed Yingli's golden foot to kill Jizo, a powerful captain-level figure, will readers be shocked? After all, the setting of the Zanpaku sword has always been the most important part of Reaper, and even later it has more special abilities, similar to Sakurai Renji's Twin Kings, and Kukaki Rukia's Fii in Crying. Even Ichigo's Jitian Shaozanyu is only the first step in the 4 stages of his ability evolution. After the is the illusion, the bull's head, and even the moonless. The story of the of Death is still very long, but it is estimated that in this issue of the of Death, the readers will be excited to pee their pants just seeing the appearance of Renji's Shuei Maru, and listen to the black belly of the cat Nanako. I walked to the Huayang restaurant without knowing it, just like when I was driven to school by my parents on a cold winter morning. I always thought that if I could stay there forever, this is the feeling. Huayang restaurant, a hotel that is neither too good nor too bad. I heard that cat Nanako has come here a few times occasionally. Nanako. Chen Sisi, who had been waiting at the door a long time ago, greeted him. Why is your expression so excited to see me coming? Listening to the cat Nanako is a little puzzled. Are you welcoming guests? No, I'm just waiting for you, let's go in. Chen Sisi took the hand of the cat Nanako and started walking inside. Say, why do you have a reunion of elementary school classmates? Shouldn't that little memory when I was a child forget all the elementary school students? No way. Who would forget it? The interior of Huayang restaurant is a bit antique. It does not require a high price to consume a meal here. Several nearby junior high schools and high schools often gather in this place. Entered the private room and listened to the cat Nanako, immediately counted that there were only a dozen people in the room. Fortunately, she should be the early batch. She didn't like the last, eye-catching, and big-name play. It turned out to be listening to cat Nanako. Long time no see. Nanako is still so beautiful. Suddenly, many girls came over to say hello, and the cat Nanako also responded symbolically, hello, long time no see. Although the greeting is a bit perfunctory, it does not cause dissatisfaction. But the boys who came to the party were basically dumbfounded. After all, I heard that the cat Nanako is much more beautiful than the elementary school. In terms of appearance, she and this group of people are no longer a creature of the same dimension. Hearing the cat Nanako just greeted a few casually, she found a place to play with her mobile phone. But she still didn't deliberately worsen the relationship with her classmates. If someone came to talk to her, she would also talk a few words at random, regardless of male or female, but if she was a slightly more beautiful girl, she would be even happier. Chen Sisi looked at the listening cat Nanako, who was hiding in the corner playing on the phone with a bit of speechlessness. She didn't seem to be so addicted to the internet when she was in elementary school. No, only a few have mobile phones in elementary school. A woman who was chatting with Chen Sisi very happily, quietly took out her mobile phone and sent a text message. Listening to Cat Nanako looking aimlessly at the comments on Weibo, she noticed several girls walking towards her, temporarily turning off the phone screen. Listen to Cat Nanako, what do you like to eat? Do you want to order a dish? A cute girl with a pear flower head leaned forward and asked. When I heard the cat, Nanako remembered that this was their monitor Wang Yudao in elementary school, who clings to herself all day in elementary school. On the surface, it looks very decent and cute, but in the mainland, it is a silly man. Because I always talked to myself on LL, I was blacked out. Thanks, but no need. Listening cat Nanako did not pick up the menu that Wang Yudao handed over. The kitten has become so boring. Wang Yudao gave the menu to a boy and asked them to continue ordering www.readaloud.com, but she herself sat down beside the cat Nanako. Is there any? Yes, no matter how you play it before, you will only blush at the mercy of others. Wang Yudao poked at cat Nanako's face, and listened to cat Nanako shook his head and got rid of her fingers. That's weird. Don't say something that makes others misunderstand. Listen to cat Nanako. I really want to hold a kitten in my arms and play with it. Wang Yudao showed an expression of desire and dissatisfaction. And then looked at the listening cat Nanako expectantly. Nanako, you will. Dreaming. Hearing cat Nanako turned her head to the side. Woo. Wang Yudao lowered his head in loss. Ah. Wang Yudao, the airport, you are doing hands and feet with my kitten again. A girl came into the room and found Wang Yudao, who was poking at the face of cat Nanako. She screamed and ran over there, even there was no time to say hello. The girl has vertical curly hair dyed brown. She directly presses the face of Hanako Nanako with her huge breasts, and looks at Wang Yudao with resentment. Listening to the cat Nanako struggling to push the girl out. Ji Shiyeo, you are not the mainstream, what are you doing to my Nanako? Wang Yudao directly pinched the girl's waist and pulled her off Nanako. Stop making trouble, others are watching. Hearing the angry voice of cat Nanako, it calmed down the two women who were about to tear apart. Hey! Kitten, you didn't return to my LL, how would you like to be punished? Ji Shiyeo sat down on the other side listening to the cat Nanako. A few of them have such a good relationship, a girl with a sparrow face exclaimed. Damn! These two dead women again. Chen Sisi absently chatted with others. Chapter 29, Hands On. The kitten doesn't need to return to your LL, right? Wang Yudao sneered, obviously she has been blacked out by the cat Nanako. What did you say about the airport? It's just an airport, Ji Shiyeo snorted. Hearing that the cat Nanako was caught in the middle, she had no choice but to endure the two people's mouths. That, monitor, do you think it's time to go to the table? A girl walked over cautiously and said. Ahem. Looking at the classmates who had almost come together, Wang Yudao still had to perform his duty of organizing the party. Then don't stand up, everyone, sit down. Wang Yudao motioned everyone to the table. Why didn't the king city come? A man couldn't help but ask the person next to him after sitting down. I don't think he will come anymore. The girl who secretly sent text messages before, saw the reply, with a sneer at the corner of her mouth. Wang Yudao and Ji Shiyeo stood and sat down on the left and right sides of the listening cat Nanako with one arm around her. It was unexpected that Nanako did not resist listening to the cat, which made the two people's hearts heated up again. Boom, the door was opened again, and several figures walked in. The king city is here. This kid has grown a lot taller. Hey, I'm sorry to be late, but I met Wang Cheng at the door and chatted for a while. A handsome late guy scratched his head and said embarrassedly. Several people also expressed their apologies. Ah, since you are here, sit down. The uncomfortableness in Wang Yudao's eyes was fleeting. Okay, thank you, monitor. Wang Cheng came in carrying a package and said with a smile. Looks handsome. He was once a man in the class, although he was a little upset because he was isolated by listening to the cat Nanako. But after thinking about it, I think this is also a kind of fetters in disguise. After sitting down, Wang Cheng gratefully glanced at the girl who secretly texted him just now. In fact, he had been waiting near the Huayang Hotel a long time ago. If you listen to the cat Nanako coming to the party today, then he will come with a gift that he has already prepared, and then apologize to Nanako cat on the spot, but he does not believe that she can show a mean appearance to the class. I just watched that cat Nanako hadn't reacted since he came in. Wang Cheng was a little disappointed. Everyone is here. Wang Yudao stood up, said a few words symbolically, and signaled that everyone could start eating directly. The sound at the scene suddenly became messy. So many students hadn't seen each other for more than 3 years, and there were many things to talk about. But the impression of the world's entertainment industry in people's minds is obviously more important than learning. They just told each other which junior high school they were in and which high school they wanted to go to. Everyone began to shift the topic to comics and novels. Xie-kun, didn't you like the wild beasts the most when you were in elementary school? Have you seen the latest issues? Of course. But I recently discovered a very good comic called Shinobi. I strongly recommend you to watch it. A thin boy who looked like a severe Azai helped his big black-rimmed glasses. Haha, I still remember that Akin yelled the moves in the comic book of wild animals many times in the class. Didn't there just come out a new move called Dialong High Blast? You can learn it for us. Don't say anything like this. After listening to the cat Nanako, a spoonful of tofu was thrown onto the plate. Ji Shiyao picked a piece of tofu from Ting Mao Nanako with chopsticks, and Wang Yudao took a piece of it not to be outdone. Hey, what do you mean, isn't the tofu right there? Why do you have to eat my tofu? Hearing cat Nanako was puzzled. Ah! It turned out to be eating my tofu, boring. After listening to cat Nanako, she was a little speechless. Chen Sisi sat at another table. She looked at the 3 people who were openly showing affection and secretly mocked Wang Cheng's incompetence. Although she did not like Wang Cheng. But I sincerely hope that Wang Cheng can do something here. In that way, she can just get closer to listening cat Nanako. There are 2 tables in the private room, and Wang Cheng does not sit at the table listening to the cat Nanako, but Wang Yudao secretly arranged the waiter to put all the added chairs at that table, feeling a little proud. Wang Cheng, speaking of what you brought here, it wouldn't be something to eat. At least you should share what you brought with you when you are late. The woman who texted Wang Cheng before suddenly asked out loud. Pretending to be curious. Hehe, of course it's not for food. Wang Cheng smiled confidently, then stood up and walked to the table listening to the cat Nanako. You don't want to make trouble, do you? Listen to cat Nanako. I used to do something wrong, I'm sorry, can you please forgive me for so many years of classmates? Wang Cheng stopped in front of listening cat Nanako and bowed sincerely. Is it so easy to do bowing as a big man? Why don't you kneel down and apologize to show your sincerity? Ji Shiyao sneered. Oh, Ji Shiyao, your tone is so scary. People just want to apologize, said the girl called Zhang Xiaolu in a yin and yang voice. The makeup is very heavy and the movements are pretentious, and people can almost spit out the freshly eaten rice. Zhang Xiaolu, hurry up and close your stinky beak, Ji Shiyao. This stupid woman. Wang Cheng's heart was cold for a long time. Which pot shouldn't be opened? Originally, I wanted to put my posture down, even if I was ridiculed, I could bear it. The atmosphere suddenly became tense, watching the cat Nanako still has no response now, and Wang Cheng is not only a little angry. The man has gold under his knees, you let him kneel down in front of so many people, even if he probably doesn't care, what would other classmates think of him? Wang Yudao questioned Chao Ji Shiyao, pretending to be sullen. What does it mean that I probably don't care about kneeling? The two dead women actually insulted me so much. Wang Cheng clenched his palms and gritted his teeth vigorously. Hearing the cat Nanako rolled his eyes, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com almost couldn't help but laugh. Why didn't you find that these two people were so dark-bellied before? Ah, I don't remember anything from the past, why did you apologize to me? Wang Cheng was stunned when he heard cat Nanako's reply. Is it necessary to tell what he did? Only then did he realize how big a mistake he had made, and listening to the cat Nanako was no longer the silly woman she used to be. This is simply driving people on the road to the end. Chen Sisi thought in her heart, it is better to calm down first, and then explain to him. It's all right, eat as soon as you eat, everyone is happy, don't mention the previous things, squad leader, please help persuade. Chen Sisi stood up. It's a pity that I look at this dog's face and I can't eat anymore, Ji Shiyao sneered. She is really a woman who holds a grudge. Snapped. Everyone was stunned. Ji Shiyao touched her left cheek in a daze. Did he just hit him? Wang Cheng is still a junior high school student after all. The two of them insulted themselves so much that they couldn't help but become angry, but they suddenly regretted it after the fight. Did they over-impulse? Time and space seemed to be still, and there was the sound of chopsticks falling, and everyone's breathing could be faintly heard. 3 seconds later. Hey, what are you doing in Wangcheng? King City, stop now. Ah! How can you beat a girl? Many boys at that table stood up and walked over. They knew that things would really make a big mess if they didn't interfere, but they were still a step late. In the next second there was a huge glass shattering sound, listening to cat Nanako picking up from the dining table, throwing a whole plate of mapo tofu onto the face of the unsuspecting King City. Chapter 30, Listen to the fury of cat Nanako. At this time, everyone who came to persuade him to fight hasn't reacted yet. I saw the cat Nana's behavior was sluggish in place. After listening to the movement of the cat Nanako, she immediately picked up a nearby plate of fish-flavored eggplant and smashed it on the head of Wang Cheng with a bang. Wow! Listening to the cat Nanako then smashed the glass with juice on the head of the city. Boom! Listening to the cat Nanako then clenched a fist and punched him in the face, but it did not cause much harm. Wang Cheng was a little lost, reaching out his hand to touch his stinging forehead. Hearing cat Nanako is not satisfied yet, she is very angry now. Even if Wang Cheng once insulted another hearing cat Nanako, even Wang Cheng used small means to eat by herself. But she has always treated Wang Cheng as an ignorant child, but now, he actually slapped a girl who liked him. I must be very important to that girl. Hearing the cat Nanako looked at Ji Shiyao with tears in her eyes, turned around and strenuously picked up the boiling hot pot bottom in the center of the table. Wait! That really doesn't work. The boys returned to their senses and rushed here again. I'm going to kill someone. Several girls screamed in fright. Several boys who ran over from another table carefully took the arm of the cat Nanako. Okay, stop it, don't use this. Wang Yudao took the opportunity to calmly the hot pot in the hands of the cat Nanako and put it back on the table. Sighed in relief, Wang Cheng suddenly fell to the ground in fright. Ah! It hurts me. He looked very miserable at the moment, with blood and juice mixed on his face. Zhang Xiaolu, who was watching the theater in the distance, had a pale face, and she was too scared to speak. Several boys also pulled Wang Cheng from the ground, and the atmosphere in the room was a little silent. "Take him to the hospital first, maybe stitches," said the handsome guy who had come in with Wang Cheng before. Wang Cheng dared to beat a beautiful girl like Ji Shiyao. "It's a long time to come today." "Yes, it's really a scumbag. A dog can't change eating shit. I think he has changed a lot when he goes to junior high school. I really don't know how he can beat girls." But after listening to how the cat Nanako has become so aggressive now, she didn't seem to be so aggressive before. Wang Cheng was taken to the hospital by a few boys. Zhang Xiaolu looked around and ran away secretly. After such a thing, she had no face to stay here anymore. Woo woo woo, Ji Shiyao was moved to cry, and kept wiping tears with her arms. Wang Yudao first comforted the cat Nanako to sit down, and looked at Ji Shiyao enviously, wondering if Wang Cheng was hitting himself at that time. Would the cat Nanako make a move? "Hey, you are so old, don't you cry," Wang Yudao handed over a tissue. But, I'm so touched." Bah! Ji Shiyao woke up with a nose. Chen Sisi came over and asked worriedly, "Nanako, are you all right?" The cat Nanako sitting in the chair nodded and glanced at Chen Sisi calmly. The figure that Chen Si thought leaned forward stopped. For some reason she felt a little chill in cat Nanako's eyes, which forced her to stop. "Forget it, I will apologize slowly after I go back," Chen Si thought. But she didn't know that since some things were missed, they would never come back. Nanako was so handsome just now. Yes. The disgusting scum like Wang Cheng should be beaten. Many girls gathered around listening cat Nanako chattering, watching her admiringly, and even a few bold girls reached out and touched listening cat Nanako's bun head to comfort her. "I have always had this hairstyle when I listened to the cat Nanako in elementary school, and now it looks too cute." Wang Yudao also rubbed the head of cat Nanako's bun, "But you can't use that thing casually, it will be very troublesome if you really kill him." "Hey, are you using my hair as a toy? And you are the class leader, is it really good to say that?" Cat Nanako is almost relieved. "Yeah, it was dangerous just now, what should I do if it really made him die?" Ji Shiyao was a little scared. It would be no good to hear that cat Nanako made a big deal to help her get out. "Well, I might have to accompany a medical bill. Fortunately, there is nothing serious. I didn't even fall into a coma. It's really lightened," Wang Yudao said dissatisfiedly. "Just in case, it is better to find a good lawyer in advance. Although the injury is not serious this time, it is not ruled that Wang Cheng is holding a grudge against the legal responsibility of Ting Mao Nanako. Well, when the time comes, we will all help testify." "He hit someone first," several girls said one after another. Ji Shiyao also said guiltily, "If I have to pay for medical expenses, I hope I can help, after all, I caused it." Those who stayed are not in the mood to continue eating. In short, this class reunion just ended up unhappy. Bandages are tied on the head of Wang Cheng. Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com looked at the ceiling blankly, and several boys in the class surrounded him in the hospital. "Wang Cheng, I hope you will not continue to investigate this matter," said a tall boy. "Zhao Zikai, do you mean that I was the one who was wrong in this matter? It was obviously Ji Shiyao that insulted me first, can't women beat me? Why do you all look at me with such eyes? Hehe, because you had a crush on Ji Shiyao in elementary school, can't you bear if I beat her?" Wang Cheng sneered disdainfully. "Fuck you pig fart! Don't look at what you are, who doesn't know about your cohabitation with girls in the first grade of junior high school, and you want toads to eat swan meat." A boy wanted to rush forward and scold him, but Zhao Zikai stretched out his hand. "Wang Cheng, you are too self-centered. Elementary school is elementary school, now is now. You should recognize the reality, listen to the cat Nanako, you are not good enough." Zhao Zikai shook his head helplessly. Not good enough? He, of course I am not good enough, but it's not me, it's them that troubles me. My head hurts terribly now. Wang Cheng grinned. I don't believe that a girl of this age will not be afraid when I hear I want to sue her. Ha ha ha, I will be pretending to be a little bit more miserable by then, frightening them. If only I can trick Nanako to listen to the cat, then I will be able to train it well, and by the way I will avenge her for beating me. He, you don't know Wang Cheng, I heard that the home of the cat Nanako is the famous comic publishing house of the magic capital. It is said that the company has an annual income of nearly 100 million yuan. How much money do you think you can get from a lawsuit for this little injury? A handsome-looking boy said gleefully. After hearing these words, Wang Cheng stopped grinning and fell silent. He looked at the ceiling for a long time without speaking, bullying and fearing hardship. This is the sorrow of the villain. Chapter 31, Video. Listen to the cat Nanako's house. What, Nanako, you actually hit someone? Lin Qing screamed incredibly. Hearing the cat Nanako lowered her head and said nothing, she seemed to be punished to stand by her teacher. Auntie, don't blame Nanako, I'm all to blame for this. Ji Shiyao cried out, and she said everything that had happened in the hotel. Oh, my little baby, does it hurt? As soon as she explained, Lin Qing motherly touched the red mark on Ji Shiyao's face. Auntie, I don't hurt anymore, then you see how to solve it now. Ji Shiyao instantly retracted her crying face and asked tentatively. Listen to the cat Nanako. Lin Qing called the full name of the listening cat Nanako after a long absence. Hearing the cat Nanako raised her head and showed her big watery eyes. Girls can't beat people. Lin Qing scolded solemnly. I was wrong. Cat Nanako said aggrieved with tears in her eyes. Lin Qing petted the cat Nanako's head lovingly. Okay, go back to the room and play, I will let your dad take care of this. Listening to cat Nanako. Under the coercion and supervision of Wang Yudao, the cat Nanako had to lift the LL black in front of her, so troublesome. Hey. Kitten, you are a cat teacher. Ji Shiyao picked up the pile of drawings of death on the table of Nanako cat, and exclaimed in surprise. Well, how did you know Mr. Mao, is it possible that you also read comics? Ji Shiyao shook her head, no, there are only comics that follow your home, and some have heard of death. But I usually only watch anime, and I don't have the patience to read comics. Well, don't worry, Grim Reaper will be animated soon. Listening to cat Nanako smiled confidently. I have a of death who chased kittens again. What the is that starfish pill, is it a whip? The first time I heard that a knife can stretch. Wang Yudao said vaguely, and kept his hands in his mouth. Biscuits. Did you know that Kitty is a cat teacher in advance? Ji Shiyao asked curiously. I don't know, it was recommended to me by netizens. Lin Qing's knock on the door came into the room. Baby, come out to eat. Got it. Cat Nanako hurriedly responded. Well, I really don't understand these girls now. Hearing Mao Lingchuan was almost confused when he saw the news on the internet, and then he suddenly understood the picture of hearing cat Nanako in the comments on Weibo. Isn't this to make good friends, because we were so worried before? I really hope they can get along well. ZZ. The phone next to Mao Lincoln's desk jittered. A text message, husband, here is a surveillance video, you can take a look. Hearing Mao Lingchuan wondered why Lin Qing let herself watch some inexplicable video at this point in time, so she got off work in a while. But after listening to Mao Lingchuan, he never dared to disobey Lin Qing's orders. In the video, a boy holding a gift box walked over here with a smile, and it seemed that the camera was facing him. Hearing the two girls on the right and left sides of Cat Nanako started talking to him, the boy's face changed constantly, and he looked very angry. Hearing Mao Lingchuan had some impressions of this boy. Wasn't he the one who laughed at hearing Nanako when he was in elementary school many years ago? What is the name of the king? Is he here to apologize to Cat Nanako? This is no good, he will not forgive this kid. Because Nanako has been crying after being insulted that day, the incident was quite a big deal in the class. The head teacher even held a temporary parent meeting to warn parents to learn how to tell their children how to respect others. When Wang Yudao and Ji Shiyao next to the cat Nanako began to sing and insult the city, the expression in Wang Cheng's eyes gradually became ferocious. Although many people stood up to persuade him, Ji Shiyao still continued to speak wild words reluctantly. Hearing Mao Lingchuan feels a bit bad. In the video, this boy has obviously endured to the limit, and his palms are tightly clenched. Why are you little girls fighting with a big man? Isn't it going to be a loss? Listening to Mao Lincoln's cold sweat is almost flowing out. Wouldn't this man beat his daughter? It's a pity that I can't eat anything when I see this dog face. Snapped. Sure enough, Wang Cheng slapped Ji Shiyao severely, and everyone's shocked expressions were in the video. Ji Shiyao's head pulled aside did not move, as if dumbfounded, tears were already in the corners of her eyes. Although he was not playing Nanako, it was too much to beat a girl anyway. As expected, the dog couldn't change the feces. Hearing Mao Lingchuan shook his head. After a brief calm, I heard the cat Nanako stood up and threw the entire plate of tofu onto the unsuspecting Wang Cheng face. The hot vegetable soup sprinkled his face in an instant, and the broken plate fragments also cut some small blood marks on his face. The regretful Wang Cheng was in a daze, thinking about how to explain it, but it was already in a catastrophe. Hearing the cat Nanako seemed to be puzzled www.readaloud.com, she immediately picked up a plate of fish-flavored eggplant nearby and smashed it on the head of Wang Cheng with a bang. Wang Cheng burst into blood, and the glass shards fell smashingly down. Fortunately, it didn't hurt his eyes. Even listening to Mao Lingchuan was a little frightened. Hearing the cat Nanako look down on the dining table, she found that there were no more dishes nearby, so she picked up the glass with juice and smashed it on the head of Wang Cheng. Then he slapped Wang Cheng's face with a fist with a small hand, and Wang Cheng's face was beaten to the side. By the way, this punch is a bit cute. The city seems not to have suffered any damage, but I don't know if the cat Nanako's hand is stained with blood or some messy mixture. She didn't care, walked to the hot pot and picked up the hot pot awkwardly, but was caught by the crowds. Wang Cheng recovered and fell to the ground in fright, yelling in horror. After listening to Mao Lingchuan, I almost finished the last paragraph on his knees. This kid is too fierce. Can you marry out in the future? Hearing Mao Lingchuan couldn't laugh or cry. After washing the tableware, Lin Qing also happened to see the message sent to him by Mao Lingchuan. Ai Fei, good fight. Let me take care of this. Lin Qing felt relieved after receiving his reply. At this moment, the three girls just walked down from the stairs. Hey, are you leaving now? Lin Qing asked. Yes, it's not early, I have to explain to my parents when I go home. Wang Yudao stretched out. Come and play later. Okay, thank you Auntie, Nanako. Goodbye. Goodbye. Listening to the cat Nanako waved at the two, the palm prints on Ji Shiyao's face had disappeared, and the delicate face was still a little red. Chapter 32, Annual. It's almost the new year. Listening to cat Nanako stopping the paintbrush in her hand, she exhaled a cold breath and looked out the window. There is a vast expanse of white between the sky and the earth, the crystal clear snowflakes are falling one after another, and the snow is scattered all over the roofs of the city. Snowflakes are like butterflies, gently falling by the window. The covered streets are like snowy palaces. I really want to go out and play in the snow. Hearing the cat Nanako moaned boredly. Opposite the studio, Su Yunyun and Ye Zijing sat together and quickly revised the manuscript without raising their heads. They did not listen to the mood of cat Nanako enjoying the snow leisurely. Su Yunyun had already returned to the Magic City 2 weeks ago. She apologized for leaving without saying goodbye. However, everyone can still see the deep sadness on her face, but they didn't ask. After all, it was a family affair. Hearing Cat Nanako has 2 assistants at the same time, and the speed of drawing the original has also increased a lot. Death Story. After Ichigo finished playing Renji, the 1-month serialized story finally reached the chapter of soul fighting. This is also the first full-scale outbreak of the Death Story, with characters of various captain levels appearing. Listening to the Cat Nanako's goal is to serialize the Corpse and Soul World Chaos chapter when the new year arrives. This is full of more than a dozen words. It can be treated as a single line. However, the cartoonists of the Cat Club also have a benefit, that is, in the last monthly or semi-monthly issue of each year, the number of pages will be printed 5 times more, so many people refer to this issue as an annual issue. Cartoonists have more pages to serialize, and many newcomer cartoonists also have the opportunity to try a series of serials on it. Relatively speaking, the price of comics will only increase by 3 times. Sun Long was wearing a down jacket and carrying a school bag, running fast on the street. Finally, the winter vacation. When I go back today, I will drop by to buy A Period of Death to see. Since he first saw the comic series of Reaper, he has become a loyal fan of Reaper. Every issue of the semi-monthly issue of the Cat Club will be purchased at the first time. Boss, this year is the last issue, right? Give me death, the price is triple. Sun Long's pocket money is limited, and today he plans to give up Motive Monthly. After seeing the of Death, Sun Long always felt that the shortcomings of wild animals were beyond count, and this cartoon he once liked was no longer able to stand. Ha ha ha, shouldn't it be a half-monthly publication? It's not appropriate for you to call Death God, but this comic is really good looking. The boss smiled and found a heavy comic. Why is the cover of Death again? It seems that it is about to be animated. Sun Long took over in surprise, and admired the ice-colored figure on the cover in shock. After the story of the of Death unfolded, everyone also knew that the of Death had the 13th Godei Squad, the captain of which was a very tall character, and even the clothes were different from ordinary of Death. Sun Long was excited all day when he first saw the white and black captain's uniform. This cover seems to be called Dong Shi Lang. What is this? Since the last issue of Reaper revealed this setting, many people have been looking forward to it. What kind of existence is one level higher than the initial solution? The strongest Ice Zanpaku sword possesses Hisuga Toshiro, and Sun Long recognized this character. On the cover, a white-haired young man in a captain's suit looked angry, with a pair of huge frost wings behind him, and 12 ice crystal petals opened, and the head of a crocodile like a dragon's head was wrapped around him, roaring ferociously. There is also a line of small print on the right side of the cover of the semi-monthly magazine Reaper's 20 chapters in this issue serialized. Sit in the frosty sky, Jita Honglian Bing Guan Wan. Really? Is it called Daguran Hing Glun Meru? What a handsome name! Sun Long had forgotten all the comics he had read in his life, he just wanted to go home and watch the of Death crazy. The boss shook his head. I haven't had time to read this issue, but most of the readers who bought the half-monthly magazine of Mao Misha are aimed at Death. It should be not far from the animation. Really look forward to it. After Sun Long paid the money, he couldn't wait to rush home at a speed of 100 meters. Sun Long was right. Since Suemo gave the Cat Nanako the publicity, the of Death has won the first place in the questionnaire for 2 consecutive periods, and his growth rate even has the momentum to swallow a mad knife. This issue is also the most critical one. If Reaper gets the first place in the questionnaire for 3 consecutive issues, it will be animated. Now I don't know how many readers of the Cat Club are looking forward to the animation of Reaper every day. Listening to the Cat Nanako is very confident in the serialization of this issue, not only with the help of Ye Zijing and Su Yunyun at the same time, but the plot is also the first all-round high and tight of the of Death. Her drawing skills are very strong. Some of the bad points in the original work have all been revised. After the revisions in her pen, the comic of death can only be described as perfect. Many people know that when he was a child, Kubo Cao was a serious star fan. It was under the influence of the Saint Seiya that he decided to draw comics. This is also a place similar to the saints in the early days of death, such as the Golden Zodiac and the Godai 13th Division. Athena is threatened with life and needs the saints to break into the Golden Zodiac. And Ichigo and others also need to save Kukaki Rukia, who is about to be executed in front of the Godai 13th team. The last sentence seems like Kukaki Rukia is about to be executed. How about this serialization? You won't have to fight the captain after the slaying. Ichigo won't be able to slay the slaying at all now. Sun Long opened the Shinigami with anticipation. This issue is updated with 20 episodes. It is hard to write the Soul World chapter in one go. Not much to say, Sun Long Jiangren was excited and devoted himself to the plot of the Of Death, Yu reading www.yuuganshu. The progress of the plot also went from the rescue of Yoichi under Kukaki Byakuya to the battle between Ichimarujin and Hisugaya Tuhiro. In the thrilling confrontation between the two, the spiritual pressure sprayed from the whole body almost became the substance, and there was a feeling of anger on the Scion body when looking at Dragon Ball. It's amazing, it's the first time I saw such a huge Ryutsu, this is the captain's Ryutsu. Ichigo can't hold it even a bit. The two passed by in an instant, the sword and the sword intertwined countless times, and Ichimarujin's easy battle seemed to be playing with a child. At this moment, the spiritual pressure on Hisugaya Toshiro's body suddenly spread, and he instantly jumped into the sky. Sit in the frosty sky. Bing Lun Wan, the words fell, a dragon composed of water and ice gradually extended from the knife, and even the weather was affected by the huge spiritual pressure. The blade of the sword slashed down, and a huge ice dragon whizzed in. Ichimarujin struggled to resist it, but Dong Shiro didn't know when to step behind him. Ichimarujin's hand was hooked by the tail of Hiranumaru and frozen into ice. Shoot him, sharp gun. In a blind spot that Hisugaya Toshiro can't see, Ichimarujin's Zanpaku sword stretched through the clothes, and the tip of the knife pierced Toshiro's eyeballs. When was about to die, Dong Shiro dodged it, and the Zanpaku sword that continued to stretch out also prodded Hinamori, who fell on the ground. Bang! The blades intersected, the sharp spear was blocked by the sudden arrival of Luanju. Ichimarujin's face changed hard to look. Anyone who has seen death knows that these two have a leg. Hyanenmaru and Gunslinger, it seems that they have freezing ability and telescopic ability. Hyanenmaru should be the first solution of Hisugaya Toshiro, and then the solution is Dahongren Hailenmaru. After reading a sentence, Sun Longji continued to turn the page quickly and quickly. Chapter 33, Sting to all enemies, 2 hits will kill. Sure enough, because of the arrival of Ranju, Toyoshiro and Ichimarujin gave up and continued fighting. Sun Long couldn't help being a little disappointed. The two of them hadn't used their swastikas yet, so why didn't they fight so suddenly? The plot is like a basin of cold water extinguished his enthusiasm. However, there are still more than a dozen words that will always see any captain's answer. Don't worry, although Sun Long is a little irritable, he still looks at every line in the Of Death very seriously. After all, the painting style of the Of Death is there is appreciation value. Smashed B vs Yaishi, this is the second captain level battle after Ichimarujin and Toyoshiro. Yayi, you talked a lot today. It's because you are too happy to see the admired predecessor for a long time, right? Or are you venting your life's depression, hidden mobile commander-in-chief? Take my seat and bring it to you. Is it such a heavy burden? After the language ridicule, Yayi and Broken Bee were moving frantically in the sky, fist and foot shadows intertwined, bringing up white shadows. The battle between the two is undoubtedly a manifestation of the development of the deadly fighting ability in the Of Death to the extreme. After the clash, the two fell to the tree one after another. Yayi unexpectedly spit out a mouthful of blood, even injured, but there was also a blood mark on the shoulder of Broken Bee. Broken Bee took the opportunity to instantly walk behind Yayi, and she put the golden knife handle on Yayi's neck. Sting to kill the enemy, Sparrow Bee. Smashed Bee smiled and uttered the initial solution of the spell. The blade in her hand instantly turned into a fingertip entangled by the black gold armguard. A golden chain entangled the armguard and the fingertips, and the sharp blade pointed at Yayi. Hello. She would be dead if you chop it down just now. Although your initial solution looks really handsome, why use your abilities at this time? Sun Long couldn't help but complain. The Broken Bee had clearly put all the short knives on Yayi's neck just now, but Yayi found the opportunity for Shunbu to move into the air. Look. Sure enough, run away. But when he turned to the next page, Sun Long was stunned. And many more. Why is this screen blank? Interspersed with black and white lines, this page has only half of the face of a Broken Bee. The other half was Yayi's heart, which shook violently. A black line that I don't know what it is spreads out. Listening to Cat Nanako's abstraction, the increase in the line is almost used to the extreme. Countless black line segments are densely packed together, as if the picture was forcibly torn apart. What exactly is this? Sun Long is even more urgent, continue to turn to the next page. A black butterfly with beautiful lines spreads its wings and appears on the screen. When jumped onto the tree, Yayi clutched her chest, and a huge butterfly mark appeared on the entire abdomen on the surface of her clothes. This is the ability of the Broken Bee, the bee flower pattern. As long as the enemy is hit once, a black butterfly mark will appear on the body. You better run away desperately, said Broken Bee. The next Yayi reaction surprised Sun Long. She really started to run away. Why did you run away? At this moment, not only Sun Long, but many readers who are watching death have this question, and it seems that Yayi has not suffered much harm. Could it be a curse? But how could such a boring ability appear in death? Smashed Bee, while chasing Yayi, explained, the ability of the Sparrow Bee is a two-strike kill. As long as the same place is attacked twice, no matter what the target is, it will definitely die, and there is no time limit for the bee flower pattern. Fuck. Sun Long couldn't help but burst into a swear word. At this moment, he didn't care why Broken Bee didn't directly use a knife to cut Yayi. He didn't even think about why it wasn't a one-shot kill. This is where death attracts readers. Just relying on ability settings can attract a large number of diehard fans. In this boring world where comic abilities are scarce, it's fine for the of death to create a venting setting, but the ability of the two bees to kill is no less than the ability to cause a 10th magnitude earthquake in the comics world. Is this an invincible ability? Actually, it is not. Even the Broken Bee in the comics of Reaper in the later period seems a bit mediocre. Because this ability can't beat enemies that are too much stronger than her, enemies like Lan Ran Koyusuk whose Reiki pressure is several times higher than her are completely helpless. Whoever cares that you will kill with 2 blows will hack you to death with a single blow. NS. Sun Long swallowed. The ability to die with just 2 taps of a person is too scary. Under the attack of Broken Bee, many parts of her body showed bee bloom patterns, and she quickly fled to the woods. Flashed lightly in the woods, and the superb image quality made Yayi be wrapped in the white light of the brush, and the speed really seemed to be extremely fast. Fleeing around with the enemy on your back, are you this kind of virtue? Yikes! Even though Yayi's speed has reached its limit, the Broken Bees chasing behind continue to print the bee flower pattern on Yayi's back and shoulders, forcing Yayi to have to fight her back, and the two of them are in the air. Started a hand-to-hand combat. After a short blow, the bee in Broken Bee's hand scratched her face, and Yayi was already a little weak. Understood, I am much stronger than you now. The huge spiritual pressure was compressed in the hands of Broken Bee, forming a tornado. I haven't given a name for this trick, and it was just completed recently, so feel lucky, Yayi. The turbulent REI pressure covered the entire forest, and the tornado composed of REI pressure roared. Yayi didn't panic, she smiled and said, no, this trick already has a name, it's called Shunkai. A huge repressure storm also spread out behind her, tearing all the clothes on her shoulders. But Broken Bee apparently didn't expect Yi to do the same trick. This is a move that combines the Ghost Way and the White Fight. It opens instantly. The energy of the two collided together, and the entire forest turned into a thunderous area. Sure enough, Yi has hidden his strength, and Broken Bee is much worse than Yi. Sun Long sighed with a brief memory of killing. The battle between the two has ended, and Broken Bee is defeated. Why didn't you even take me away at the time? Broken Bee knelt on the ground and cried. The other side of the battlefield. I have been concerned since just now, who is the one who is fighting with Captain Cookaki over there? It's Ryotsu that I haven't seen before, shooting range. The corner of the bald head, it's probably from Ichigo. Ichigo. Travel disaster, I fought him once www.readaloud.com so I know. Oh, is it a travel accident? Very strong, this travel accident. Manga finally switched to the scene where Ichigo and Cookaki Byakuya battled after a brief conversation between the corner and the shooting field. Sun Long was even more excited. You must know that Ichigo was easily killed by Cookaki Byakuya before dozens of words. I don't know how strong Ichigo can be now after the exercise of Yiki. Sure enough, Ichigo and Cookaki Byakuya's continuous fight made all the readers of Reaper understand how exaggerated Ichigo's strength improvement is. So that's the case, has Shunbyu completely mastered it? Ichigo provocatively said, I haven't gotten a little hurt yet, or is your strength only this level? Let's do it, Don't be overwhelmed by your own eyes, people like you want to die under my swastika, it's 1,000 years earlier, spread it, Senbonzakura. Cookaki Byakuya put the Zanpaku sword in the air, and Kyanbenzakura turned into a form. Countless spiral-shaped cherry blossoms swept towards Ichigo. Ichigo lifted up his Zanyu, and suddenly, a huge blue blade light smashed all the cherry blossoms in a half-moon shape, and slashed towards Cookaki Byakuya. Cookaki Byakuya suddenly opened his eyes, and blood slowly dripped from his shoulders. Ichigo's crescent moon rushed past him, and the knife almost cut the top of the mountain in half. At the end of chapter 57, the shock of Crescent Moon, Senbonzakura, and Cookaki Byakuya were all shown by Kat Nanako in the form of color pages. The picture is of course extremely shocking. Sun Long felt that his excited heart was about to jump out, and he couldn't help jumping out of the bed. Kurosaki Ichigo actually injured that Cookaki Byakuya. Sun Long walked back and forth in the room a few times holding the comic book. After calming down, he lay down on the bed and continued to watch the plot behind him. Chapter 34? Dissolution. What was the flash just now? Is your Zanpaku sword ability, Kurosaki Ichigo? Cookaki Byakuya asked incredulously. That's right, at the moment of slashing, super high-density spiritual pressure is released from the blade, that is to say, the slashing itself is huge and then shot out. This is Zanyu's ability. It's the first time to target the target to make a move. So far, I don't even know how to strike this move. The name of this slash is called Crescent Moon Sky Chong. I'll say it again. Cookaki Byakuya, fight with me with swastika. I beg you, come and show me a swastika. Sun Long was about to cry in a hurry. Teacher Mao, you revealed the setting of the J so early, and it hasn't appeared until now. Isn't it purely cheating the readers? Do you know the pain of our readers? And even this level of battle is not a swastika, how strong is it after swastika? Well, since you are so strongly demanding, use your eyes to see my interpretation clearly. Cookaki Byakuya slowly let go of the Zanpakuto, letting it hang down into the ground. Don't worry, you won't regret it, because before then I will let you go to dust. Kurosaki Ichigo was stunned, and the blue ripples spread across the ground. Rows of huge blades rose next to Cookaki Byakuya. Jasenmato Sakura Jinjian finally J. Sun Long stared at the screen carefully, hoping not to miss any scene. In an instant, countless blades shattered into powder and turned into pink cherry blossoms that filled the entire space. The withered cherry blossoms slowly fell in front of Ichigo's eyes, making him a little stunned. Only at the moment of his death, Ichigo jumped away suddenly, and the huge vortex of cherry blossoms instantly tore the place where he was standing. A very beautiful picture is printed in front of people's eyes, and the fleeting cherry blossoms are chasing wildly in a spiral in the sky, and countless branches of cherry blossoms tornadoes continue to beat Ichigo Kuriki. Ichigo barely broke through the defense of Sakura Falls and rushed to Kukakibiakia. The new cherry blossoms unfolded next to him in an instant, and once they rushed in front of him, they would be automatically impacted by the vortex of cherry blossoms. Ichigo's crescent moon Skakong again was easily resisted by the line of defense formed by the cherry blossom waterfall. This, how do you fight this? Kukakibiakia's is too powerful, isn't it? Ichigo's special skill, Crescent Sky Crush, is like a small skill, without any effect. Sun Long couldn't help worrying for Ichigo. The huge sharp blade composed of countless cherry blossoms attacked in all directions without dead angles, making Ichigo extremely embarrassed, and soon he was struck by the cherry blossoms from the sky. Ichigo's shirt was torn and knelt on the ground, but he was not desperate. The idea of Hajime having beaten Suoji is really unrealistic, he said calmly. You'd better be careful when you speak. This will sound as if you have comprehended swastika. Kukakibiakia said uncomfortably. This is definitely going to be solved. The next thing is definitely going to be solved, betting on shit. Sun Long jumped up excitedly. It seems that this routine is already familiar to the readers, and almost all readers who see this believe that Ichigo will be able to understand it. As expected, the readers were not disappointed. After Ichigo stood up, the huge blue spiritual pressure revolved around her body. The erupting airstream instantly rushed to the sky, and the beam of light was far more shocking than Kukakibiakia's swastika. And Kukakibiakia's explanation is even more exciting. Kujutsu turns out to be a technique that can only be used by people standing on top of the corpse soul world. Has Ichigo unknowingly reached this point? Ichigo's has been completed, and a huge crescent-shaped spiritual pressure hovered in the sky, forming a huge sandstorm. The smoke dissipated, and his broken jacket was gone, replaced by a black and red windbreaker robe. Is holding a very small black samurai sword in his hand, a swastika-shaped hilt, and a small chain sticking out of the tail of the sword. Swastika Sky Lock Zanyu. This page is also made up of colorful manga. Teacher Cat is really conscientious. There are color pages for everything. And Ichigo's swastika is so handsome. The battle between the two was staged here, but this time Ichigo prevailed. The rapid speed left countless after-images in the air, which could not even be captured by Chiban Sakura. The tiny samurai sword slashed wildly, and instantly cut the sharp blade composed of cherry blossoms into pieces, which made the readers look satisfied. Ichigo's ability is to gather all the power of the sword into a small samurai sword, and it has become a reality to move at super high speed with the maximum combat power. Kukakibiakia was stabbed by Ichigo's blade, was forced to grab it with his hand, and was injured again. The plot is gradually pushed to the climax and tied. The next story is the battle between Kukakibiakia and Ichigo. Senbonzakura gathered in the sky, forming countless pink lightsabers around Kukakibiakia. This is the remnant scenery Senbonzakura Jinjian who abandoned the defense and only killed the enemy. It's so beautiful. Everyone who saw this scene sighed. Reiki-like cherry blossom petals wrap around Kukakibiakia, and Ichigo sprays crescent-shaped blue Reiki all over his body. This page of colorful manga forms a strong to extreme contrast. The two swords collided with each other and teleported to another place in the sky, but the swords collided again. It's almost the same. Since the use of residual scenery, Kukakibiakia's speed has increased steadily, and there has been a vague tendency to surpass Ichigo. The moment the two collided again, a cherry blossom sword from the sky descended without warning and stuck it on Ichigo's feet. Breaching the road for Baile. Kukaki Byakuya pointed his finger on a chest protector, reading www.yukanshu. A huge thunder light pierced his chest. The mixed use of Zanpak knife and Ghost Dao once again shocked the reader's attention. Sun Long never thought that the comics battle could have such a gorgeous scene. Compared to the of death, the things I saw before are inferior to rubbish. Is it the limit? Kurosaki Ichigo. Unexpectedly, the body can't move? What's the matter? Ichimo was instantly overwhelmed by fear. Remnant scenery is a move that condenses cherry blossoms into blades to get a lethal explosion, and the speed does not change at all. Do you want to say that my speed is slowing down? Your body is dead, after all, it's just a human being. No matter if you have great perseverance, there is a limit. Now, it is your limit. Kukaki Byakuya raised the sword in his hand, but Ichigo's body has been unable to move. What did I come here for? Nothing can be changed without winning him. Ichigo's consciousness gradually blurred, closing his eyes, and the last in Ichigo's eyes was the knife that Kukaki Byakuya left. Is it really going to lose? Sun Long thought pessimistically. Cut, I said, if you die, I will be very troubled. An unknown voice sounded, and Ichigo held the cut knife in his hand. Who are you? Kukaki Byakuya's incredible expression was unobstructed. Who? Ha! I don't have a name. The small white pieces of paper condensed into a hideous white mask, covering Ichigo's face. The black Daoguang slashed in an instant. Kukaki Byakuya was easily slashed by Ichigo after the blur. Ichigo's movements have changed a lot, and now he is full of wanton and wildness. Listening to Kat Nanako's painting skills perfectly shows this scene. Chapter 35, Indigo? Add medicine, /A. You are really useless, Ichigo. It's all because of your swastika, and the bones in the body are crushed, isn't it? Really useless guy, let me teach you. How to use swastika. What is this? Sun Long was shocked beyond the illusion of Ichigo, and the hideous smile on Ichigo's face also meant that it could not be him. And after Kukaki Byakuya and Ichigo's explanation, Sun Long realized how much pressure Ichigo was under continuous fighting, and he was obviously injured so badly. Ichigo's virtual arm waved sharply, and a dark crescent sky whirled towards Kukaki Byakuya. Black Moon. It's still a spiral and irregular attack. Void Ichigo constantly attacked Kukaki Byakuya with crazy and funny moves. Just as Kukaki Byakuya rushed to the sky to avoid the turning black crescent sky, Ichigo was imaginary, but he did not know when he appeared from behind him and held his shoulder. The black and red light beam burst into the sky instantly. Hello. We just want to see the G. Ms. Mao, you were too shocked at once. We didn't fully understand Ichigo's J and you made him develop new abilities. Kukaki Byakuya with a disheveled hair swayed blood all over his body. Are you empty? He asked in shock. Who knows? And you don't have to know, because you will just disappear. However, the plot once again surpassed Sun Long's expectations. This last sentence should disappear, not just for Ichigo after blurring. The stunned blur Ichigo suddenly broke the mask on his left face severely. Hey, don't you understand? If you let me fight like this, you will definitely win. Shut up, it's really long-winded. Kurosaki Ichigo is unwilling to defeat Kukaki Byakuya with virtual power. Ichigo tore the mask clinging to his face to pieces, and it hurts a bit. Kukaki Byakuya also had a friendship with Ichigo. The two decided to use the last move to tell the winner, and Sun Long swallowed again. I saw Kukaki Byakuya absorb all the cherry blossom blades into him, and a huge light feather grew behind him. The two ends of the wings are like two light dragons roaring. Swastika, final scene by Disord. The sky locks the moon, the 1,000 cherry blossoms are beautiful, the residual scenery, the final scene, the White Emperor's sword, is just such a powerful existence? Sun Long thought with horror that after watching this issue of Grim Reaper, he estimated that he would never see other combat comics in the future. Kurosaki Ichigo split a huge black beam and collided with Kukaki Byakuya's white lightsaber. Boom! The entire hill was shattered by black and white shock waves. The clouds in the sky were shaken away, and it took a long time for the aftermath of the shock wave to dissipate. Ichigo eventually won, but Sun Long saw that it was a loss for both sides. Kurosaki Ichigo is injured in this way. I guess it's hard to even stand up. Fortunately, Kukaki Byakuya has given up the fight, the strongest obstacle. Sun Long, who has been worried since seeing the of death today, finally breathed a sigh of relief. It is estimated that the next few words of this issue will gradually return to the more everyday scenes. This time the climax, the tide is over, it is really wonderful. As expected, Hisugiya Taoshiro's on the cover is just a gimmick. How could it be possible? You must know that many people in the world before the cat Nanako died know that this incident is far from over. It can be said that in the entire Soul World chapter, Ichigo's success in saving Rukia is entirely based on someone's calculations. This time Rukia's criminal case is even the beginning of a larger conspiracy. Turning to the next sentence, Sun Long gradually frowned from his original relaxed expression. Mr. Cat is going to do something. Isn't this Captain Aizen dead? Ai Ran Koyusuk, who reappeared in the comics, under Sun Long's horrified eyes, led Ichimaru Jin to chop Hinamori to the ground. After the two went out, they met Hisugiya Tohiro, who hurried over. Yo, Dong Shiro. Aizen? What is going on, are you really Aizen? Of course it is true, but it is earlier than we expected, Aizen said to Ichimaru Jin relaxedly. Hisugiya Tohiro passed the two of them with a momentary step, and then stood blankly on the spot. He found Hinamori lying on the ground and covered with blood in the room. Sorry, I didn't intend to scare you, at least I should not let you find out, just chop her to pieces. Lan Ran's expression has always been very relaxed, but Sun Long was frightened. Is it a normal person who can say this easily? Young Mori admires Aizen so much. Unfortunately, the angry Hisugiya Tohiro pulled out the Zanpaku knife, and he solved it directly swastika Daiguren Hyawamaru. When Hisugiya Toshiro appeared again, he was very pleased with fans. After all, he looked like a handsome Xiaozheng. After seeing the cover of this issue, Sun Long also looked forward to Toshiro's interpretation. In the picture, ice mist covered the entire room, and behind him appeared a phoenix-like ice bird and 12 ice crystals. However, the atmosphere is a bit wrong. Sun Long could feel the sense of violation of Dongshalang's ji. Ichigo and Kukaki Byakuya used to listen to the cat Nanako, but it took a lot of pages to describe it. Toyoshiro was able to explain it in an instant, and there was no color page. Sun Long is far from being as excited as he imagined, but looking at the cool Dahongli and Hinglun Meru, he was a little depressed, because the expressions of Ichimaru Jin and Aizen Koyusuk were too relaxed. After took off, Dong Shiro pierced Aizen's chest, and Aizen's whole body was frozen. But the next moment, Ai Ran suddenly appeared behind Dong Shilang, and Dong Shilang burst into huge blood, and even Shiji began to shatter. Fuck it! How could it be possible? Ai Ran clearly doesn't even work for Hajime, right? Is Dong Shilang so weak? Aizen started to explain his abilities. Hypnotic ability? Is it so strong? Many other comics seem to have hypnotic ability, right? Sun Long couldn't help but explode. The ability of my Zanpaku knife is complete hypnosis. Complete hypnosis controls the 5 senses. It can misunderstand the shape, quality, touch, and even smell of an object. That is to say, the flies can be regarded as dragons, or the swamp can be regarded as flower fields, and the activation condition is that the enemy can see the moment of liberation in the mirror flower, water and moon. After seeing Ai Ran's explanation, Sun Long realized that it is not Ai Ran's hypnotic ability that is strengthened, but the hypnotic ability is weakened in other comics. Lan Ranzu Yusuk, his Zanpaku sword mirror Hwashuiyu is undoubtedly the ability to exert hypnotic ability to the limit. Yes, as long as you see this trick once, you will become a slave to Jing Hwashuiyu, but the invisible will not be counted, which means that from the beginning, Tsun is my subordinate. Ichimarajan's arm suddenly waved, and the white bandage was flying in the air. The scene changes. At this moment, Asani Renji, who is running away holding Kokaki Rukia, also meets a man with a blindfold, Tsunya. Captain Tsun, why are you here? Speechless, Tsun will also raise his right hand and roll up a lot of dust on the ground under the wave of his white bandage. In the next instant, Akari Renji saw two more people. Silver-haired squinting 3rd Team Captain Ichimaru Jin, blind black blind man 9th Team Captain Tsunya, and 5th Team Captain Ai Ran Koyusuke. At this moment, the 3 captains of the villains of the Soul World officially assembled. Aizen's strongest legion, join. Chapter 36, I will stand in the sky. Give me Kokaki Rukia, Asari. Aizen walked towards Asari Renji gently. Seeing this, Sun Long's chest was already shocked and he was about to lose his calm. There are so many captains in the Corpse Soul World who are traitors. Lan Ran actually killed the Fuyu Shiro after Ja in a second. It was so strong, Kokyuki Byakuya was nothing in front of him. Asari Renji just hugged Rukia tightly and didn't let go. If you refuse, your arm will be left. Aizen's sword dropped sharply, and Renji's arm burst into blood. Are you hiding beautifully, but now you are so badly injured that you can't even delay time? That's not necessarily. Roar. Shuiwen Renji's Shuiwen instantly grows, turning into a snake tail and sweeping towards Aizen. An expression of astonishment appeared on Renji's face, and Shi Weiwan was crushed by Aizen with one wrist. Sure enough, the gap between the deputy captain and the captain's level can't be made up. Aizen is really much better than Kokaki Byakuya. Sun Long couldn't help thinking. After Renji's Zanpaku knife shattered, a large pool of blood mist burst out of his back, and he knelt down in front of Lan Ran's body. It's a pity. Aizen's knife was cut, and Tsun was going to be with Ichimaru Jin's shocked expression on his face. Lan Dai's knife was blocked by a small black knife. Ichigo arrived in an instant and got in between the two in time. The dangerous and tense atmosphere became joyous with Ichigo and Renji's bickering, and I have to admit that the characters of the protagonist of the hot-blooded man are very contagious. Should I say that it is the protagonist team, there are 3 captain-level characters in front of me. Fortunately, I was a little nervous just now, thinking that this time it will be dead. Sun Long exhaled. Renji's fighting spirit also rose, although he may not be able to fight, but after my move, he will definitely reveal his flaws. Ichigo and Renji made their combat stances instantly. The baboon bites the teeth, the previously crushed pieces of Shuiwen gathered into the sky and shot towards Aizen. The explosion sounded, and at the same time Ichigo sprinted, and the extremely fast speed made him reach Ai Ran's side in an instant. The sky is locked and the moon is cut diagonally. I should not be able to beat it. I can see that Lan Ran is still at ease. Sun Long felt like this. But the next second of development made him startled again. Aizen blocked Ichigo's slash with only one finger. Lightly pinched Tianchuo Zanyu with his fingers. Puff, Ichigo's body burst out with a lot of blood and fell down. The setting where the Death God's Zanpaku is connected to the Death God's soul is known to Sun Long. In other words, Lan Ran's humble finger just now almost broke the sky and the moon. How strong is this person's Ryutsu? Oh, I wanted to cut you off. In the next second, Aizen disappeared from Akari Renji's sight. How is this possible? Ichigo defeated Kokaki Byakuya, and was blocked by a finger of Aizen. Is there really such a big gap between the captains? Renji's shocked pupils dilated instantly, and his body was also cut with a stab. Aizen teleported behind him at some point. This storyboard is perfect. Sun Long flipped through this page a dozen times, only to find that these pages of comics actually showed him an animation-like effect. The characters' movements seem to be moving, and the painting skills of teacher Mao are really incredible. Sun Long sighed. Aizen's powerful Ryotsu even made Rukia unable to move. He easily lifted Rukia up. Following the conversation, Sun Long knew that there was something called Bengaiyu in Rukia, which could balance Su and death. At that time, it will break through the four limits of cut technique, white fight, footwork, and ghost way. Could it be that Rukia was taken away again, and the protagonist became stronger and went to the rescue routine? Lan ran. A voice came from the other side, and a huge Zanpaku knife cut it down, boom. All the ground near Aizen was cracked. The person who came is also a captain-level figure, Kashiwamura Zyuajin. Support is coming. Sun Long became excited again. How does this captain compare to other captains? Can you fight Aizen? But the next second, his blade was also easily blocked by Aizen with his hand. It's been a long time since I saw you, what kind of mood you are like now? Lan Ran chuckled lightly, with a slight sarcasm in his tone. Why can you still laugh? Kashiwamura asked all readers about this that makes Aizen very uncomfortable. Indigo's posture is still the same with glasses and hair hanging down. To be honest, it's a little deflated, except for intelligence and calmness, nothing can be called handsome. But after listening to the cat Nanako, I know that after the end of this series, Aizen will have many die-hard fans, and it is still the kind that can't be driven away. Kashiwa village is angry with the rebellious Dongsan Yao, this is his former friend. Swastika Black Rope Scourge King. The new captain is here. I don't know how powerful it is, it must be an exaggerated one. Sun Long thought after seeing the name of Boken Zyuajin Jija. How is it possible? Just lifting Dao Baekon did not realize that Ai Ran was standing in front of him at this time. But the Aizen who was next to Dongsan Yao gradually disappeared. Is it beautiful? 90 Broken Road Black Coffin. A huge black coffin wrapped Bo village, and countless spikes passed through it. After the black coffin dissipated, Baekon spouted blood all over his body and fell to the ground. You use the J first, Captain Brother. After you read the name of the J, you will have a good meeting. Sun Long couldn't laugh or cry, but this also confirmed that Lan Ran was not only capable of Zanpaku's sword, but also Gaidao was definitely the top existence among the gods of death. Before Kukaki Byakuya's fourth breaking path, Shirei beat Ichigo in that way. How many levels have been crossed in these 91 times, it is not an exaggeration to be injured like this. Sun Long, who had been shocked countless times today, was a little relieved. The gap between the captains is so big. This time Ichigo expressed the thoughts of all the readers. Lan Ran then took out the collapsed jade from Rukia's body, but everyone had no strength to stand up and could only watch. Aaron continued to mention Rukia, and said that the whole corpse world incident was caused by conspiracy. Kill him, Silver. How could it be that Sun Long was shocked again? Ichigo and the others had worked so hard to save Rukia, and all this was actually in Aizen's calculations. While Ichi Marajin suppressed Inu with a captain-level spiritual pressure, Ishida Yuryu and others turned around after receiving Aizen's order. Ah, there is no way. Shoot! Gunslinger! The sharp spear in Silver's hand pierced Rukia, but Kukaki Byakuya suddenly rushed over and blocked the sword for Rukia with his body. Everyone's face changed. If we don't follow the rules, who else will follow the rules? Takashi-san remembered what Kukaki Byakuya said after he had just lost to Ichigo. Although the character of Kukaki Byakuya was very handsome, but her righteous act of killing off relatives still left a bad impression on many readers. At this moment, Sun Long felt that he was a great brother. Hakumura Zyuajin and Kukaki Byakuya seemed to have opened their heads, and the rest of the gods of death began to connect and rushed continuously. Seeing Aizen, Ichimaru Jin and Tissen want the three to be surrounded by many enemies, Aizen just smiled easily. Forget it, the time is almost here. The sky of the corpse soul world suddenly cracked open, and the sky was torn apart by countless huge figures. They stretched their heads from the sky. Dasu, it was the first time Sun Long saw such a big emptiness. He took a breath of air. Who would dare to hit such a thing? Just standing by and watching is going to be disgusting. But I thought that so many gods of death could come to subdue Aizen. Can Aizen really escape? The three of them were immediately recalled to Dasu's hand by a beam of light called anti-MEM. They slowly ascended to the sky, and no one could touch them anymore. You come down here, Dongsun. Why on earth are you going to be of death? Kashiwa village, who looked like a dog, roared toward the sky. For justice, my dream has not changed since the beginning. A few hours ago. Hey, what memories are you playing at this time? Sun Long exclaimed uncomfortably. The picture that appeared immediately calmed him down. The 11th team captain Kenki Kenhachi and the two captains confronted each other, and Tissen was going to fight Komamura Zyuochhen. The combination of the two was easily broken by Zhengmu Jianba, and they were all beaten out. Can you be the captain of trash? Let me see the solution before you die. Zhengmu Jianba mocked. It takes no solution to deal with a traitor like you. Komamura Zyuochhen stood up. Yamura, let me come. Tissen was about to spin the sword in his hand. Kashiwa village had to give him a place to fight with Kenhachi. With the subtitles on the comics, everyone also understands that there are 3 ways to become a captain. 3 captains including the captain passed the assessment. 6 captains recommended, and 3 of the remaining 7 captains admitted. Defeat the previous captain. Furthermore, since you killed the previous captain, I knew that your brutality would affect the corpse soul world. Swastika final demonstration. Yan Mo cricket. The ring on the clear insect sword gradually expanded, and a black oval black ball instantly wrapped the two of them. Zhengmu Kenpei's senses of hearing, sight, smell, and Ryotso completely disappeared. Fuck, this is also very strong. How can this be done? Sun Long was stunned. This is too bad. Reality is always cruel. Yan Mo cricket's weakness was quickly discovered by Zhengmu Jianba. As long as it is touched by the handle of the clean insect, it will restore perception. Even Mu Jianba was wounded with 2 swords, and he was about to chop Dongsun half dead. Then Yamura Zyuochhen also used his own solution, Swastika Black Rope Scourge King. There was a huge shock behind him. Oh! This is too exaggerated. Zhengmu Jianba looked at the shadow behind Bomura's left front, and for the first time a surprised expression appeared on his face. But now... Boom! The movement from the execution direction stopped the two of them from fighting. Hey www.readwound.com Teacher Mao, you didn't give Boken's sorrowful face twice. Sun Long was anxious. Time went backwards again. Renji's swastika, Kokaki Byakuya's swastika, and Nikari's golden foot kill Jizo all appeared one by one. I finally know why the teacher cat is here to kill with memories. No wonder the previous plot looks a little weird. Once these memories come out, I can understand the plot. Sun Long smiled bitterly. Whether it is Tissen's, Renji's, Nauri's, it is too bad. Was easily defeated by someone who didn't use the swastika. And Kokaki Byakuya defeated Renji before using his own swastika, only to show his swastika. The much anticipated certainly cannot be ended in a hasty way, but listening to the battle between Kokaki Byakuya and Ichigo by the cat Nanako shows for the first time, which is in line with the refreshing point of most readers. The plot returns to the original timeline again. At this time, there are still the last few pages before the end of this issue of Reaper. What will happen to these last few pages? Sun Long eagerly turned to the next page. From the beginning, no one stood in the sky. You are, I am, and even God is. But... Lan Ran shattered the glasses in her hand and straightened her hair back. The unbearable vacancy of the throne will end here, because from now on Aizen slowly opened his eyes. Next is the expressions of everyone present, which is divided into one grid and one grid, which shows their shock. Because the next page is the last page of this issue of Reaper Comics, close to the 20 episodes, a color page. Lanran turned his face sideways, his previous intellectual appearance disappeared completely, replaced by a cold male face. I will stand in the sky. The small universe in Sun Long's heart exploded. Chapter 37, Set Off. Accompanied by Aizen's sentence, I will stand in the sky. The entire comics world, as well as listening to the cat Nanako's Weibo, all boiled. Like Aizen, the cat Nanako will also stand in the sky. After death, there is no more battle. After Aizen, there is no villain. Whether it is the battle of the wild beasts in the Magic Capital Publishing House, or the hot-blooded combat comics in the Zhongtian Book Monthly of the first Yanjing Publishing House of the Dragon Kingdom, after this issue of Reaper, it will become a joke. In this early era of comic development, almost all comic authors painted boss as a stick-like existence. How to draw? People hate how to draw. It's okay for the boss to keep their mouths closed. Once they show a smile, they want readers to their faces. When he was about to defeat the protagonist, he was a lot of nonsense and was finally killed. Lan Ran also smiled, but his smile did not know how many fans and gays he attracted. Although Aizen is also nonsense, but he can't die. He has the ability to abuse the 13th Squadron of the Guardian Squad by himself and the abilities of the Zanpaku sword. He not only talks a lot of nonsense, but also likes to guard the ability of everyone present to explain himself. Before Kurosaki Ichigo entered Wu Yu, no one could take him in any way. Of course, the Dragon Kingdom in the previous life of Cat Nanako also has many villains with reputations comparable to Aizen, such as Bai Lan, Uchiha Madara, Meruame, and so on. Listening to the cat, Nanako didn't even have time to be intoxicated. Early in the morning, Lin Qing was pulled on the plane to Yanqing. The pit, crying face, in Chapter 6 of the novel. Really, won't you wake me up ahead of time? I didn't even comb my haircut. Cat Nanako complained while sitting in the car, still holding a comb in her hand and combing her long, frizzy hair that had just woke up. Don't care about this kind of details, besides, if it wasn't for your painting yesterday. Lin Qing saw the contemptuous eyes of Cat Nanako, so he closed his mouth. Hey, adults will pass the responsibility to the children. Hearing the cat, Nanako turned her head away pretendingly. Oh, Princess Lord, I was wrong, please let me ask you when I get home. Lin Qingdun looked respectful in fashion. Listening to Mao Lingchuan, who is in charge of the driver, smiled and listened to the conversation between the mother and daughter. He didn't go to Yanjing with him, just in case he was afraid of something wrong with Lin Qing's idiot. He had to act as the driver for the time being. After combing her hair into two big steamed buns, she took the remaining green silk down again and again, listening to the cat Nanako lying on Lin Qing's black silk thigh recklessly. The devil is in a traffic jam. Cat Nanako thinks it should be no problem to sleep again. Lin Qing Shun touched the bun on the head of the cat Nanako, which was bigger than a fist, and suddenly his face blushed. Hearing that cat Nanako's little hands are not honest, she touches her legs randomly. Lin Qing gave her a fierce look and held her hand down. After listening to the cat Nanako, she turned over and closed her eyes and fell asleep. This kid won't be a homosexual, right? In order to prevent going wrong in the future, I'd better find a chance to talk to her another day. Hearing that the cat Nanako just molested Lin Qing casually, if she had known that Lin Qing could associate so much, she would regret her death. The car arrived at a building with an arc-shaped appearance. The roof stretched out like a big peng spreading its wings. This artistically shaped building is the Magic Capital Airport. I still have work to deal with, so I won't accompany you to wait for the plane. Pay attention to safety. Listening to Mao Lingchuan took the luggage out of the trunk. Well, you can just leave, don't worry. 88. After saying goodbye to each other, the crowds in the airport were very crowded. Lin Qing held the listening cat Nanako's hand tightly for fear that she would be abducted accidentally. Really, you need to be so careful when you are 14 years old. Listening to Cat Nanako. If I listened to the cat Nanako looking in the mirror, I wouldn't say this. Her sleepy eyes hadn't opened yet. The look of the dazed giant Rulai made people want to hold her and go home to do something shy things. However, Nanako is wearing a thick white down jacket today with a big hat on her head. It is estimated that no one will pay attention to the look under her hat. I waited in the waiting room for a while and boarded the plane. It was a VIP seat. Cat Nanako didn't want to be crowded with others. On the plane the two of them pulled apart the seats of the plane so that they could lean on them. There are curtains on the outside to block the scene inside. Lin Qing sat on the outer seat and pulled the curtain down smoothly. You don't want to listen to my family affairs so much. Lin Qing looked helplessly at the listening cat Nanako covering her ears. Listening to the cat Nanako shaking his head into a rattle, I don't listen to your mother's troubles, what should I say when I see your father? Lin Qing, my dear daughter, you can just ignore him then, show him a stinky face, and it's best to him off. Well, after hearing the cat Nanako responded 3 times, she lay down on the seat and rested. Beihai Animation Network is the largest animation exchange community in Long Country, UU reading www.uuganshu.com. Netizens can not only pay to watch any animation and manga from inside, can also send barrage to discuss the content, but the type is a bit like listening to the B station of the previous life of the cat Nanako, and the influence is very large. Since the pinyin at the beginning of the 100 characters is also B, the abbreviation of Beihai Animation Network is also Station B. This Station B is not Station B. I once sighed when I heard the cat Nanako first visited this website. Suemo started to scan Weibo after finishing the code today. I heard that cat Nanako seems to be very busy recently, so she didn't come to play with herself. Even if the question on LOL is perfunctory, I am not bored with myself. She had said that she would go to Yanjing today. Suemo was really bored and opened Beihai Animation. She occasionally went to Station B to see the mat of the Eternal Sword Master, first let herself burn and then go to the code word. The superpower rankings in the comics? 2 million broadcasts. Suemo was taken aback. As soon as she logged on to BeihaiAnimation.com, she found the banner hanging on the homepage. In addition to paying to watch anime and manga, Beihai Animation Network also has many information columns related to act culture. Among them, the content of the ranking has also done a lot of time. This superpower ranking list immediately made her very interested. Although Suemo is a girl, she is also a novel writer who writes relatively good combat genres. Usually watch some anime moves, which can also make the battle scenes in her novels more inspiring. How to write combat has always been a difficult problem in the novel. Everyone has their own set of styles and methods. Suemo himself is trying to show the scene in his mind in a dynamic picture. Try to give the text a sense of dynamics, so that when people see the battle in the book, the actions of the characters will appear in their minds. Chapter 38, Ranking. Suemo clicked on the web page, and the first thing that came out was a paragraph of the original words of the master up. P.S. A comic by Amway. Everyone, Reaper is so good. Hey, isn't Reaper listening to Cat Nanako's manga? By the way, I haven't had time to read the latest issue. Suemo continued to wait for the follow-up of the video. The strongest ability ranking in comics. Number 10, Incarnation of Beasts from Motive Monthly. Desolate Beasts protagonist. Ability, cover the whole body with the blood of all dozens of wild beasts, and it can explode 100 meters high mountain with a full blow. The Desolate Beast is only 10th? So low. The 10th is too low to say it again, and the Upmaster is a fan of the Book of Heaven. Number 9, Eye of King Court from Book of Heaven. Eye of King Court protagonist. Ability, it can make all enemies in the line of sight produce 20 times the weight, and can't get up when kneeling on the ground, just like an emperor. What's this? People with strong repressure in the Reaper can easily do it. I used to think that this ability is very strong, but after seeing Shinobi, I think it's nothing. What are you talking about? Reaper is a new work by which painter? I heard a lot of people mention it recently. The one in front has never seen the of death. Go and fix it. Make up a fart. How much did the author of Reaper spend to invite the Navy? Number 7 First solution Kajika Shoyu from Katja semi-monthly Reaper Izome Soyajuk. Ability: Hypnosis controls the 5 senses of the enemy, so that a specific object mistakes the posture, appearance, texture, touch, and taste of an object for the enemy. Can turn flies into dragons in the eyes of the captives of Kyoka Shoyu, and turn the swamp into flower fields in the eyes of the captives of Kyoka Shoyu. As long as you have seen the liberation of Jinghua Shoyu, you will always be a captive of Jinghua Shoyu. Once you become a captive of Jinghua Shoyu forever, you can create an illusion no matter when Aizen liberates Zanpaku. The attached picture shows AI Ran standing in the beam of light, looking down at the crowd with contempt. Many people on the video barrage suddenly said the words "I will stand in the sky," AI Ran said, and the effect of the program exploded. This long introduction of Kyoka Shoyu was also from the manga, when Aizen introduced his abilities. This is the real hallucination ability. The illusion king of the Book of Heaven will come out and learn. Looking at the king of fantasy upstairs. It is estimated that the king of fantasy is not as good as Captain Dongxian's Yan Mo cricket only in terms of hypnotic ability. This ability is not too strong, right? The illusion is originally a minority, and it is useless to encounter enemies that are too strong. Upstairs, you'll know when you've seen the of death. Aizen's own combat power is so powerful that he can suppress the enemy's inability to move with only REI pressure. After, the Reaper did not appear again until the 4th place. Suemo quickly saw NO4. Swastika Sky Lock Zanyu from Cat's Club half-monthly Reaper protagonist. Ability: Transformation strengthening ability by reducing the size of the knife. The speed of combat, movement, and attack can be increased to achieve speeding combat. At the same time, the protagonist's clothes will turn into a black and red robe, which can emit a black and red crescent sky. Up Master, Ichigo's ability: I see that I haven't studied it yet, but as long as he is handsome, it's enough. The attached picture shows the way Ichigo just swallowed it. Are you capable of all attribute enhancement? Not bad, much more realistic than the Crimson of Invincible rubbish. Reaper has jumped a bit recently. Fans should pay attention to it, please. The upstairs is so sour, can't you see others well? How do I think that Tianchuo Zanyu and the incarnation of beasts are superpowers of a nature? What is J? This symbol is very emotional. Go ahead and make up for the death. Swastika is the nirvana of the characters inside. No. 3 Scarlet Hell from Book of Heaven Throne of Shadow protagonist. Ability: All I have been through is hell. Finally, it's not the of death. Good secondary 2 ability. It's low. It sounds amazing, but it's the ability to turn all the ground around kilometers into magma garbage. Can this blow? The Throne of Shadows was originally like this. How powerful it sounds, it makes me funny as soon as I use it. When the protagonist shouts "destroy the world and break a wall," I will laugh at me. Trash Death fan. Don't watch it. Number 2 Senbon Sakura from Katja semi-monthly Reaper Kukaki Byakuya. Senbon Sakura Jinjian. J remaining scene Senbon Sakura Jinjian. Ability: The blade turns into countless petal fragments and flies, integrating offense and defense. The attached picture is also 2 color pages. The first picture shows Kukaki Byakuya wrapped in pink petals, and the cherry blossoms in the sky form a huge spiral fluttering freely, wrapped in a huge pink tornado. The second picture shows Kukaki Byakuya and Ichigo with 1,000 sakura swords erected on their heads. This is the posture of Kukaki Byakuya completely abandoning his defense. Fuck, this ability is too beautiful. Go to make up for the death. This ability shouldn't be lower than the Sparrow Bee, right? I suspect that the Lord of Up has never seen the of death. Is the author from the Neon Province? Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Sakura painting is so beautiful. There is no I am not convinced. Haha, upstairs, Dong Shilang was killed by AI ran in seconds. I would like to know what the ability of Swastika Black Rope Scourge King is for. Does Mr. Cat have an antagonism with Boken Zhou? I yelled the name twice and did not let the readers see it. Suemo was a little shocked after seeing Sakura Senbonzakura. After all, girls like beautiful things. Ah! What a beautiful ability! I really want Nanako to draw illustrations for me soon. Number 1. The beginning of the solution, the enemy's sting, the bee from the Cat's Club half-monthly Reaper smashed bee. Ability, 2 hits must kill, as long as you hit an enemy twice, no matter who it is, it will die. There is a comic color page attached to the right side of the text, which shows the finger of the broken bee placed next to Yayi's mouth. Black gold wristbands and pointed finger guards that look like the color of a bee. The barrage exploded in the next second when this picture appeared. Up, you're kidding, right? The first one is not the ability of the comic book in the Book of Heaven. What's the joke about the Master of Up? Can you say that someone with better ability than this will do? Oh my god, there are so many Reaper's abilities on the list, and the owner of Up is also a fan of Reaper? Followed. This ability is too abnormal. The effects of this issue of Reaper not only appear on this video, but its impact has quickly swept across the entire animation industry, and everything is only waiting for the results of this issue of serialization. Listening to the cat Nanako's brain is pretty big. It's really good ability, and I have a lot of inspiration. Ask her if she has any interesting abilities next time. Suemo turned off the video and started coding again. Chapter 39, Airport. This is Yanjing, I haven't returned here since I was born. Listening to the cat Nanako stepping off the plane, she quietly glanced at Lin Qing, and found that there was no strange expression on her face. There are so many people over there, what happened? Why are they stuck at the door? I'll see what's going on, Mom, just wait for your luggage here. Hey, don't run around, be careful when you get lost. Come back quickly, Lin Qing reminded. Hearing the cat Nanako took off his hat and tossed some frizzy hair, I know. 2 buns the size of fists showed up, and a child withdrew his eyes in disappointment. I thought it was Mickey Mouse. Listen to cat Nanako. She walked to the crowded airport security exit. There were a whole group of people both outside and inside, and several women were holding large white banners in their hands. It seems to be a fan of a certain star. The deafening shouts of several female fans around made hearing cat Nanako couldn't help covering her ears. What an exaggerated pomp! Listening to the cat Nanako hand held a boy. Hello, who is it? The boy turned his head a little impatiently, but his eyes widened when he saw the cat Nanako. Ah, that don't you know Li Beng? He is a very popular star recently. I really like the songs he sings. Oh really, thank you. Hearing that the cat Nanako suddenly lost interest, and thought it was an old man who had a heart attack waiting for a certain genius doctor to save him, or a supernatural person organized a war. Listening to cat Nanako, your thoughts are so dangerous. Li Beng walked out of the ticket gate. He looked at the crowds of fans in the distance and was a little bit proud, but the bad luck for several days made him laugh. Li Beng simply waved at the fans. Ah! Li Beng waved at me. What nonsense! He obviously waved at me. Li Beng smiles so charmingly, my little heart is about to fall. Hey, why did Li Beng's right hand hurt? It seems to be very serious with a bandage, a famous girl suddenly shouted, causing a scream of fans on the scene. Ah! It hurts to look at it, Beng Beng is okay. Li Beng's expression turned black when he heard the fans' shouts. Of course, his hand was tied with a bandage because of the incident a few days ago. Angrily, he hit the wall with a Pegasus meteor punch, causing a slight fracture of his right hand bone. Don't worry, everyone, this is just accidentally hitting the wall, thank you for your support. Li Beng said that the fans immediately settled down. Isn't that a sissy, what's so handsome? I really don't understand these fans. I was a little bit disdainful to hear the cat Nanako. Li Beng's face is a bit feminine, and his melancholy temperament made him hot quickly within a year, and the recent events really made him haggard. But isn't it just a little boy? Listening to the cat Nanako curled her lips, she did not admit that she was a little jealous of Li Beng's popularity. As soon as the cat Nanako was about to turn around to find Lin Qing, she found that the big star was walking straight towards her with bright eyes. Hey, wait, is he walking towards me? Nanako was a little flustered. Li Beng is in a bad mood, thinking that all the fans and everything will be dispersed as soon as possible. He just needs to go back to the scheduled hotel to rest. But he suddenly saw a girl wearing a white down jacket from his fans. She was so beautiful. The thick chi bangs almost covered the willow eyebrows, and there was a mole underneath his watery eyes, which was a bit sullen. Long hair combed into a bun head. Li Beng has a messy relationship with many female stars, and even tried a lot of scenes when shooting movies. But he had never seen such a perfect-looking girl. That's right. Compared to her, other internet celebrities, female stars are scum. But she seems to have some young teeth. I don't know if she can accept herself. At this moment, Li Beng even forgot that he was a star. He admitted that he had fallen to this girl. He had never faced love face to face and wondered in his heart whether this was the legendary love at first sight. Li Beng walked over to the listening cat Nanako confidently, and the corners of his stiff mouth grinned forcibly. This lady, hello, are you a fan? Do you need my signature? He didn't wait for the girl in front of him to reply. His bandaged left hand took out a business card of his own from his chest without authorization and began to sign. Is this person sick? Listening to Cat Nanako's thoughts, she couldn't help but lifted her hat to cover her face. I'm such a dead cat. Was guilty of embarrassment as soon as she was photographed by the flash. With such a perfect appearance, I might become an internet celebrity after being promoted. Obviously he is not ready to debut yet. Star Airport Courtship Gate? A beautiful girl in the Dragon Kingdom only 50 billion years ago? Author, 50 billion years? Meow meow meow. If you run away without authorization, you won't be scolded by this person's NC fans, right? Really troublesome. Ah. Li Beng actually showed his love to female fans in public. It's so romantic. If Li Beng is willing to take the initiative to sign for me www.readaloud.com, let me die. At this moment, many fans screamed, and even a few female fans fainted on the spot with jealousy. XXXXXXXX. Kimi no nawa? Thirk. Li Beng Gang wanted to hand out his business card. Saw the girl in front of her with a puzzled look, tilted her head, and then said a strange neon language. Listening to the Kyushu dialect of Cat Nanako is very earthy, so no one would think that she is not from the neon side. The crowd around was a little bit stunned. After she finished speaking, she ran out of the crowd at a speed of 100 meters. After she ran back to Lin Qing, Cat Nanako patted her trembling chest in terror. I am really anxious. What's the matter with Nanako? Children don't run around like this. Lin Qing handed the cat Nanako her luggage bag. It turns out that I can't speak Chinese. I may not be a fan of Beng Beng. I just happened to pass by, right? Ah. So cute neon girl, want to hug home. Haha, the neon girl doesn't bother Li Beng at all. It's disgusting to be sentimental. A boy who looked like a sunspot in the distance smiled happily. The crowd of fans suddenly exploded, and Li Beng was a little messy in his heart, standing unhappy on the spot. He was extremely disappointed by allowing countless reporters to shoot him indiscriminately. Was surrounded by bodyguards and left, and the fans quickly dispersed. Just now standing next to listening Cat Nanako, the boy who was questioned by her was puzzled. Couldn't the conversation between the girl and herself be an illusion? Is he hell? Chapter 40, Hey is he Aya? After listening to the cat, Nanako carefully followed Lin Qing out of the airport. This time she took the risk of being called Mickey Mouse and covered her big hat tightly. Soon after, Lin Qing made a phone call. "Miss, you are finally willing to come back." A somewhat thin, middle-aged man with sunglasses in a suit saw Lin Qing and quickly ran over. When he saw the mother and daughter, his cold face forced a smile. Is this the little lady?" Seeing the strange behavior of Cat Nanako covering his face, the man in sunglasses showed a silly smile and began to smirk again. Seeing Lin Qing with a cold face and not talking, he listened to Cat Nanako gently pulling the corner of her clothes. "Thanks to the fact that you can recognize me after more than 10 years, your eyes are so sharp, let's go." Lin Qing replied indifferently. Something is wrong. When did Lin Qing's painting style become so high and cold? "It's a play, listen to Cat Nanako eat it up." "Hehe, the young lady still has the same style for so many years." The man in sunglasses didn't care about Lin Qing's sarcasm, and took the suitcase with him and set off on the way. The two followed behind, listening to the cat Nanako standing on tiptoe and quietly whispering in Lin Qing's ear, "You are so mean. I deliberately assumed that this attitude is good, what do you know?" Lin Qing rubbed the cat Nanako's hat vigorously. "So that's why you messed up my hairstyle." Followed the man in sunglasses to a parking lot, and saw a long black business car. "I can't hear the name of the car in this world by Cat Nanako, and the predecessor did not pay too much attention to this aspect, but from the interior decoration of the commercial car, it feels quite high-end." "Miss, it has been so many years, you should really find a chance to have a good talk with the master, I believe he will forgive you." The man in sunglasses began to preach as soon as he got in the car. "Don't talk." Lin Qing made the man withered with a black face, and when he saw the aggrieved look of the man in sunglasses, the cat Nanako wanted to laugh a little. Along the way, I listened to Cat Nanako curiously looking at the endless crowd outside the car window. It seemed that Yanjing was similar to the capital of the Long Kingdom in the previous life, and it was so crowded. "It's really hard to live here." After listening to the cat, Nanako couldn't stand it after experiencing traffic jams for a while. Finally got on the high speed. The man in sunglasses wanted to speak a few times, but when he saw Lin Qing's fierce eyes from the car window mirror, he closed his mouth in fright. "I was speechless all the way, and drove for about 4 hours. Finally, the car stopped at the door of a luxurious super-large mountain villa. After so many years, you are still a stinky driver." Lin Qing listened to the cat Nanako getting out of the car, and didn't forget to turn around and ridicule before leaving. The man with sunglasses smiled bitterly and shook his head, "You really bear grudges. Is it possible that I will become a rich lady in the future?" "Ah!" Looking at the mansion halfway up the mountain, Nanako, the listening cat, pretending to have bright eyes, was immediately knocked by Lin Qing. It turns out that you also worshipped money. Haven't you been living for more than 10 years? I'm just kidding, what do you do to hit someone?" Lin Qing looked up at the place where she had lived for more than 10 years, and couldn't help feeling a little sad. After all, it was still a familiar home in the impression. There were 2 bodyguards in black guarding at the door. They didn't mean to stop them at all. After a slight nod, the cat Nanako, who was confused and listened to the cat Nanako, was hurriedly pulled into the door by Lin Qing. Passing through countless villas that are connected vertically and horizontally, listening to the cat Nanako secretly smack her tongue. "Even though I saw the magnificence of this villa when I was halfway up the mountain, the size is almost comparable to the ancient palace." Unlike the gorgeous villas outside the mansion, Lin Qing took the cat Nanako to the outside of a small attic with simple decoration. This is also the most central building in the entire villa. There are many different kinds of dense trees growing outside the yard of this building. It's like a paradise. The trees are covered with a layer of falling snow, and a huge frozen lake can be seen from the side of the attic. Seeing this beautiful scene, it seems that anyone who comes in can feel a moment of peace of mind, but listening to the cat Nanako suddenly thinks of a nursing home for some reason. The upper floor in the small attic. An old man with white hair sits on the central chair with a serious expression. The old-fashioned wrinkles can't cover the anger on the bronze face, just like a lion that has just woken up. A few middle-aged men and women with different expressions sat respectfully on both sides of him, not even daring to show the atmosphere. Hearing that the cat Nanako was pulled into the house by lynching, she almost staggered because of the wooden board under her feet. She couldn't help but complain that lynching didn't inherit her height and long legs to her predecessor. The whole room was filled with a depressive atmosphere, and the listening cat Nanako, who covered his face with a hat, hid behind lynching in embarrassment. Then she secretly observed that the 7 or 8 people sitting next to him should be the mother's brothers and sisters, right? There was a handsome brown-haired man with exaggerated fashionable clothes standing next to the uncle whom I had seen. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com would not be the boss in politics again, the second in business, the third Uranus superstar, the fourth child is the strange setting of the protagonist? Didn't we sever the relationship between father and daughter? What are you doing back? After a long silence, the old man said in a rough voice. When the old man said this, several people around him were shocked. Lin King Gang's red eyes were held back by his abrupt words, and a trace of anger came up immediately. Dad didn't mean that, fourth sister, don't be angry. The middle-aged man who looked a little older beside the old man's right hand stood up to persuade him. The handsome young man frowned. Dad, the fourth sister has not been easy for so many years, as for. The old man waved his hand. Sit back for me, it has nothing to do with you. So many people are mother's brothers and sisters? This old man is quite capable of giving birth. The scene has reached such a critical moment, listening to the cat Nanako is still maliciously making sexual intercourse. Of course I will come back to see if I need to collect the body of this stinky old man. Lin Qing's face was stern, and it took a long time to squeeze out a word. Was listening to the cat Nanako's madness and almost didn't spit out, but it was a pity that she didn't drink water, otherwise Lin Qing's back would be full. My mother, when did your mouth become so powerful? The old man who looked like Lin Qing's father flushed with anger, and crushed the paper cup next to him. Fingers trembling pointed at Lin Qing. You unfilial girl, dare to curse me like this? Dad, calm down. What's so noisy about the fourth sister after coming back? The older men who looked larger hurriedly surrounded him, patted his back and squeezed his shoulders. The old man took a long time. Just slowed down. Chapter 41, Grandma. The tense atmosphere made everyone nervous, and they didn't dare to take a mouthful of the atmosphere. Ding ding ding, there was a violent sound of going downstairs from the top of the building. Dead old man, if you say you don't want to do anything with moths, why can't you help yourself with this bitch? A woman walked downstairs angrily. The old man's face was pale. Didn't you tell me to wait upstairs? Hey! Waiting for our daughter to run again, right? The woman stopped at the top of the stairs, squinted at the crowd, and suddenly stopped on Lin Qing. She suddenly became emotional. Lin Qing also reddened her eyes again, and she couldn't control her emotions when she turned her face sideways. My Qing-er, I have grown up without seeing him for more than 10 years. After seeing Lin Qing, the woman rushed over and hugged her. Hearing the cat Nanako looked bewildered. How could this dignified woman who seems to be in her 40s and 50s be her own grandma? She is more than enough to be her own mother, okay? Didn't you see that the uncle closest to the old man is older than his grandma? What's even stranger is that the grandma of cat Nanako does not look like Lin Qing, but a bit like cat Nanako. Lin Qing burst into tears and caught the crying woman. Her grandmother looked very young in her 40s because she paid great attention to maintenance. It can be seen that she was definitely a beauty who was all over the country 10 or 20 years ago. The mother and daughter cried for a while and the expressions of everyone in the field became relaxed, not as stiff as before. Hearing that the cat Nanako also recalled the scene of Lin Qing holding herself crying after she had just crossed over, and she felt a little emotional for a while. Just come back. The woman patted Lin Qing on the back, and the atmosphere she had not seen for many years didn't seem so embarrassing anymore. I know, I'm used to her. The relieved old man moved his head to the side with contempt. The mother and daughter were still blind. After crying, Lin Qing respectfully helped the woman onto the sofa, and Nanako, the Mickey Mouse listening cat whose head was wrapped behind her, was also exposed, and everyone in the hall noticed her. Although I heard that Cat Nanako is also very pleased that Lin Qing and her family are back together, is it a bit embarrassing to stand here? Who is this? The woman's voice trembled, and she asked in surprise. Not far from listening to the cat Nanako, a boy who looked younger than her said uncomfortable, "Mom, this must be the fourth sister's daughter. Since you know everything, what else can you ask?" "Yes, this is my daughter." Lin Qing wiped her eyes, raised her head and said triumphantly at the old man. "This is my seventh brother, the smelly old man is quite capable of giving birth." Then Lin Qing turned his head to look at the little boy with a smile. "Ahem. That." The old man's face suddenly became a little uncomfortable. "Don't pretend, the old man, my dear granddaughter, come and let me have a look." The woman did not shy away from her, staring at the cat Nanako with her hat tightly on her eyes. The mother and daughter are really unashamed of virtues. The old man in the seat is even more awkward. He almost twisted his neck to the back in embarrassment, but curiously glanced at the cat Nanako secretly. "This is your grandma by you." Lin Qing motioned to hear the cat Nanako come over. Hearing that the cat Nanako had to walk over slowly, and was instantly pulled into her arms by Bai Yu. "So cute," Shirley's chest was squeezed hard to listen to the cat Nanako. "Ah!" Listening to the cat Nanako kneeling on the ground, with her head buried in Bai Yu's arms, she couldn't help turning her head to ask Lin Qing for help. Of course, the look of cat Nanako's cry for help was ignored by Lin Qing, a wicked woman who had forgotten her mother. "Why are the children wrapped in such a big hat? Isn't it afraid of life?" Bai Yu opened the hat that looked like Mickey Mouse on the cat Nanako. The bun head of cat Nanako was messed up by Lin Qing a long time ago. Just because she was kneeling, her long and affectionate hair was scattered. After the hat was lifted, the green silk not only dropped to the ground but also dragged a large piece backward. Listening to the cat Nanako's slightly fandish face, staring at Lin Qing's mother curiously, Bai Yu was immediately conquered by the cute thing in her arms, squinting her eyes and rubbing the cat Nanako's face vigorously. A woman of normal height with her hair hanging down to her hips may look like a female ghost, but the petite cat Nanako looks like a princess in a fairy tale. The green silk scattered on the ground aroused everyone's curiosity, but Bai Yu did not give others a chance to see the cat Nanako's face. "We'll listen to the cat Nanako in her arms and rubbing around. The dear baby is so cute, Grandma really likes you. Your master didn't scare you just now. Hey! Show me my granddaughter." The old man couldn't help but curiosity, and walked over. For the time being, he left behind the fact that he didn't like listening to cat Nanako's father. "What's wrong with the old man? Aren't you trying to sever the father-daughter relationship with Qing'er?" Bai Yu's question made the old man's face stiff. After speaking, he pretended to be angry and blocked the cat Nanako with his hands to prevent him from watching. Lin Qing also wanted to cry without tears. "Mom, how could you betray your daughters so easily for the sake of your daughter's daughter?" Hearing the cat Nanako glanced at Lin Qing triumphantly www.readaloud.com and then Bai Yu turned around and hugged her on her lap. Grandma rubbed cat Nanako's head like a show-off. "Woo! This height is really bad, even my grandmother is a head taller than me. Oh, what a cute niece." The handsome man on the opposite side beamed his eyes. "So cute." Lin Qing's seventh brother, a little boy younger than cat Nanako, muttered. Lin Ziyi is the eldest son of the Lin family. He looks ordinary, but in terms of age, he is 3 years older than Lin Chen's second wife, Bai Yu. Decades ago, he personally watched Bai Yu, who was a minor, married. At that time, Bai Yu's beauty was named the #1 beauty in Yanjing. Bai Yu's face of shame in the closed moon made the people attending the wedding remember, but he didn't have any delusions, and because of this he had a big quarrel with his father. It is a pity, except for the seventh brother. Whether it was the fourth sister Linqing or the fifth brother afterwards, the sixth brother did not inherit Bai Yu's perfect gene. The fifth brother looks middle and upper, and the sixth brother is already a handsome guy. But there is only the seventh brother, who is similar in appearance to Bai Yu. Although Linqing was enough to be called a beauty back then, it was still far behind Bai Yu, who silenced the entire Yanjing decades ago. And the cat Nanako I just saw can be said to have surpassed Bai Yu in all aspects, both in body and appearance. I want to say one reason, that is, my father is too ugly. Lin Ziyi discovered a fact in horror. This is also the reason why he looks ordinary. He couldn't help but glanced at his father Lin Chen in a panic. The old man opened his mouth wide, showing no other expression except astonishment. Chapter 42, Naturally Charming and Charming. Bai Yu introduced several people in front of him to Nanako Cat. Linqing's mother is Bai Yu, who is more than 20 years younger than her father Lin Chen, and is the second wife of the Lin family. The first wife passed away unfortunately after giving birth to the third sister Linqing, which means that Linqing is the oldest in the second mother's family. And the uncle who is familiar with Cat Nanako, he is also the only relative whom Cat Nanako has ever met. Second term. It's no wonder that Grandma Bai Yu is so young, so Lin Chen is really a big stallion. S mother's seventh brother is said to be less than 1 year old from himself, which means that Bai Yu was also pregnant when Linqing was pregnant. Following Bai Yu's introduction, Cat Nanako's expression became weird. Lin Chen's second son, Lin Lei, is slightly smaller than Bai Yu, and his body is slightly bloated. He has been in middle age for some time. The third daughter, Lin Rong, is also a middle-aged woman. Although the wrinkles on her face are not obvious, she looks older than Bai Yu. Linqing ranked fourth at home and Bai Yu's first child. Listening to Cat Nanako's uncle Lin Chu ranked fifth at home. Linqing's sixth brother is Lin Luo. He is a star and handsome in appearance. I heard that Cat Nanako had a small impression of him, but she seemed to have forgotten which TV show she had seen him from. Old 7 Lin Fan, he is only 5 months younger than the listening Cat Nanako, and has inherited a trace of Bai Yu's characteristics. However, in the eyes of listening to the Cat Nanako, it is a small feeling. It seems that many fuddies like this type. After was introduced, Bai Yu ignored the others, pulling Linqing and Ting Mao Nanako with both hands and walked out of the attic. You two will live here temporarily for a few days. The three of them walked through more than a dozen yards and then came to a small double-story villa. Nanako, how can your hair be so messy as a girl? Bai Yu rubbed and listened to Cat Nanako's messy hair. My mother is always messing around on my head. Listening, Cat Nanako turned her head to avoid Linqing's hostile gaze. Bai Yu stiffly stopped the hand that was touching the hair of Cat Nanako. Bai Yu, meow meow. Linqing, meow meow. Listening to the Cat Nanako, meow, meow. After a brief embarrassment, Bai Yu asked Linqing and listening Cat Nanako to go to their room first. Today, Linqing was very dissatisfied with the performance of Nanako the cat, selling her mother to ask for glory. She pulled the Nanako cat into the bathroom, ready to tune it up. Yukata, the change of clothes are quite complete, it should have been prepared by Bai Yu. After listening to the Cat Nanako pretending to resist, Linqing was stripped and thrown into the bathroom, so the mother and daughter had a serious conversation. Although I was a little dissatisfied with the unilateral preaching of the Cat Nanako's quilt, but at the same time I also enjoyed Linqing's delicate hands rubbing. After listening to the Cat Nanako wrapped in a bath towel, she felt her whole body lighter. Nanako, what's the matter? Bai Yu asked strangely while sitting on the bed. No. Nothing. Listening to the Cat Nanako suddenly put away a wandering expression. Putting Cat Nanako in front of the dressing table, Bai Yu prepared to design her hair for Ting Cat Nanako herself. What kind of person is your father? Bai Yu combed the Cat Nanako's hair while chatting. It's a bit serious. Yes, it's serious. Hearing Cat Nanako suddenly remembered listening to Cat Lincoln's respectful attitude towards Lin Qing. No matter how he thinks it is not serious. Accidentally said it, and the first impression is really hard to change. But I listened to my mother. Hearing Cat Nanako added another sentence. Bai Yu chuckled lightly, and the movements on her hands gradually became complicated. Listening to the Cat Nanako's hair in her hands is like a plaything being manipulated wantonly. The hair was curled up and down, hanging on both sides of the hairstyle. This, is it? Cat Nanako was extremely surprised. Bai Yu even combed her into Quigi Kum. For a girl like her who can only wear cute hairstyles, the ancient hairstyle of Quigiji is almost equivalent to a copy of Hell Difficulty. Compared to Bai Yu, Lin Qing's hands are much awkward, and it is better to listen to the hairstyle that Cat Nanako knows by herself. Well, it's too long to handle. Bai Yu seriously straightened the long hair on the back of the Cat Nanako and pulled it to his shoulder. Hearing the Cat Nanako staring at the mirror and carefully observed Bai Yu's technique, she became dazzled after watching it for a while. S head is a little dizzy, listening to the Cat Nanako shaking his head. Is it itchy? Bai Yu rubbed his neck with Nanako to help listen to the cat. Well, Grandma has time to teach me how to comb this antique hairstyle. Listen to Cat Nanako. Okay. Bai Yu was a little pleased. She was afraid that there was a generation gap between the two and she didn't know how to communicate. After 5 minutes of serious processing, the hairstyle was finally set. Bai Yu tied a white hair band into a bow and tied it directly behind the hair of the Cat Nanako. Hearing the Cat Nanako stood up and shook her body, she was fascinated by herself in the mirror. The hair on both sides was combed into 2 rings and curled down to the shoulders. The long blue silk behind him was dragged to the waist, and the oblique bangs on his forehead were combed one by one to cover his right eye. Hey, this kind of blindfolded bangs is a bit like Suemo. In previous neon animations, he was sometimes used by characters like Saki Kwangzo and Rem Ram. Hearing that the Cat Nanako only showed his left eye with a mole, and looked a little bit more lusty than the previous normal Chi Lu Hai hairstyle. With the soft skin, there is a lazy breath on the face. Listening to the narcissism of the Cat Nanako, I am afraid that even if Diao Chan and Xidza are reborn, I am afraid that they will kneel under their pomegranate skirt and call the goddess www.readwoon.com. Now that I seem to be a fruit body, where is the pomegranate skirt? Unexpectedly, her grandmother would sink first, and Bai Yu couldn't help holding the Ting Cat Nanako into her arms again to play. Wow! Somebody's little beauty, I want to grab it home and be ashamed to PRPR. Lin Qing stretched out her hand after walking out of the bathroom. Hearing the Cat Nanako disgusted and pushed Lin Qing's hand away, Go away, I'm tired of playing with your body. After speaking, she turned around and hugged Bai Yu, rubbing her face against Bai Yu's chest. Woo woo woo, my daughter won't admit it after playing with my body. Lin Qing nodded her hands and pretended to cry. Bang! Lin Qing was knocked on the forehead by Bai Yu. Everyone who is so old still loves to play treasures. After listening to the Cat Nanako, she enjoyed the caress of Bai Yu and Lin Qingju's resentful gaze unharmed. Then I heard the Cat Nanako put on the clothes that the Eternal Sword Master had bought at the signing ceremony with Bai Yu's help. Snow blue mopping chiffon plum blossom skirt with smoke cage, exquisite jasper butterfly embroidered on the cuffs, and a thin layer of hemline into the clear mist cage to vent the flamboyant yarn. The air is like orchids, and the water lotus ribbon is wrapped around the waist. Then put on black cotton boots on the white and delicate feet of the Cat Nanako, and the curvy calf was looming in the transparent skirt. After reacting, Lin Qing quickly took out his mobile phone and took a few photos at the listening Cat Nanako. Now listening to the Cat Nanako is like a fairy from a fairy tale novel, but the look of this suit is indeed a bit like the fairy dress in the sect. I heard Cat Nanako along the way before I came here and saw whether there were any girl servants in the Lin family who would wear such ancient clothes. It should be normal to dress like this in a big family. But their clothes look like maids, and their own is like a mistress. Chapter 43, The True Color of a Man, gracefully playing Ji Liu Fang. It has been updated twice in the past few days, and I will test the water and ask for a recommendation ticket. Listening to the Cat Nanako, if you don't give a recommendation ticket, I will crush you all with your chest. The clothes are quite warm, and I don't feel cold in winter. After listening to the Cat Nanako went out, he adjusted the watercolor ribbon around his waist. Cat Nanako felt a little dirty because the bottom of her clothes fell to the ground, so she stretched out two small hands from her big sleeves and walked with her skirt. It would be better if he grew taller. Now I am a little over 5 meters tall and can't wear this dress. Hey, Nanako, don't go over there, let's go to eat. The Cat Nanako who walked out of the villa first was stopped by Lin Qing. Even if I want to come, the small attic seems to have no place to eat. Let's go by car, the place to eat is a little far away. Bai Yu waved his hand outside the courtyard, and a man in black dressed as a housekeeper drove over slowly. Hearing Cat Nanako wondered, should I go to the hotel for dinner? This villa seems to take a long time to drive to the city. Bai Yu shook his head, of course not, we drove to the family banquet on the top of the mountain, where you can also meet many brothers and sisters of the same age. Wu, shouldn't you have to introduce it next to each other? Previously, just remembering the elders of the mother's generation was enough to give myself a headache. On the way to the top of the mountain, Nanako could not help but sigh about the financial resources of the Lin family. There is a black business car outside every villa. I don't know how many villas there are in the entire villa. The car drove upward in a spiral around the villa, and finally stopped at the entrance of a magnificent hall near the top of the mountain. Hello, Grandma. Good Grandma. Several young boys and girls gathered at the entrance of the main hall and chatted. They greeted each other after seeing Bai Yu getting off the car. Ah, that. Are you an aunt? A bun-faced girl with a ponytail leaned in cautiously after seeing Lin Qing. Manman can actually recognize me. It's not because I ran around holding you when I was a kid. Lin Qing was very happy since meeting her mother today and reached out and touched the girl's head. Hey, how can I remember when I was only 1 or 2 years old? I guessed it. The girl called Manman shook her head embarrassedly. Wow, this dumb-looking girl with a bun face really said something unpleasant. But Lin Qing's expression remained the same. Well, the face of this steamed bun looks very similar to Lin Rong, the third sister of the mother just now, and it looks like her daughter. Listening to the Cat Nanako's conjecture secretly. Nanako, this is your sister Lin Menu, you guys will have a good chat later. Girls of this age will definitely have common topics. Lin Qing blinked at the Cat Nanako. Il? What a weird name. Does the mother's eyes worry about not being able to make friends? Listening to the Cat Nanako rolled her eyes. But there are really so few friends who have a close relationship with Ting Mao Nanako. Ting Mao Lingchuan and Lin Qing have always felt that Ting Mao Nanako's personality has a problem, and it was not until the car accident that it got better. Hello, Sister Eel, my name is Listening to Cat Nanako. Listening to Cat Nanako respectfully greeted him. A girl with a fat face in front of her eyes is wearing a traditional light blue cheongsam, and many of the girls in the distance are also wearing cheongsams and small dresses. Sure enough, many people in large families would wear it like this. Oh, my cousin is so cute, and the name is very sweet. Lin Menu showed a look of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Hearing the Cat Nanako also smiled softly, haha, the name of the eel is also very good. Lin Qing's face suddenly stiffened behind her. This child is so rude. His smile is very similar to the self when he was a child. Hi, what a beautiful girl. There were many people's inhalations in the distance. A man with nosebleeds came out, and he stretched out his sleeve and wiped it awkwardly. Is my clothes fucked? This can cause nosebleeds. How weak is your kidney? Hearing the cat Nanako followed Bai Yu into the hall, she wore a retro snow blue dress with blindfolded long hair and hairstyle, which attracted most people's attention in an instant. Some teenagers of the same age watched the cat Nanako's eyes with a look of admiration. Grumbling, listening to the cat Nanako seemed to hear a lot of people gulping. Why are there such big mobs? Have you never seen a beautiful girl who only appeared once in 5 billion years? This is Lin Qing's daughter, right? The birth is so beautiful, tens of thousands of times more beautiful than my girl. Many people live in the villa for a long time, and they all know each other. Now suddenly there is a girl who I don't know. Naturally it's not hard to guess that she is related to Lin Qing. According to Bai Yu's explanation, after listening to the cat Nanako, I realized that there is more than the Lin family living in this villa. Also includes the children of those women who married into the Lin family, and the family of Lin Rong, the third sister of Lin Qing, whose husband entered the Zulin family. At present, the number of people staying in this villa is close to 200. Of course, maids and bodyguards make up the majority. When my mother ran away from home, there was also a reason why Mao Lingchuan refused to agree to join Zulin's house. You read www.yuyuganshu.com, so the old man Lin Chen seemed to hate listening to cat Nanako's father. There are 5 large round tables in the center of the hall. The adult men and women of the Lin family sit at a table each. The other 3 tables are probably for children. The main hall is as magnificent as a palace, with a huge luxury diamond chandelier hanging on the ceiling. There are more than 40 members of the immediate family who participated in the family dinner today. Listening to the cat Nanako sat at the corner of the table with Sister Eel. Bai Yu pulled Lin Qing with an unnatural face and forced her to sit on her left-hand side. Of course, Lin Qing was the protagonist today. Lin Chen walked slowly into the lobby with his hands behind him. As the former marshal of the Long Kingdom, he had absolute prestige in the family. There were no murmurs in the entire hall for a while, and all the juniors stared at Lin Chen nervously. Hey, do you have to stare at him? This is the Lin family's rule before eating. Hearing the cat Nanako had to put his hands on the table and use the exposed left eye to look at Lin Chen sideways. Lin Chen walked slowly across the front table, scanning the crowd. After Lin Qing and him briefly looked at each other, they turned their heads unhappy, and Lin Chen naturally didn't bother to pay attention to her. Then he found Nanako, the cat-listening cat who was staring at him squintingly. This old man's walking so slow really cured my spondylopathy for many years. Watching Lin Chen walk by his side, listening to the cat Nanako thought that he could finally turn his head. Lin Chen was curiously observing this little granddaughter who was better looking when she was younger than Bai Yu, and found that she threw her head over and gave herself a back. It seems that it will take a lot of time to get into a relationship with this granddaughter. I don't know how Lin Qing usually smears my image behind my back. Lin Chen thought helplessly. Chapter 44, Zero Fit Physique. I have something to say before dinner. That's why I gathered you here today. Lin Chen walked to his seat and paused. After, he glanced at Bai Yu's side and motioned to her to make Lin Qing move. Lin Qing stood up consciously, and for a while, dozens of people's eyes focused on her. Oh, just introduce yourself. Lin Chen embarrassedly pushed it to Lin Qing. My name is Lin Qing. Lin Qing nodded coldly. Who doesn't know your name is Lin Qing? Everyone thought. There should be applause here. After listening to the cat Nanako suddenly felt that her mother was really a lady. That's it. In fact, most of the people present should know her. I won't say anything extra. You are reminiscing about the past after the meal. Lin Chen is used to acting vigorously and resolutely. He doesn't want to make father-daughter acquaintances grateful and runny, on the contrary, it will make other people get goosebumps. Besides, it seems that the two of them still hate each other very much. It is Lin Qing's personality that is too similar to him that caused his father and daughter not to meet for so many years. It's time to eat. The Lin family has big business and no special rules. The people at several tables started talking in a low voice. Only Lin Chen's table was silent, eating food in silence. Lin Ce chewed the food stiffly with his mouth one by one, but in his heart he anxiously wondered how to apologize to Lin Qing. At the beginning, he went to the devildom several times to beg Lin Qing to go home, but now that the fourth sister has returned home, his father still shows the appearance of not waiting to see Lin Qing. Isn't this difficult for me? The youngest Lin Fan at this table is just a child. He has always been afraid of Lin Chen, so he lowered his head and dared not speak. He also wanted to sit at a table with his peers. Lin Zi, Lin Lei and Bai Yu are all in the same age, and they will not have any good feelings towards their younger brothers and sisters, let alone Lin Qing, who has not been seen in more than 10 years, and his relationship is comparable to that of strangers. Lin Chen reluctantly glared at the few people who had a stiff relationship. They were running around every day. If they didn't call them back, they wouldn't know whether they would take the initiative to go home and see where the feelings between the brothers and sisters had gone. Of course, the Lin family hasn't held such a large-scale dinner for a long time, and the people have their own business and hardly connect with each other. The only thing that makes Lin Chen thankful is that no one has revealed the hatred of other brothers and sisters like other giants. It may also be because the Lin family's fortune is so large that it can't be separated. Lin Chen thought again, since his ex-wife passed away and he married Bai Yu, he has been cold-eyed towards him. The two of them rarely talk to the other younger siblings, and only the third daughter, Lin Rong, will be a little considerate of herself. I'm afraid that's all. Lin Qing did not look at the faces of the people at the table, silently eating his own meal, and from time to time gave Bai Yu some vegetables. Bai Yu pretended to chat with Lin Qing in a low voice, such as asking about Lin Qing's experience and work situation over the past 10 years, and occasionally mentioning the children at home. It was a little warm. Well, fourth sister, would you call Nanako over and let everyone get to know him? Lin Ce tried to squeeze a flattering smile. This kid really can't speak, Lin Qing reprimanded in her heart, listening to the cat Nanako, but the most disliked this kind of atmosphere. Yeah, I think my niece looks good, so I called it over to have a chat. Lin Rong also asked. She often played with Lin Qing when she was a child, and she still had feelings in her heart. Lin Qing refused. Sorry, my daughter, what she doesn't like most is staying with an adult, so don't force her. Ah, there is no need to apologize. It's normal for a child to be afraid of having a baby, so let her communicate with the juniors more. Lin Rong shook his head quickly. The fourth sister's daughter could be so beautiful, but she was a little curious about Lin Qing's husband. What kind of person? Nanako, you eat this. Lin Menu put a mouthful of eel meat to the mouth of the cat Nanako, as if he wanted to feed her. I have a mouth myself, just put the eel on my plate. Listening to the cat Nanako is determined not to be seduced by beauty. I heard cat Nanako suddenly feel that many girls seem to have a good impression of themselves. Is it possible that I am a natural lily physique? The physique of sucking lily is right. Hey, don't be so unfamiliar, just call me eel. Lin Menu patted his huge breast. Didn't you see that the people on the opposite side were about to get down with a smile? Your name is quite lethal, listening to cat Nanako's helpless thought. Is my little sister in high school? Asked a boy with rimmed glasses. He looks more intellectual. Cat Nanako appreciates this kind of boy who is not very handsome but very gentle. No, I dropped out of junior high school, and now I basically squat at home. Listening to the cat Nanako gave him a smile. I dropped out of junior high school, that is to say I only went to elementary school. So scary, such a beautiful girl is actually a primary school student? The boy sweated. Listening to the cat Nanako Fenjian angry, discriminate against elementary school students? And Lin Qing this table. Hello? I see, come right away. After listening to the phone ringing of the uncle of the cat Nanako Lin Ce, Lin Chen nodded and answered the sound. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com Luo, it's time, let's go. Lin Ce and Lin Luo stood up together. Mom and Dad, our company will be out of company if something happens. Sister, I'm really sorry, I will make you apologize for drinking a little wine in the evening. Sister Si, let's get together later. The beautiful man Lin Luo also greeted Lin Qing. Lin Qing waved his hand indifferently, you guys go quickly, why are so many things going on? She had the best relationship with Lin Ce back then, and Lin Luo was just a child, and she got along well with the same parents. Nanako, my uncle is leaving today. I will take you to see my uncle's company when I have time. You will definitely like it. Lin Ce patted Cat Nanako on the shoulder as he passed by the table. Listening to the Cat, Nanako shrugged, she is not a kid, and sees what's fun in the company. Ignoring the uncomfortable look in Lin Qing's eyes in the distance, the two quickly walked out of the hall. Brother, are you familiar with the fourth sister's daughter? Lin Luo asked in surprise after sitting in the passenger seat of the commercial vehicle. Lin Ce smiled and said, hee, every time I go to the fourth sister's house, I am mentally prepared to be beaten out. That's right, Luo. Are you sure you want to play the role of Kurosaki Ichigo? You were going to dub Lin Xin's TV version and the theater version at the same time, plus the main character of Reaper, will you be too busy? It is said that Suemo has a friendship with the author of Death, this time he got two protagonist positions at once, and fans are also happy to give CP to some celebrities. Haha, after all, it will give fans a sense of familiarity. This will also greatly help your popularity. Cherish this opportunity. Lin Luo took a deep breath and then lay back on his seat. He might be busy in the following days. Chapter 45, Wang Hejia. Not to mention the Cat Nanako listening to Yanjing, the time goes back to one day ago. In a luxury bar in the Magic City, the stale air is filled with the smell of tobacco and alcohol. There was a deafening sound from the speaker, and some crazy men and women danced like demons on the dance floor. Gorgeous lights blazed the entire bar continuously, chaotic. In a private room, a scornful man kept groping on his female partner even if he had his hand tied with a plaster. He looked with interest at the dancing men and women on the dance floor, and the enchanting woman beside him leaned over and offered a glass of precious red wine. There are also some fashionable-looking people in the box. Everyone is accompanied by one or two hot girls with heavy makeup. These people are famous dudes in the magic world, and they like to do things that hurt the world the most. Brother G, your father is finally willing to let you out. A fat man with a big face leaned on the side of the plaster man with a smirk to please. He trembled as he spoke, and the fat on his body rolled like a wave. The man almost wanted to slap all his teeth away, which was really disgusting. How could that old thing be really willing to punish me, and you should stay away from me? The man called Brother G replied with reluctance to vomit. The man's name is Wang Hejia. A few months ago, he ran into the side of a slow-moving bus while drunk and driving. The speeding supercar instantly knocked the bus. Unexpectedly, the steering bus turned its head and hit the big tree trunk on the side of the road, and then rolled a few times. But the new car he had just bought for 3 million was also scrapped, and Wang Hejia was really upset. When the protective air cushion in front of the car popped out instantly, he was also injured. After turning over, he wanted to call the bodyguard to look for the bad luck of the people in the bus, but found that several people were so fragile that they died on the spot. He was also frightened at that moment, and immediately called and notified his father, who was an official, to minimize the impact of this incident in time. The car accident that caused several deaths was bad enough. The relatives of the dead people reported him frantically. However, his father recently suppressed the incident and released him from the house. Damn, these dead people are really unlucky. Crack. Thinking of his $1 million car, Wang Hejia irritably smashed his empty wine glass to the ground. This behavior scared the charming women around him constantly. I've been boring to death in the past few months. Is there anything interesting lately? It's better to play with the family members of those deceased. I think there is an uncle who was killed by you, and his daughter is very watery, and she is the most fierce, crying during this time. A yellow hair with a crossed legs grinned. NS. Wang Huijia's eyes lit up. Good idea, then you can look up that woman's information for me. He called Huang Mao. Okay, okay. Huang Mao immediately took out his mobile phone and sent a text message to his subordinates respectfully. Boom! In an instant, the door of the box was kicked up by a huge force, and the tumbling door suddenly shook Huang Mao's head, and a few bloodshots appeared in the sky. Plap! The mobile phone came out, and there were still unsuccessful text messages on it, and the yellow hair who was pressed by the door fainted without saying a word, and there was no movement. You may not have this chance. A strong male voice came from the door. Several people in the box stood up in horror. Who is going to make trouble? Don't you know if this is my place? The fat man roared loudly, and the fat on his face shook a few times. The dust remaining at the door dispersed, and the kicker kept kicking. Cough cough, the man kicking the door seemed to be choked by dust, coughing and withdrawing his feet. The atmosphere of rattling before was destroyed. Seeing that there was only a man, Wang Huijia took a cigar and calmly walked to the man's side. Hey, do you know who my dad is? Have you ever thought about your family when you came to seek revenge? Kneel down and admit your mistakes. Wang Huijia spit out a cloud-shaped smoke ring on the man's face. Seeing Wang Huijia so arrogant, several people in the box also regained their confidence and stared at the man maliciously. Puff chick, the man poked a laugh. Wang Huijia was about to say something. The next second he was hit by the man with a heavy fist in his face. Bang! Wang Huijia flew out and stayed in the air for a while. He fell off violently, and overturned the table and chair to the ground. Wow! A large number of wine bottles on the table were smashed and the table was broken in half. Several women who accompany the wine in the private room ran out of the room screaming in fright. Kill, run! The cigar flying in the sky was easily picked up by the man. When everyone was surprised, he slowly walked to the side of Wang Huijia. Ah, don't hit me, my father will avenge me. Wang Huijia, who was punched into a pig's head, was covered with blood and crawled back in horror. What are you guys doing? Come over and help me, he yelled, and the other gangsters were frightened by the man's strength and dared not step forward. This is not a revenge, it's just that I'm a bit selfish. The man whispered. Wang Huijia's head was held by the man's big hand, and the burning cigar gradually approached his pupils. Ah 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 ah. Wang Huijia's deafening screams came from the box. Fatty almost couldn't control his incontinence, and ran towards the door frantically, getting closer and closer. It's safe as long as you run to the door, ha ha ha. The fat all over his body trembled as he ran, and the strange posture seemed to be a strange species. However, when he ran outside the door, he was stunned. The entire bar was already full of armed soldiers with real guns. Where do you want to run? A demon's voice came from behind. The fat man was grabbed by his head and fell back. There was another scream in the box, but the soldier guarding the door didn't even look at it and didn't react at all. About 10 minutes later, the man walked out with a happy look. www.readaloud.com picked up a tissue prepared by a soldier next to him, and wiped the blood from his hands. Take away. Countless soldiers rushed into the box. Except for the few women who were so pale in fright, the others were all lying half dead on the ground. How dare you arrest me? My father and the deputy commander of the Motu military region are worshipping brothers. The disgusting-looking fat man was still crying loudly, and they still don't know why they were so wronged. I don't know how long it took. Wang Huijia opened his eyes with difficulty, and it was completely dark. At this moment, his face is very bloated, and the action of opening his eyes has already made him very painful. The bumps under his body can make him feel that he is in a car, and the window is also dark. Is it night? Son, are you awake? When the chandelier turned on, Wang Hejia uncomfortably covered his almost blind eyes with his hands. His eyesight returned, and the friends who were drinking with him that day all fell asleep in the corner decadently. This was actually a military vehicle that was used to detain prisoners. When he saw his father, Wang Chengming, his heart suddenly became cold. The middle-aged man's look fell into Wang Hejia's eyes, and he suddenly realized that he might have provoked something unprovoking. "Dad, did we offend someone?" Wang Hejia swallowed hard, and one of his eyes temporarily lost consciousness. The middle-aged man laughed at himself, and then shook his head. "I don't know. But I was notified that my official position has been revoked." "What?" Wang Hejia's face turned pale after a brush, and his father, Wang Chengming, was a deputy director-level official of the demon capital. "Hey, I don't know where to be sent this way." Chapter 46, Death Penalty. "Wang Xiao, what the is going on?" The gangsters in the corner groaned one by one when they woke up. "Hey, how do I know?" Wang Hejia snorted coldly, put his hand into other people's pockets to take a cigarette, but found that all the things in everyone's clothing had been confiscated long ago. "Is really bad luck." After a long wait, a piece of white fish floats in the sky outside the window, and the earth gradually shines. A ray of sunlight shone through the window into the dark car. "Why is it going uphill?" Feeling some bumps, Wang Hejia stretched his head and looked out the window. The truck passed through a large area of villas and finally stopped in front of a loft. "When you get to the place, get off the car as soon as possible." The man who beat them before got them out of the car like a prisoner. Wang Hejia found that his father was still in a state of absent-mindedness, and suddenly became exhausted. For officials like Wang Chengming, being stripped of civilians overnight can say that his life's struggles are useless. Is undoubtedly the most painful blow to him. Fatty, Huang Mao, Wang's father and son, as well as 3 punks were all taken out of the car. Could it be that he killed himself before? It shouldn't be. There have been several major incidents that have been settled by my father by relying on his power. Besides, how can the father be stripped of his official position directly with a few lives? Isn't it that he is embezzling too much? Wang Hejia thought about it all the way and was puzzled. 3 military vehicles followed behind the truck. The soldiers in military uniforms got out of the vehicle and escorted several people into the attic. "Nanako, are you used to sleeping last night?" Lin Chen smiled and poured a pot of hot tea for cat Nanako. Hearing the cat Nanako nodded slightly and took the hot tea. Cut. Lin Qing playing with her mobile phone suddenly made a strange noise. Lin Chen's old face turned black. "Nanako is much better than you, don't you know to respect the elderly?" "I don't respect you, what's wrong?" "Have an opinion." "Marshal, I brought people here." Before the two of them had finished their quarreling, the man outside the door brought a group of soldiers and detained them and walked in. "Marshal," Wang Chengming's feet began to tremble when he heard these 2 words coming in. That is a person who can control the power of life and death. No matter how he thinks that a provincial-level government official can't provoke such a person. Wang Hejia was still on the floor and raised his head with difficulty. "I saw a beautiful girl who didn't seem to eat the fireworks in the world, sitting beside the old man, showing contemptuous eyes at him. Next to the girl, there is a beautiful young woman who just glanced at him and turned her head in disgust." "Well, thank you very much," Lin Chen raised his head slightly. "Marshal is polite." The man took a few steps back after saluting. Lin Chen picked up a piece of information on the tea table and said lightly, "Wang Hejia, a man from the Magic City, now 19 years old. Was involved in a Jianxia case when he was 15 years old. Because his father was the secretary of the Political and Legal Committee of the Magic Capital, he only compensated the family of the deceased for mental damages. Between the ages of 17 and 19, he has been involved in 8 fights, 3 Magian cases, and 2 drunk driving accidents. His father, Wang Chengming, has been suppressed until today and is safe and sound. A total of 14 people died, either directly or indirectly. 4 months ago, a drunk driving car crashed and overturned a bus, killing 7 people. After Lin Chen finished reading, he laid the materials flat on the tea table. His expression was very plain from beginning to end, as if he was used to it. The entire attic was silent, and every time Lin Chen said a word, Wang Hui's face became paler. Hearing Cat Nanako's eyes widened, although he had heard of it many times in his previous life, it was the first time he saw this kind of scum with his own eyes. This kind of animal is really worthy of death. The soldiers outside are all extremely angry. They work hard to maintain the order of the country, but these scumbags are always corrupting the country's atmosphere. Wang Chengming smiled bitterly, "My lord, I want to know where my son has offended an adult. I am a small local official, right? How many people did this big man cut off his official position because his son killed him? How could it be possible? The lawless rich second generation like Xuanlong Kingdom doesn't know how many there are. Hey? Actually, there is nothing to offend me. My granddaughter was in that bus 4 months ago and was injured in a car accident." Lin Chen pointed to the cat Nanako. "Ah!" Wang Huija screamed out of fright, and finally hit the granddaughter of Marshal Longguo in a car accident. It seems that he really won the jackpot. If he still has this luck in the future, it is better to try to buy a few times. Lottery. Wang Chengming glanced at Cat Nanako with a wry smile. "Marshal Lord, isn't your granddaughter okay? I am willing to compensate." Wang Huija was sentenced to death penalty, executed in a week. Lin Chen interrupted Wang Chengming and took a sip of tea calmly. Death penalty. Wang Xiao is going to die." The fat man trembled with fright. "Sir, please let my son go. He is still a child." As soon as Wang Chengming's voice fell, he was severely kicked to the ground by the soldier behind him. "Scum, do they deserve to die if you don't know how many good people will be harmed if you keep your father and son?" Not only Wang Chengming and Wang Huija, but almost everyone present was frightened. Although these elder brothers often make troubles, they never thought about the day when death would fall on them. Hearing the cat Nanako only felt a dry tongue, and looked at Wang Huija sadly. Her lips trembled slightly, but the thought of Wang Huija's crimes really shouldn't be let go. It's just that Lin Chen's rights were so powerful that he would directly convict people without going through a criminal sentence. "No. Please, I don't want to die, Dad, help me." After a few seconds, Wang Huija got up and cried loudly. Wang Chengming bowed his head and pleaded, "Marshal, my son is indeed still young. I may be educated incorrectly in some places. I don't know if I can. Hey, isn't it just right for an adult to kill and pay for his life?" Lin Qing suddenly choked. But Wang Chengming was speechless for a while. "Although your behavior is not as bad as your son's, I usually ignore a small amount of money if I don't find it www.readaloud.com. After all, I am used to seeing people like you." Lin Chen paused and continued, "But this is the animal you spoiled, Sheng. Since I found you, this is your fault. Abolish official posts and confiscate all private property. Let's go to jail for a few years." Puff, listening to the cat Nanako couldn't help laughing, her hand covering her mouth kept shaking. Lin Qing pinched and listened to cat Nanako's waist. Several soldiers couldn't help but laugh. The marshal's grandchildren have to be like fairies, tens of thousands of times more beautiful than their military flowers. "The marshal, what do you think of some of Wang Huija's friends?" The man who had fought in the bar before stood up and asked. "Check their immediate family members, and let them go without any problems. All those with problems will be locked in for a few years." Lin Chen waved their hands and sent them all away. The few people who had problems were naturally guilty, and they were taken away by the soldiers without daring to say anything. The little gangsters who had never claimed a life thought to themselves that being beaten was much better than Wang Huija's death sentence. They had no objection. "No, please, I'm only 19 years old and don't want to die." Wang Huija cried out with a nose and tears, and was forcibly dragged away by several soldiers. Wang Chengming was also led down by a few people, with a bit of bitterness at the corner of his mouth. Their Wang family is over today. Hearing the cat Nanako loved to see this scene, she would not have the slightest sympathy. Evil is rewarded for evil, and good is rewarded for good, not unreported, the time is not yet. How about Nanako, as long as you live here, you will be the little princess of the entire Yanjing, and you can do whatever you want. Lin Chen tried to seduce the cat Nanako. No, the air here is bad and blocked, and the submission is troublesome. Listening to the cat Nanako looked disgusted. Chapter 47, Open the Dust. In the room, I heard cat Nanako's hand quickly tapping on the keyboard. She had brought her little notebook here before. It may take an average writer 1 to 2 hours to write a chapter of a novel, but at the speed of listening to the cat Nanako, it only takes a few minutes to perfectly engrave the words in his mind into the document, which is quite easy. After a few minutes, after listening to cat Nanako's update of the latest chapter of the magic, she stretched out after casually posting on Weibo. A few drops of sweat dripped from the slender neck like a white swan, and the delicate and slender hands picked up the tissue and wiped it casually. Why the heater is so close to me? It's almost cooked. The cat Nanako noticed that the heater was pulled when it was cold before, so she turned and pushed the roller stove away. Looking at the novel again, the plot of Seeking the Devil is over. If the life in the first volume is just as I saw it at first, it has advanced to the second volume. This volume is the larger ups and downs of Seeking the Devil, the world view is infinitely enlarged, and Su Ming's fate is also involved. Su Ming is about to enter the heavenly cold sect, the 9th peak. I got acquainted with the masters and brothers who will have a lifelong bond with me. And the chapter just concluded talked about Su Mo condensing his own wild pattern, it is mountain pattern, Wushan. Listening to the cat Nanako once again see the chapter about asking the devil from the reader's point of view. This is also the first time Tiangzizi and Su Ming have met. Time passed slowly and unconsciously. Su Ming sat in this cave mansion, completely forgetting everything, even the thought of entering the heavenly Han sect. The only thing in his mind was the empty space. Recall. This remembrance spreads along his eyes and turns into a smile at the corner of his mouth, but at the same time, it also contains sadness. Condensed savage pattern is a symbol of becoming a dust-opening realm. Every blood coagulation cultivator needs to condense the savage pattern after opening the dust. Take away this month, with a fiery will, with a very powerful. Burning the sky with the fire, the mighty world, the savage body of fire. The whispering sound seemed to have a rush, and the moment it revolved around, this peaceful traverse immediately ignited a thick flame, making this traverse instantly become a sea of flames. However, Su Ming did not accept this sentiment, Human is not his own way. But what is puzzling is that after Su Ming gave up the moon pattern that became the fire barbarian, he then gave up the cold pattern. Appeared in the memories of Wushan tribe when he was a child. Is the woman who was willing to walk to the white head in the snow with him. Jinghua Shuiyu, I don't want it. At the moment Su Ming said this testimony, a large number of cracks appeared in the ice boundary in front of him. Under the sound of the leaves and leaves, it collapsed into countless pieces. Together with the ice flower inside, and the figure of Bai Yang, they all seemed to be split into several parts, existing in each piece, and collapsed. At the head of Su Ming's face, Su Ming opened his eyes. He gave up Huo Yu, indicating that the tribe he grew up did not cultivate Huo. Because of the difference, he did not choose it because he did not want it. The one who can do this can be done, and it is the kindness of the family. He gave up the cold pattern, unwilling to be helpless, unwilling to cold ridge, it shows that he is reluctant. The old man sighed deeply, took a deep look at the earth, and didn't wait any longer. He knew in his heart that although the time to open the dust was more or less, once he awakened from the dream, it meant the end. Unclear what kind of mood it is, Su Ming's right hand is on his body, stroke by stroke, outlines the grass and trees in his memory, and the familiar houses and houses. Fence. My wild lines, my soul. Su Ming murmured, and the sticky blood secreted from his right index finger was painting on his body. Wushan, the tribe, the jungle, the house, and the burning campfire, everything is beautiful, but in this tribe, there are no people, only depression. As the days passed, as the Wushan and tribes in the blood pattern on Su Ming's body gradually became complete, the red mist surging in and out of Su Ming's body continued to pour into this pattern. At the end, all the dust opening power in his body had already turned into a red mist. After fusing with his wild patterns, the patterns that permeated Su Ming's upper body were immediately vivid, and seemed to be agile. The mountains, grass, houses, and all other things above that were clearly revealed on Su Ming's body at this moment, forming a majestic picture, which turned into Su Ming's pattern. Take home as a pattern. Su Ming at this moment does not know that this extremely complex pattern is extremely rare among the barbarians. It does not belong to the 3 changes of heaven, earth, and common. If Tianziza has not left, he will be shocked when he sees it at this moment. This kind of pattern, because of its complexity, will either become a mixed pattern, difficult to climb in a lifetime, and become a joke. But once it climbs, the power it bursts out will be extremely amazing. A few days later, Su Ming's right index finger paused for a moment, his eyes opened again, and his right hand was slowly raised. The power of dust inside his body surged, spreading under his body, a real breath of dust broke out on his body. This breath far exceeds all blood coagulation realms, and can even produce an overwhelming deterrent to the blood coagulation realm. His hair has no wind and automatically, under his knees, the red mist gradually disperses all over his body, leaving only the one that permeates his upper body. Family pattern. This pattern is on Su Ming's face. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com has Wushan, and there are tribes on its chest. The tribes are scattered and around the chest, the grass and the wood are very clear. As he practiced, Su Ming, who wanted to return to Wushan, became more and more confused. He didn't even know his identity until now. One day he will understand that ocean no longer exists. Never even existed. After listening to the cat, Nanako felt that the cultivation system of Chu Mo is the most shocking she has ever seen. The fantasy systems in this world novel are about who, teachers, masters, spirits, kings, holy gods, and so on. There are only 4 fixed realms in Xiaoxian's novels, Lian Qi Zhu Fun Dan Yuan Ying, and the realms after that are different. Even one of the great points in the cultivating system before turning the gods into the fan, no one can write it yet. And the early stage in Chu Demon was not cultivated by humans at all, but cultivated by barbarians. Will give readers of this world a great sense of freshness. The realm of self-cultivation, blood coagulation, dust removal, bone sacrifice, and savage soul. The realm of life repair, life pattern, life deficiency, life palace, life world. These states of the man clan correspond to the immortal clan's chi condensation, foundation building, pill formation, primordial infant, transformation, infant change, and aspiration. Not to mention the later cultivation of people, earth, and heaven. The lord of the realm, Jiyu, Ji Yang. The birth and death of the palm origin, the rising and falling of the origin, the reincarnation of the heart, and the cessation of the sky of thought. Xianzun, unspeakable, 9 Taoist gods. And the last way is endless. The realm of Daohuia is also called the 4th step in the worldview of Urgen's novels. It can be said that it runs through the 3 novels of Xianyi, Chu Mo, and I Want to Conquer Heaven at the same time. In other novels of the Dragon Kingdom, the realm of warriors or monks can be more than 1/3 of the level of seeking magic. Chapter 48, Dadaio Menmei. After enjoying the latest chapter of the magic, after listening to the cat Nanako close the text document, it is enough to update more than 10 chapters a day. Although this is what I owed before. In fact, she knew in her heart. In the early days of the development of this novel, when the plot and setting were scarce, writing a deeper artistic conception of Chuo was definitely not the best choice. Her mother couldn't recognize herself. But you can become a anyway, why do you have to rush this time? It is better to write something you like. Besides, writing Chuo can also establish a good reputation. After a few years, readers will not be able to laugh at myself for starting with Xiao Bei Wen. The opponent in her mind is not the platinum writers of the End Chinese website, but the trend of the internet era. I'm so bored here that I can't draw cartoons. Fortunately, I left enough manuscripts before I came to Yanjing. I don't draw manga, and after listening to Kat Nanako, I never thought of anything that I could dismiss. How about some illustrations for Suemo? She has been urging herself in the past few days. Illustrations don't need to be drawn, they can be done independently using the Sai software on the computer. Open Weibo private message. Get out, when will you come back? Suemo sent another message to Nanako Cat. Miomei, wait until the end of the new year, what's the matter? Is the animation production company anxious for dubbing? Get out, no, there is a voice actor conference for the Eternal Sword Master in mid-February. If you can come back, please participate. In addition, the theater version has been decided to be the springtime. Miomei, I still have a manga to review in February. I don't know if I have time. Get out, it will take you a day, it must be too late. Miomei, okay, but I have nothing to do now, but I can draw some illustrations for you. Do you have any specific requirements? Get out, really? But I don't quite understand, are you not a cartoonist? Just draw as you please. This author is really incompetent. After listening to the Kat Nanako side. Miomei, by the way. Show you a baby. Get out. Hearing the Kat Nanako posted the photo that Lin Qing had previously asked for to come over in one go. Are all beautiful photos of Kat Nanako wearing a period costume and combing her comb. Suemo flipped through it and found that there was a thigh exposed. Listening, Kat Nanako leaned on the sofa with her legs leaning, lying like a sick kitten. The small and exquisite toes are as delicate as pearls, neatly side by side. The slender and tender calf can almost pinch out water. Not to mention the white thighs, looming in the tulle skirt, Suemo swallowed wildly. Imagined the scene where the listening Kat Nanako was pressed under her body, her watery eyes gradually blurred, and one hand couldn't help but touch. Miomei, is there nothing I want to say? Listening to the Kat Nanako and Suemo, there is no answer. Get out, X was so cool just now. Miomei. Hearing the Kat Nanako only thought she was joking, she would never think that Suemo really did that. How did Ms. Miomei update Chuo so diligent recently? I won't be sent a blade anymore. Don't crow's mouth upstairs. Teacher Cat is sitting in my arms with the code word. The taste upstairs is so heavy, I actually like the big eagle cute girl. Can't you discuss the plot? It's a pity that Su Ming gave up the fire moon pattern and the snow pattern. After the blood clotting is the dust, what is it after the dust? Whoever guessed it right, I consider him his father. After listening to the Kat Nanako smiled and read the Weibo comment for a while, whether it is called Teacher Mao or Teacher Miomei, can you quickly discuss a result? There is no drawing board, the drawing speed with the mouse will be slightly slower. After listening to the Kat Nanako devoted himself to drawing a draft with a pen layer on the Sai, the hand trembles easily because of the shaking of the mouse. But Sai is a very good thing for her. When she was a fan painter in her previous life, she could not count how many times she had painted the original manuscript. After drawing the lines, the coloring after is even simpler. Depending on the painter's coloring style, the illustrations will also form a huge style surprise. This is also the reason why many otaku in previous lives can recognize the illustrator by looking at the style of illustration. 3 hours later, a large-scale villa was drawn by Nanako Cat, which contains many important roles in the Eternal Sword Master. This is exactly the style of illustration on the neon side. Neons in this life have no habit of using illustrations in light novels. Listening to Kat Nanako's preservation of the painting, Suemo wanted illustrations because it could be used as a gimmick when selling physical books. And the characters in the illustrations are much more refined than those in the animation, which is very collectible. Then draw 2 color pages www.readaloud.com. The other dozens of pages are enough without coloring. Nanako, come out. Lin Qing knocked on the door. Oh. The cat Nanako, who was called out, picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. Looking at the opposite Lin Ce, she asked deliberately, "Didn't uncle say that you will come to see me the night before? Why did you come today?" Today's cat Nanako still combs the comb, looks very feminine, she wants to do it. In the past few days, she has learned 3 ancient hairstyles from Bai Yu. Hearing that the cat Nanako really has a soft spot for this kind of antique hairstyle and clothes. It can be used in many anime events in the future. After all, the images of some fairies in anime are more complicated than one. Sorry Nanako, uncle is so busy. Lin Ce was staring at the cat Nanako, pretending to be resentful, and touched his nose uncomfortably. This little fairy is getting more and more charming. He was a fat baby when he hugged her 10 years ago. You don't really think she wants you to come, do you? Lin Qing looked at Lin Ce with weird eyes. Looking at Lin Qing's teasing eyes, Lin Ce was so embarrassed that he wanted to dig a gap and dive into the ground. Hello Nanako, you can call me uncle like Lin Ce. Lin Luo relieved Lin Ce's embarrassment in time. Hearing Lin Luo's voice again, the cat Nanako still felt familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere, but he didn't think of it for a while. Hello, is Uncle Lin Luo a star? Lin Luo chuckled, hey? Where has my niece seen me? Or think I am suitable for being a star? No, I just think Uncle's voice is a bit familiar. Chapter 49, Burst Magic. Nanako, you must watch anime a lot, because Lin Luo is a voice actor. Lin Ce suddenly interrupted. Hearing the cat Nanako suddenly became curious, "Ceu? What role has uncle dubbed?" Hehe, they are all little known characters, don't care. Lin Luo smiled awkwardly, and hinted Lin Ce not to continue speaking with his eyes. He thinks that it would be too embarrassing to let his niece know that he saw the role he dubbed. After all, sometimes voice actors will be equipped with shameful scenes. For example, he needs to kiss his fingers to secrete mucus and make a similar sound when he is kissing. When he is beaten, he hums and pretends to be internally injured. What's more, once in the second of the role, he even shouted, "Burst reality, crush the spirit, exile this world, obey the blood covenant, I am here to summon you, Queen of the Night. Be swallowed up by the pitch-black flame. People surrounded by black flames, make a love contract with my black flames. Woo, eyes, resonating with them." After, he has a psychological shadow on the second line. Will Lin Luo still have the face to see people if his family members hear him? Does he dare to go home? This is why Lin Luo always tells his parents that he works in the animation production company of the 5 brothers, but never mentions the specific work content. Fortunately, my parents have not been exposed to this aspect of things. Dragon set? No, uncle, how can you have such a distinctive voice with only dragon set? Listening to the cat Nanako tilted his head, but Lin Luo's voice was indeed very strange. The sound quality is soft and clear, with a sense of elegance and luxury, which can be described as neutral. Is most suitable to play some high-cold villains in anime, such as Aizen, Balin, and the like. This kind of voice can take everything, whether it is cold attack or weak breath. Does the animation supervisor who assigned the voice actors really have long ears? Actually let Lin Luo match the dragon suit. Haha, yes, but I also like the character of the little dragon set. What is the comic that Nanako is serializing? It is said that the response is good. Lin Luo looked a little flustered, and quickly changed the subject. Doesn't uncle like talking about voice actors so much? Listening to the cat Nanako felt Lin Luo a little anxious, so he took a peek at Lin Luo, but found that there was a little sweat on the side of his face. Wait, this is a good winter. Is it necessary for you to be so nervous when you sit on the opposite side? Wouldn't it be estrus to me, a beautiful girl born in 50 billion years? By the way, is it true that the appearance of the uncle and the gentleman is disguised by a beast? What? Actually estrus on his niece, likes and dislikes. Hearing the cat Nanako's eyes rolled twice, she felt something wrong, and she recalled Lin Luo's words before, and her tone seemed to have been a little evasive. Then the corners of her mouth rose slightly as if thinking of something, showing a faint smile. Oh! I suddenly know why my uncle didn't want to tell me what role you played. I don't want to be embarrassed, right? Hearing the cat Nanako clapped his fist vertically and slapped the palm of his hand. Nanako, what do you mean? Lin Luo's mouth trembled slightly. Isn't his little niece too difficult? Do you really want to watch my voiceover animation? Crack! Listening to the cat Nanako suddenly stood up from the sofa. Nanako, are you poisonous? You scared me to death. Lin Qing was startled by the cat Nanako, and then the three of them looked at her puzzled. I saw cat Nanako holding his forehead with one hand, and pointing the other hand towards Lin Luo and the three. Darker than black, darker than darkness, entrust my true red golden light here. When the time of awakening comes, the degenerate principles of the absurd church will appear as an invisible distortion. Let's dance! Let's dance! Let's dance! The collapse of the aspiration of the origin of my strength, the collapse that no one can achieve, will burn all the heavens and the earth, and come down from the abyss. Burst magic! Puff! Lin Ce sprayed the tea from his mouth on the tea table. The audience is silent. It's dirty. Lin Qing looked disgusted. How is it? Isn't it embarrassing? Isn't my uncle afraid that we see this kind of lines? After listening to the cat Nanako, she had a good aftertaste. And many more. What the is the second in Japanese and Chinese in a serious manner. Listen to cat Nanako, you really are poisonous? Your design is broken, right? Compared to your words, the action is more secondary. Lin Luo was getting goosebumps when he heard that the cat Nanako made a mess. CEO who turned out to be this image in the eyes of others, no. Be sure to keep your work secret forever. Those who knew the inside story were all executed. Lin Luo glanced at Lin Ce maliciously, and Lin Ce gave him an okay gesture to be relieved. Stingy, forget it. Cat Nanako is not the kind of person who is particularly curious. www.readaloud.com patted her skirt and sat down again. Hee, Lin Luo shouted a fluke. Fortunately, she didn't delve into it, otherwise she would be really embarrassed to see people. Unhappy listening to the cat Nanako suddenly remembered that she hadn't had time to watch the Eternal Sword Master TV version of the animation, and opened the app client of Beihi Animation Network with her mobile phone and clicked to purchase the Eternal Sword Master Complete Works. Lin Qing cleaned up the tea table and made another pot of tea. Don't get dirty this time, please be careful. Lin Qing threatened Lin Ce. It won't be this time. Lin Ce said embarrassedly. He casually picked up the new tea, and listened to the cat Nanako also picked up a cup of tea and put it into his mouth. A scent of tea slowly penetrated into the heart from the tip of the nose, and the hot boiling water made the tea leaves after the ups and downs, the fragrance overflowed. It's really enjoyable to watch anime while drinking tea. Listen to cat Nanako's thoughts. At the beginning of the plot, the protagonist is confused and turned up from the bed. The plot is exactly the same as in the novel, which gives the book fans a sense of substitution. Well, yes, it's not as rigid as the previous Q-man. If the production technology is perfect, you still have to look at the voice actors. Soon, the protagonist came to this world and said the first sentence, "My name." Hey, how come this voice is so familiar? Hearing Cat Nanako suddenly looked at Lin Luo with a weird face. Lin Luo and Lin Ce had a bad premonition when they heard the background music. After a while, Lin Luo's voice was heard from Cat Nanako's cell phone. Puff! The two people spit out the tea in their mouths like a fountain at the same time, and several water columns dripped on the coffee table. Lin Qing, hey ye! Get me clean! Chapter 50, Voice Actor Problem. Uncle, you unexpectedly dubbed Lin Xin. Listening to the Cat Nanako complaining while rubbing the coffee table, she obviously didn't vomit, but wanted to help clean the table. He, I didn't expect Nanako that you still like this kind of fantasy novels that boys love to read. Lin Luo was washing teacups by the side. As for Lin Ce, he just vomited on himself. Humph, today I want to let you know the improper cleaning, so I dare to destroy the fruits of my hard work at will. Lin Qing held his chest to monitor the three. After everything was cleaned up, a few people sat together again. Lin Ce left because of the company's plan, so Lin Luo decided to stay for dinner. After listening to the Cat Nanako, she also began to enjoy the TV animation adapted by the Eternal Sword Master. Uncle, look at these words. Hearing the Cat Nanako exclaimed. What's wrong? Lin Luo stepped forward in fright, and for the first time discovered that it was really embarrassing to let others watch the animation he dubbed. A few minutes ago, here, the protagonist who had just passed through without any abilities, encountered other people's fault-finding. He was obviously scared to death. In the novel, the original text is also the protagonist trembling, pretending to be calm. You say the lines without ups and downs as if the protagonist does not put the enemy in his eyes at all. Have you read the original text carefully? Listening to the Cat Nanako again, the animation is played again. Lin Luo didn't know what to say. Also here, your little sister and the person opened up. Shouldn't you be anxious? Why do you want to make trouble with your voice so excited? Listening to the Cat Nanako put her mobile phone on her lap as a brick and patted. Woo! If it weren't for a crisp sound, Nanako would have forgotten to wear a miniskirt today, and Nanako gently rubbed his reddish-white legs. Lin Luo looked away at a loss, for fear that Cat Nanako thought he had something wrong with him. I think so too, but when I get on the court, I am completely embarrassed and don't know how to say it, but among the voice actors who compete with me on the same stage, I'm pretty good. Can't you embarrass me for a while? It is estimated that you have been sprayed crazy by water friends on the internet. It's okay, are you worthy of the expectations of book fans? Listening to the Cat Nanako posing as an educating child. When you are angry, you must yell out. When you are bullied, your tone will be pitiful, just like the miserable appearance of a man who has just been smashed by a man who has just been smashed. Ouch! Listening to the Cat Nanako hit Lin Qing on the head. The hard blow. Hearing the Cat Nanako rubbed her head, she continued slowly. Don't hide it, the deeper you enter into the role, the more refreshing you will feel to point out the passionate words. Nanako, have you ever been a voice actor? You are quite experienced. Lin Luo puzzled. No. But I will be a CEO soon. By the way, you won't continue to be the voice of the Eternal Sword Master theatrical version, right? Hearing Cat Nanako asked with some horror. If someone you know plays against her, she might be as embarrassed as Lin Luo to speak. Then how did your previous burst magic come out? No, I only dubbed a PV at the moment. I don't know if the official dubbing will let me go. Hey, you are going to participate in the dubbing of the Eternal Sword Master theatrical version, right? Hey, it is impossible for you to participate in the theater version of the dubbing level, otherwise the fans will protest. Listening to the Cat Nanako breathed a sigh of relief, patted her chest and said to herself. The milkshake is so violent. It's unscientific. Lin Qing thought, looking at the two eye-catching flesh shaking in front of her eyes. Lin Luo grievances, Lan Shao Shi mushroom, Nanako, don't look at my poor dubbing. Actually, I'm still a big name CEO. Recently, the more popular comics, all those called Reaper, are looking for me to dub the protagonist. What? After listening to the cat Nanako screaming in horror, he actually asked Lin Luo to match Kurosaki Ichigo. How could my hard work be ruined by him like this? Lin Qing frowned. Nanako, how can you make such an indecent scream as a girl? Said as if boys can make this kind of sound, although cat Nanako thinks this way, she will definitely not say it. Hearing the cat Nanako's face turned bloodless, he argued, Mom. Uncle is going to ruin my manga, he must not dub Kurosaki Ichigo. Can't it? Lin Qing was puzzled. Although she also likes animation, she doesn't understand the profession of voice actor very well. Reaper is a manga drawn by Nanako. Lin Luo was extremely shocked. I didn't expect that listening to cat Nanako's age can draw such a super popular manga. Is she a child prodigy? Genius girl? By the way, we are relatives, shouldn't you follow me? How can you stop your uncle's voice actress dream? Lin Luo wanted to cry without tears. I understand. Why is the dubbing of Ryokoko animation so bad? Uncle, your voice is obviously suitable for dubbing Aizen. The animation production company actually asked you to dub Kurosaki Ichigo. Is the status quo of the animation industry, which voice actor has the most fame and which is the protagonist? It's so messy. I'm very excited to hear that cat Nanako, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Ryokoko CEO's sluggish state is not due to the random selection of characters by the animation production company, right? Have those people really enjoyed manga artists' manga? Still think that you can make money as long as you make comics into animation? Think of it as making a movie. The sacred comic industry is just a means or tool to make money in the hearts of evil capitalists. They are really sorry fans. The animation of the of Death is also the information that Nanako knew about 3 days ago. The latest questionnaire in the semi-monthly magazine of the cat company, The of Death, attracted 80% of the votes. S popularity has blasted the Mad Knife, which has always been ranked first, and even its author is not recognized. Not to mention the other comics. Well, let me tell my father to talk to the animation production company and ask him to change your voice role to Aizen. Listening cat Nanako quickly picked up the phone and prepared to send a text message to listening cat Ling Chuan. Actually, the company that made the animation of Reaper belongs to your fifth uncle. Lin Luo scratched his head in embarrassment, so that it sounded like he was a CEO who relied on relationships. Puff, cough, cough, I don't have the habit of vomiting water often. Listening to the malicious look in Lin Qing's eyes, cat Nanako coughed a few times. Uncle, don't worry, Aizen's popularity in the later period will definitely not be lower than Kurosaki Ichigo. He will definitely become the most impressive villain in the entire comics, and even the entire Ryokoko comics industry. Lin Luo nodded helplessly. He felt that he was in front of this beautiful little niece who had recently met. He is almost like a weakness, let her play with him. Recommendation ticket. Chapter 51, Return Trip. After listening to the cat Nanako's anger, Lin Ce agreed to change the role of Lin Luo, which was a very easy thing anyway. Let me just say, Uncle, you definitely have a talent for dubbing Aizen. Just like Zion Wuren. Hearing the cat Nanako raised her head slightly proud. Who is from Zion Wu? Does Neon have this CEO? Lin Luo doubted. Ahem, it's a pervert anyway, Uncle don't need to pay much attention to what I say. Listening to the cat Nanako waved his hand. After dinner, Lin Luo also left. After listening to the cat Nanako sitting on the sofa shaking her legs happily, Lin Ce directly agreed that the CEO was selected according to her wishes, which made her very happy. Let's talk about the voices of other voice actors. At this time, Suemo had just finished a chapter of the update of the Eternal Sword Master, and she couldn't help but enjoy listening to the beautiful photos of cat Nanako again after she had nothing to do. I don't think I can't read enough. Or else you can post it on the internet as a bonus for fans. Suemo licked his lips, and soon after thinking about it, he planned to sell the cat Nanako. Anyway, I didn't say it was her. Suemo made up his mind. After careful selection, a photo of listening to cat Nanako wearing boots was posted on Weibo by Suemo. I saw a girl with huge loops on both sides of her hair sitting on the sofa, showing a slender white calf. At this time, the listening cat Nanako was holding her little black cloth boots and stuffing her exquisite feet in it, her lips slightly opened. Cherry's lovely mouth slightly open, as if talking to the person taking the picture. What is amazing is the girl's dress, isn't it the dress at the Eternal Sword Master's signing ceremony? A strand of watercolor ribbon surrounds the clothes, like an armband. The beautiful girl in the photo is like a fairy falling into the earth. Because he was afraid of hearing cat Nanako's anger, Suemo only dared to post this one. Isn't this girl also the beauty of Ka Xiaolingling that day? The most important thing is really the 2 lumps of meat on the chest. Listening to the cat Nanako that day because she was wearing a large red robe, she couldn't see the exact size of her breasts. The tighter ones are obvious. And this white dress needs to be tied with a blue ribbon around her waist, and the 2 meat on her chest are bulging. Fairies are generally flat-chested, this is a demon. Some people with poor self-control almost had a nosebleed. The people who saw this photo were shocked to close their legs. Isn't this the Kozer that day? It's going to get off the hook. Contract my wife, and I will give it to you. I just want to know who is going to attack and who is suffering. Gunda is actually enjoying the girl alone, hurry up and hand it over. Kun has a flat chest, can you bear it when she is pressed at night? Suemo looked at the comments with an atmosphere, what is it that she is flat-chested and pressed? Hateful. Obviously he was a primary school student, and he developed into this. Listening to cat Nanako, I'm not a primary school student. It's too dark for me. Listening to these photos of cat Nanako, Suemo is almost tired of seeing it. She posted it on the internet to let everyone know that this cat Nanako has been contracted by her. A few days later, Linqing and Bai Yu lingered there for a long time before they separated. They almost missed the plane and listened to the cat Nanako's malicious sexual again. She sneaked a glance at Linqing's legs from time to time, and found that there was no sign of her legs being closed. She turned her head in disappointment. Sure enough, she was thinking about mothers, daughters, taboo love, etc., right? Why does this kid look so strange in my eyes today? Linqing was puzzled. Before boarding the plane, she was just asking Bai Yu when the demons would visit her. How did she know that listening to the cat Nanako has long been evil to such an extent? Reaper has already been animated, and it is estimated that it will be transferred to the monthly magazine after some time, so that the progress of the comics can also be slowed down. If you want to become an otaku, just let me be a cashier. Even if all the original manuscripts are drawn, it is not a big task. It seems that you can consider double opening serialization. Listening to the cat Nanako lying on the seat and squinting. If you double open, there will be more assistance. My small studio can't support it. Is it possible to move out? But if I live alone, no one will take care of me. Ah! What am I thinking? My previous life was obviously not so delicious and lazy. It turned out that the burden of this lump of meat on me was too heavy. Hearing the cat Nanako made a strange move of tossing the ball, she was almost blinded. Linqing's dog eyes. What are you doing? It's so shameless and impatient on the plane. Listening cat Nanako's hand was patted by Linqing. You are so young. I warn you to be restrained, be careful not to develop, where will it sag? Linqing held her small hand firmly and pressed it on the seat. No, more kneading will lead to better development, what am I talking about? Hearing cat Nanako accidentally said something strange. Did you knead yourself into such a big size? www.readaloud.com. Linqing curiously rubbed the listening cat Nanako a few times. Ah! Cat Nanako blushed and looked twisted. But to be honest, it's a bit dark and cool. Woo, you are my mother, what are you going to do? Don't do anything to me. Hearing Cat Nanako pressed Lin Qing's hand into herself with a face of shame. Lin Qing helplessly said, don't, you just let go of my hand. Sure enough, I heard that Cat Nanako is the type that talks about integrity. Boom boom boom, text messages on the mobile phone interrupted the mother and daughter play, and at the same time let the passengers outside the curtain breathe a sigh of relief. What are you mother and daughter doing inside? Can the children of our family be able to control it? Hey, it was from Suemo, listening to the Cat Nanako threw Lin Qing's hand away. Lin Qing still admired the feel of her place still. Nanako must be a good woman in bed. I heard that Cat Nanako bought the wireless network on the plane in the name of work. Get out, Nanako, are you going back to the Magic City today? I just moved to a new house. Would you like to visit it? You can live together. Mio-mei, I am on the plane, I will go back and have a good rest for a day, and I will check it out tomorrow. Actually, I have also considered moving. Get out, Are you on the plane? How can you get back to me? Mio-mei, when were you so out of date? Now you can buy wireless networks on airplanes. After listening to the Cat Nanako and Suemo, they have almost talked about everything recently, and they have become very good girlfriends. Listening to the Cat Nanako, Suemo moved to a new house? If the house is big, of course you must live in it. And you can easily eat her tofu if you live together. Chapter 52, Full-Time Hunter. It was dark when Ting Mao Nanako and Lin Qing got off the plane. Ting Mao Ling Chuan, who came to pick up the mother and daughter, took them to a hot pot restaurant. Dad, can you find more assistants for me recently? I want to open a new series of comics. Listening to the Cat Nanako excitedly stirring the sauce with his chopsticks. The mood of the classmates gathering for dinner that day was completely destroyed by Wang Cheng. It's going to be a good meal this time. Oh? Didn't the death serialization go smoothly? It's just been animated, listening to Mao Ling Chuan puzzled. When I heard that Cat Nanako interrupted Elvis serialization, he accepted it easily. After all, Elvis results were not unsatisfactory. But now the of Death is in the stage of frenzied rise in popularity. If Nanako continues to draw, it will bring huge benefits to the company. Double opening will definitely affect the serialization. Hearing the Cat Nanako shook his head, adjust the Reaper to the monthly magazine, and reduce the amount by half without worrying about the update problem, and I have a good inspiration to decide to double open. Hearing Mao Ling Chuan nodded this time, okay, the popularity of Reaper can indeed be serialized in the monthly magazine. It happens that there are several recently completed popular comics on the monthly magazine that need new vacancies on the top of the comics. Hey! Can you pay attention to how you eat? It looks like you want to swallow your tongue. Hot Pot Restaurant is naturally full of enthusiasm, listening to the Cat Nanako eating while fanning the wind with her small hand. Is very cute with sweat and anxiety. Her little pink mouth is blowing hot slices of meat quickly. Generous yet elegant, Cat Nanako didn't gobble it up, she was just speeding up her food. The self-contained lunch on the plane couldn't be swallowed at all. She walked in a hurry in the morning and didn't eat. She was hungry for a day. Hearing that Cat Nanako's dark black hair hangs on her white neck, the crystal sweat drops drop by drop. The sweat-soaked snow on the chest made people swallow unceasingly. Although he is only 14 years old, he is already so tempting, it is really uncontrollable. Easily moved the obstructive hair behind his ears, and pieces of meat soon entered the belly of the Cat Nanako. The notice of the Love Moon Cup will come out in half a month, Nanako, please pay attention to it. Although listening to Mao Ling Chuan was helpless, he was used to it a long time ago. Okay. After returning home after a full meal, I listened to Cat Nanako lying on the bed and reading Weibo. As for moving out, She hasn't asked Lin Qing and Ting Mao Ling Chuan about it, and it is inevitable that it will be a little troublesome to say together with the two major events of Shuangkai Comics. As for the new comic she wants to serialize, she has decided long ago, and that is Fuji Unubo's Full-Time Hunter. It's a pity that the rich old thief from the previous life has ceased the publication wildly. The Dark Continent chapter that fans are looking forward to has not come out even after countless years. Fortunately, all the essence of the Full-Time Hunter is concentrated, and chapter. Even after the chairman election is serialized, it is okay to listen to Kat Nanako's announcement that the publication is closed indefinitely. It is fine to disclose the news about the Dark Continent first and then announce the indefinite closure of the publication. After all, the first serialized manga of Shinigami was finished immediately after Ichigo finished playing Aizen, which is exactly what Kat Nanako thought. Even if she is scolded by fans and bears the name of Shankangshan, she won't care anymore. Anyway, two comics with no endings are serialized at the same time, so I don't have to worry about debts. Even if there is no ending, it is better than rushing to the end. At least there is no ending. Fans will only send blades for updates, indicating that they still like this work. If it is unfinished, I don't know how many people will complain about the passing of youth. Full-Time Hunter, the protagonist, Jay Fulishi, grew up on Whale Island, and he has a close relationship with Aunt Mit and his grandmother. He is cheerful and has the spirituality to communicate with animals. Because there is no father and no mother, Jay loves Auntie Mit as his biological mother. Until the year of 9 years old, Jay was rescued by a young man in the forest. Jay learned from him that his father is still alive and that he is a hunter by profession. After persuading Aunt Mit, Jay embarked on a journey to find his father alone. So, Jay decided to become a hunter and started looking for his father from here. Began an adventure journey with such a belief, and made friends during the journey, and continued to grow, which led to all the following stories and led to the wonderful world of the hunter. The Full-Time Hunter manga can be said to have developed the chi ability setting to the extreme. If you say that the Ryotsu and the Reaper is just a measure, then, based on the mind power cultivated in the Full-Time Hunter, there are 6 categories of reinforcement, transformation, manipulation, manifestation, release, and traits. Is different from the Ryotsu and the Death God. In the hunter's changeable battle, a small mistake can lead to a fatal situation. Even from the beginning of the Ant chapter, there are narrations explaining the battle, because the wits of abilities are too complicated and the readers will not understand it. The ability setting of the Full-Time Hunter Can't Help is a big highlight, and the villains with terrifying combat power are also diverse. As long as you enter the Full-Time Hunter related forum, you will see a lot of combat power discussion posts when listening to the Dragon Kingdom in the previous life of Kat Nanako. Because it is different from the traditional hot-blooded comics, there are few battles in the Full-Time Hunter, and there are few real fights between the strong. It's rare for most of the high-powered characters to fight at full force once in the hundreds of comics of the Full-Time Hunter. And Fujian often likes to use a whole story to pave the way for a few second or third battles, except for the Ant chapter. In fact, when I heard that the Kat Nanako had just crossed over, he considered using a Full-Time Hunter as his first serial comic. It's a pity that it's too slow to heat up compared to the of Death. The Full-Time Hunter manga has 7 chapters. Hunter Exam, Sky Arena, Phantom Brigade, Greed Island, and Chairman Election, Dark Continent. Of course, the Dark Continent is completely out of nothing. When listening to the previous life of the Kat Nanako, the original animation that came out first was not even made for the Ant story. After many years, the 2011 reset version of the Full-Time Hunter was released. It restarted from the first episode, and it was not until more than 70 episodes that it caught up with the Ant chapter that was not in the original version. Hearing that the Kat Nanako was chasing after the update in the first episode of the reset version that year. After waiting for more than 2 years, he finally made it out. Although the reset version of the animation has dozens of more episodes than the original version, and the plot has been compressed more, the animation is not over yet, and Fujian has ceased publication. It was not until the eve of her crossing that Fujian announced the resumption of the full-time Hunter. After a few serialized episodes of the battle between Hisoso and the head of the Phantom Brigade, the publication was suspended again. Listening to the cat Nanako, what a terrifying little fairy. Chapter 53, Sumo's New Home. After listening to the cat Nanako tossing in Yanjing for so many days, she was tired. After playing with the phone for a while, she threw herself on the bed and fell asleep. Nothing happened all night. Early in the morning, while listening to cat Nanako having breakfast, she mentioned to her parents that she wanted to move out. Hearing the cat Nanako felt a little nervous. After all, the increase in manga assistance is a problem. In addition, at the real age of listening to the cat Nanako in her 30s, she has gradually begun to feel a little uncomfortable living with her parents all the time. Under Lin Qing's care, she feels like a child, and she will become more and more lazy as this goes on. It's really hopeless if you don't wait until the late stage of lazy cancer by yourself now. Woo, Nanako has finally grown up. Abandoned her parents to live alone, Lin Qing began to cry. Listening to the cat Nanako-kan, in fact, it's relatively close to home, and you don't have to live in it. Let's go and take a look at the house today. In short, I heard that cat Nanako's desire to move out was very strong, and Lin Qing and the two were not easy to stop. And if it weren't for cat Nanako's very mature performance in all aspects, it would be absolutely impossible for them to allow their 14-year-old daughter to go out and live with other girls. Just after the new year, every school in Longhua was in the state of winter vacation. Lin Qing sent the cat Nanako to Sumo's new home without a job. Sumo's new home is a very luxurious villa, which is much wider than Ting Mao Nanako's own house, and there is an open-air swimming pool outside. But after visiting the Yanjing Lin's house, this villa is of ordinary standard in the eyes of cat Nanako. According to Suemo, her family was not too rich before. It is really inhumane to consider changing to a new home because of the sudden wealth of writing on the internet. Remember to get along well with your friends. If you need it, find someone to bring your luggage back tomorrow. Lin Qing hugged the cat Nanako and drove away reluctantly. The corners of Lin Qing's eyes were red when she left, and her sorrowful gaze made the listening cat Nanako feel a little soft. Come here. Suemo was wearing a strange raccoon pajamas and opened the door to Ting cat Nanako. She immediately smelled a strange smell in Suemo's house. Maybe the house was just completed and the decoration smelled of paint. But it is really light to be out of the control of an adult. Listening to the cat Nanako relaxed wholeheartedly. In fact, Suemo and Ting Mao Nanako did not only meet that time at the signing meeting. Later, the two often went to the coffee shop to discuss the plot and linkage. Hearing the cat Nanako probed the probe and said, "Are you alone? There is nothing wrong with me living in." "Of course. Didn't you ask you a long time ago?" Suemo looked happy, and she was pretty cute in her pajamas. The airport on her chest makes her look slightly younger than the cat Nanako. This big villa is really not suitable for you to live alone as a girl. If it is too dark, it may turn into a ghost house. Listen to cat Nanako talking nonsense while visiting the house. Doesn't the two girls live together more perineum? Suemo was puzzled. What do you know, Dadayo Menmei is not a girl. The interior decoration style is warmer, I like it very much by cat Nanako, and there are many spare rooms in the house that can be used as studios. When the time comes, let the comic assistants come here to work during the day, and make the studio bigger. In addition to the third floor, the villa has a smaller basement. Suemo placed his room on the second floor. Hearing cat Nanako intends to live in her right door. In fact, Suemo has the idea of letting hearing cat Nanako live in a house with her. But Suemo was embarrassed to take the initiative to make such a request. Forget it, it's not in a hurry to eat her anyway. The sulfur smells so strong in the decoration, let's go down quickly. The room on the third floor hasn't moved much, and when I heard that the cat Nanako choked his nose as soon as he went up the stairs. Sumo's codeword work can be done on the computer in his house, and several rooms on the third floor are also the ones that Sumo promised to leave to the studio of listening cat Nana. Cat Nanako didn't plan to bring the items at home. Although she had been working independently for several years, it was embarrassing if she had no place to sleep when she went home. After listening to the cat, Nanako asked Suemo to accompany herself to the furniture store in the afternoon. Suemo nodded and agreed. Only her own house is considered complete. The cabinets and sofas in the living room have not had time to buy. Now, wait for me to change my clothes. Suemo in pajamas quickly ran into the house. I heard that the cat Nanako didn't wear any too gorgeous clothes today, a white down jacket with over-the-knee pleated skirt, white lace stockings and silk canvas boots. The weather has reached the coldest time of the year, and Nanako will not die to try on some amazing clothes. Hairstyle is also the most commonly used G hairstyle before. However, with her delicate face like a porcelain doll and crystal clear pupils, even if she listens to the cat Nanako's dressing, she is not comparable to the stars and young models in the newspapers www.readaloud.com, let alone listen to the cat Nanako today. I also painted a very pure makeup. Don't look at the cat Nanako's poor makeup at such a young age. She did it just to pretend to be mature. After all, they are already working people, how can they still face the sky like a schoolgirl? The age of 14 is a bit embarrassing. Listening to the cat Nanako think that it will be a few years later. After waiting for 10 minutes, Suemo dressed up and walked out of the room, listening to the cat Nanako suddenly speechless. Sister, are you out of clothes? Why do you want to follow me? Although I heard that the style of Sumo's clothes in front of the cat Nanako is different from his own, it is undoubtedly a similar white. Isn't it just that the colors are a little bit like? Okay, let's go out quickly, don't you need to dress up? Didn't you paint heavy makeup that day? That's just but I've been dressed up a little bit at home, even the eyebrows have been trimmed. Listening to the cat Nanako's bangs, she felt that she was pretty full in this life. At least before going out, I will apply some light makeup to make the skin more hydrated and protect the skin. It's no problem for girls without makeup. God knows if those female stars who often make headlines will become village girls after they remove their makeup. If the makeup is too strong, it will damage the skin too much. Of course, Suemo only drew light makeup. You are less than 15 years old, and the effect of makeup is so weak that you can't see it. Plain makeup is beautiful enough. Sumo's charming face and glamorous oblique bangs really resemble Tokisaki Kakuzo. Listening to the scene where cat Nanako could not help but wrestle with Tokisaki Kakuzo's Suemo on the bed. Chapter 54, Confrontation, 1. What are you thinking about? Suemo poked at the listening cat Nanako, who was standing at the door in a daze. When I was thinking about falling, did I pretend to be Yanmoai? Listening to the cat Nanako casually said directly. What the hell? Fortunately, this world does not have the power of a king, otherwise it would be ruined by the fame of cat Nanako too. Two people walked down the street after they went out. This area is in the city center. There are all kinds of shops nearby, and the furniture store will be there in a while. In the midwinter weather, the ground was covered with a thin layer of silver-white frost, and there was a cold air around it. The war in this world is much less than in the previous life, and the illusion is naturally much better. Looking at the beautiful snow scene, cat Nanako feels better. Cat Nanako lived in the suburbs before, and had to wait for half an hour for a bus. With the appearance of two people on the street, the rate of turning heads is naturally 99%. As for that 1% is either a blind person or an animal. Hey, what is this? Hearing cat Nanako stopped at a place called Momen Furniture Store. It seems that there are some animal model furniture inside. Suemo thought for a while and said. Hey, don't go in. This is for the small room of children under 10 years old. Suemo pulled the listening cat Nanako's arm to prevent her from entering. It will be very embarrassing for guests to come home in the future. Let's take a look, I'm very curious. Listening to the cat, Nanako ignored it, but dragged Suemo into it. Woo, is my strength really so small? Suemo's small body was still listening to the cat Nanako. People just have a lot of meat. Seeing the big beauty who came out every 50 billion years ago, the head of the male clerk at the front desk was congested on the spot. There are still professional qualities. He immediately got rid of the impure thoughts in his mind and greeted him. Hello guest, is there anything you want to see? The male clerk stammered, causing Suemo behind him to chuckle. Let's see for ourselves first, let's talk about what we like. Cat Nanako didn't care, and waved his hand at Will and sent him away. Listening to the cat Nanako is really popular, I'm going to be jealous. When he walked to the corner, Suemo leaned on the back of the listening cat Nanako, and faintly rubbed it with Pink Chuan's chest. You little fairy, wait till night to punish you. Listening to the cat Nanako gave Suemo a stern look. Her legs tightened, and Suemo felt that she was about to collapse. She suddenly looked forward to the night, which is indeed a pervert. Suemo blushed and withdrew to the side, the look of a little daughter-in-law who was about to be punished, which made the listening cat Nanako a little strange. I was joking just now. This woman doesn't need to be like this, right? Is it possible that you really want to do something tonight? Hearing cat Nanako suddenly became excited. What the is this? After half a minute, cat Nanako looked at the bed frame of the giraffe model with a shocked look. The two long and curved deer heads at the end of the bed wanted people to sit down directly. Can this be sold too? Teach bad children, report them. Suemo said seriously. It's obviously that you two are too dirty. How can someone offend you with a model? The male clerk dared not say anything. But this shape is indeed a bit strange. Imagine that the two are sitting on a deer head each, and the male clerk swallows fiercely. After shopping around for a while, the two of them didn't buy anything. Surprisingly, the cat Nanako was not interested in this cute style of furniture. What she likes is the simple and warm style of furniture. And the most expensive item in this shop is only a few $1,000s, which is entirely for children to play with, and the materials must be very cheap. I'm not a dead house. The two walked into a nearby mall. After discussing, I heard that cat Nanako chose a furniture store that looks more upscale. Listen to cat Nanako. Just about to enter the door, after listening to cat Nanako, she heard a familiar voice that she never wanted to hear again. Sure enough, several people who made the cat Nanako disliked came over. Chen Sisi, Zhang Xiaolu, Zhao Zikai, Wei Yushi. There were a few other ordinary boys and girls who didn't know each other. Hearing the cat Nanako looked at a few people indifferently, I didn't expect Chen Sisi and Zhang Xiaolu to be the same. And I remember that Zhao Zikai and Wei Yushi had walked very close to Wang Cheng before. Hearing that the cat Nanako felt that she really held a grudge. What's up, familiar? Suemo asked in a low voice while listening to the cat Nanotzi's ear with interest. It's you, violent maniac, why did you hook up with a new girl again? Zhang Xiaolu saw Suemo's face hundreds of times more beautiful than her, and she was very jealous. It doesn't matter if you are seriously injured, it is good to be born with dignity. Stop talking. Xiaolu, Chen Sisi smiled wryly and covered Zhang Xiaolu's mouth. Now it is really impossible to explain to Nanako cat. You reading www.yukansha.com. Two boys who knew cat Nanako pretended not to see it in embarrassment and didn't know what to say. They wanted to explain briefly but suffered from listening to cat Nanako's deterrence, and only Zhang Xiaolu, a brainless woman, didn't know the atmosphere at all. Look. Actually, they are still in the same class in junior high school. Today, I came to complete the activity survey task of the winter vacation in the class, but I didn't expect to run into the listening cat Nanako. The men and women who followed them were already shocked and speechless. Listening to a fairy of the level of Cat Nanako, they estimated that they would not have any interaction with them in their entire lives. Zhang Xiaolu doesn't seem to be very capable at ordinary times, but she dared to mock this woman face to face. Could it be that Zhang Xiaolu was a beauty before? Just pretending to be ugly now? Born is not honorable, you can sell it. Don't you sell your confidence now. At first, Suemo found out that someone who listened to Cat Nanako knew it would become very interesting. As soon as Zhang Xiaolu spoke, she wanted to smash this stinky mouth. Go away, persuade you not to mess with me, and I will call the police if you find something. Listening to the Cat Nanako ignored Zhang Xiaolu and pulled Suemo into the furniture store. She didn't want to look at these people again. Chen Sisi, this woman has completely understood the Cat Nanako. She always looks like she likes herself, but actually just wants to be popular. Just like in some schools, male students who can play with physical education teachers are always very attractive. Chen Sisi has the same mentality, thinking that she is beautiful, and getting close to herself can get other people's attention. But she has no guts to make a decision for her own idea. The friendship between the two of us will end here. Listen to Cat Nanako's thoughts. Chapter 54, Confrontation, 2. Zhang Xiaolu saw that the saliva of the men behind him was about to flow out, and suddenly became more angry. Was scolded in vain by Suemo. Fortunately, no one cared. She looked around with a guilty conscience before and found that no one had noticed any problems. In the blink of an eye, Cat Nanako took the girl away. The classmates who came with Suemo saw the listening Cat Nanako and Suemo standing side by side in white, as if a fairy descended to the earth. They were shocked. Compared to the nasty Zhang Xiaolu, she seems to be a village girl who can't get on the table, and she can still see her slightly. But even as far as her body is concerned, Cat Nanako also blows her up. Zhang Xiaolu, what is your relationship? A boy asked expectantly. Hey, it's just a vixen. Zhang Xiaolu made a look of despising people. For some reason, she felt a sense of coolness. Is like having an intersection with a very powerful person, and even a sense of superiority of hatred, even if it is a bad relationship. It's like the red hair and Bucky in one piece. Zhang Xiaolu, haven't you taught you what happened last time? Zhao Zikai frowned and said. That is, other people are not familiar with you at all. Why do you always talk about others? Wei Yushi also laughed at her. Zhang Xiaolu, who was exposed, was embarrassed for a while. Her appearance was just ordinary. There is not much popularity in the class, no one will help her to speak. It was Chen Sisi's dissuasion for a while, alleviating the embarrassing atmosphere. So you all know each other? What happened before? It's amazing to meet a beautiful girl like Cat Nanako who was born in 50 billion years. Let's talk about it if you have time. Hearing that the Cat Nanako really didn't want to interact with the group of people anymore, and she took Suemo into the furniture store long ago. Hey, they're here to buy furniture. Zhang Xiaolu smiled smirkly, and the activities arranged in the school were surveys on store statistics. This happened to be the shop opened by her aunt and brought her classmates over. It's a convenience. Aren't you rich? Money makes you unable to buy things. Zhang Xiaolu stared at the back of the two men viciously. Nanako, who was that just now? Are you an acquaintance? Suemo curiously said. Hearing the Cat Nanako nodded, I am always jealous when I am picturesque. I don't know why she always tries to provoke me. Leave them alone anyway. The style of this furniture store is in line with the two people's preferences. The warm-toned sofas and beds are very suitable for decorating girls' rooms. After choosing for about half an hour, after listening to the Cat Nanako and Suemo, they decided on 2 sets of extra-long red sandalwood sofas and a soft-looking big bed. Well, it adds up to more than 20,000. Next is the coffee table and dining table. Do you want a few sets of cabinets? Suemo tilted his head to calculate the money. Listening to the cat Nanako is now a good money owner. After seeing the Lin family's villa, she has no burden for spending money. What's more, the of Death has just been animated. As for how much it is divided into, I haven't discussed it with the animation company. It is my uncle who wants to come and can't treat him badly. Suemo is not bad for money. It is said that each chapter of the Eternal Sword Master is set at about 200,000. Counting the Supreme God's contract, he can get more than 10,000 for every 3,000 words. Including occasional outbreaks, Suemo can get more than 100,000 RMB for updating 10 chapters a day. This little rich woman doesn't know how to count money at home every day. Listen to Cat Nanako's thoughts. Anyway, it's my own, and I won't count them together if I have money in the future. Listen to the Cat Nanako's smirk. Hey, your smile suddenly seems a bit disgusting. Have it. Auntie, you must never sell them the furniture. In the backstage of the mall, the middle-aged woman frowned and listened to Zhang Xiaolu's words. How could this kid be so ignorant? His relatives didn't like her because of his mean appearance, and today he even came to interfere with his business. I really should find an opportunity for my sister to take care of her. Xiaolu, even if they don't have a good relationship with you, let them buy things from our house, shouldn't we make their money? The middle-aged woman tried to persuade her calmly. You must know that general furniture stores are doing big business, and it is very likely that no customer will come to the door for a day. Rejecting customers for no reason will ruin my shop. Auntie. But she hurt my boyfriend, so I should waste their time and let them make a purchase. Zhang Xiaolu's vicious eyes are already a bit dazed, and a woman's jealousy is very strong. That King City? How many times have I told you that he is a scumbag? Auntie. Will you help me in the end? The middle-aged woman looked at Zhang Xiaolu, who was about to cry, and couldn't help but feel softened. Okay, my aunt will help you this time, don't cry. After all, she is also the daughter of her own sister. After getting the aunt's affirmation, Zhang Xiaolu smiled again. I know that my aunt loves me the most. At the end of the holiday, I will introduce some business to my aunt. www.readaloud.com. The middle-aged woman nodded. Xiaolu, else just forget it. You don't need to target the cat Nanako like this. Chen Sisi eagerly asked when Zhang Xiaolu came out of the store. Zhang Xiaolu glared at her boredly. Chen Sisi, who are you helping? Anyway, I will ridicule her severely later. If you don't want to watch it, go home as soon as possible. Stay here. Chen Sisi hesitated. She has always been so opinionated. Maybe it's just that I listened to Cat Nanako and didn't want to approach him, but the spilled water couldn't be collected anymore, and Chen Sisi didn't know what to do. In addition to 2 sets of sofas and 1 bed, Ting Mao Nanako and Suemo bought 2 coffee tables, one for drinking tea and the other as a dining table. The wardrobe is also brought with you when the house is renovated, so you don't need to buy it separately. The waiter behind them was secretly startled, and the flat-breasted beauty in front of her called her over and thought of what she wanted to buy. She checked the list. So many valuable things add up to almost 100,000. I haven't seen the 2 beautiful girls in front of me so rich. Will not be the little lover raised by a rich man in the city? She guessed secretly. Not right. These 2 people are more than enough to become celebrities, not to mention that the girl with the G hairstyle head is completely beautiful to the level of tears. As long as a face control looks at her from a distance, he will feel great happiness. If she didn't see it with her own eyes and asked her to see the photo of Cat Nanako, she would definitely think it was a PS. Chapter 55, Confrontation, 3. A transaction amount of 100,000 is considered a big deal, and this small shop may not be able to sell more than 100,000 in a few days. Okay, you can swipe your card, Suemo said. Wait. You 2 can't buy things here. Zhang Xiaolu and several others walked over from the door. It's just that everyone except her looks a little embarrassed. Did your brain break? We bought things next to you. Listening to Kat Nanako staring at her in disgust, is this woman doing nothing in her spare time? Zhang Xiaolu sneered, this store is opened by my aunt. I announce that you can roll out now. Her appearance as a villain made them both frowned. Zhang Xiaolu. Or just forget it, a male student behind her persuaded. Pop, Zhang Xiaolu slapped him backhand, eat the dog stuff inside and out, don't you still want to chase me? The boy stayed for a while, lowered his head, and clenched his fists vigorously. Several people were stunned. Stop in time, a classmate persuaded him next to him. Hey, are you two going to get out? Bitch, son, get out of me like a dog. Zhang Xiaolu ignored the shocked faces of several people, and turned her head back to another verbal abuse. The faces of Kat Nanako and Suemo are not pretty. When the two parties had a dispute at the entrance of the furniture store, many customers had come to watch. Wow, I didn't expect to see this level of beauties in the mall just once. It's really a fairy. At first glance, the ugly woman on the other side was looking for it first. Zhang Xiaolu's face became even more ugly as the tourists' pointers made Zhang Xiaolu's face worse, and the middle-aged woman also walked out of the background. This Zhang Xiaolu is really uneasy. She had to let herself come forward. She had to scold them in the street. She had a headache. Are you brainless? Have you ever taught you how to talk with your mouth so bad? After Suemo finished speaking, he turned on the mobile phone recording function and shot Zhang Xiaolu. What do you shoot? It's great to be able to make a video, bitch, you think you are a celebrity? Bitch, Zhang Xiaolu sneered. The torn shoes that have been rotten by people, quickly got Aiz out of illness, forget it, listening to the Kat Nanako couldn't help but taunt her. This ugly girl dared to embarrass the two fairies regardless of what pig shape she had. She must be too inferior and want to find a sense of existence. I don't know how many such girls have played in school, a non-mainstream boy dressed as a funeral family pointed to Zhang Xiaolu and said. There are also a few small characters engraved on the back of his clothes. 80,000 characters in the world, only love is the most murderous. Hearing that Kat Nanako discovered that he turned out to be the killer Matt he saw in linking school that day, it was really fate. Ugly girl, mean me? Zhang Xiaolu was furious, and these short-eyed stinky men said that they were ugly, but in fact, compared with listening to the Kat Nanako, she considered her ugliness and regarded her highly. This village girl is definitely not the original product. What is the ugly woman showing off? I think Aiz is considered light. You should have syphilis, do you dare to mess with a man every day after seeing your broken shoes? The words of Suemo and the Kat Nanako became more and more ugly, and Zhang Xiaolu's face became more and more ugly. The two of them specifically talked about appearances and messing with men, which really caused Zhang Xiaolu to have some inferiority, panting for breath, and could not say a word with red face and ears. You two Xiaosan, who are raised by rich people, dare to say that to me. Zhang Xiaolu panted for a long time and finally found a place to attack. It's still a junior, I think you give the boys in the class take turns to play nausea every day, right? How do you play when you are so young? Listening to a beautiful girl like Kat Nanako unexpectedly popped out of her mouth, no tourists who watched less of the theater said they were more troubled. I think she is eating more birds for the people in the class in turn, and she doesn't even talk about it, so she can only spread rumors. While recording the video, Suemo said that both of them were scolded in public. The fairy-like image makes the two of them scold the street like shrews, but they will only make people feel their peculiar charm. Boss, seeing the middle-aged woman coming out from behind, the waiter immediately leaned over and began to explain that she was simply disgusted by Zhang Xiaolu. Let me just say it, this ugly woman must be looking for something first. What are you arrogant about a broken furniture store? What a broken shop! Report. When many people heard the cause of the incident, they all angered Zhang Xiaolu one after another, including several classmates standing next to her at a loss. Well, these two guests, you are not welcome here because you have a dispute in the store. The middle-aged woman said this sentence under the pressure of the masses. How can we recover everything since it happened? What's more, she is also very upset by the onlookers. What happened to her store? Get out if you don't like to buy. Isn't this to report? Who recorded the video? The store is bullying. A woman with a child looked angry and looked around only to find that Suemo had been recording the video. Little girl, I will post this video on the internet and make this store famous. What kind of bitch, son, what kind of relatives are there? Guests, please delete the video from your mobile phone. www.readaloud.com. Video recording is prohibited in the store. Zhang Xiaolu's aunt stepped forward and tried to Suemo's mobile phone. Grass? Do you dare to move them to try? I think your store would like to open. Many tourists gathered around to protect the two, in a gesture of doing something. Zhang Xiaolu and the classmates around her are a little scared. More and more people are watching, but they are all insulting them. Boss, they bought more than 100,000 things and just forget it. The waiter hurriedly said, seeing the situation not well. Her expression was shocked. What, really hundreds of thousands? She had always thought that a little girl of this age would spend a few thousand yuan at most. You must know that hundreds of thousands are just a month's worth of money in this store. Income. She secretly regretted that she even had the thought of killing Zhang Xiaolu. You said you couldn't help but interfere with my business and caused me such a big trouble. But her recorded video must not be sent out by them, and she still has a chance to redeem it. Two guests, I'm really sorry that this happened. I'm willing to give you a big discount, please come to the store to discuss it, the middle-aged woman compromised. Her reply also calmed the surrounding yelling and scolding. If both parties agreed with the cat Nanako and Suemo, it would be difficult for the tourists to continue to say anything. Auntie. Zhang Xiaolu resented. Why even passers-by helped Nanako and others? She refused. Why she was not so beautiful? Listen to cat Nanako. You let Zhang Xiaolu kneel down and bark our dog 3 times and I will agree. Suemo smiled disdainfully. Your store is just waiting to report it. If you have a business, you must not make a profit. It is cheap. How could she be in a good mood when she went out shopping with the cat Nanako and encountered such an aggrieved thing? Chapter 56, Calm. Just when the three of them were arguing very hard, Chen Sisi walked out and stood among them. Okay, Nanako, just let it be for my face, right? Chen Sisi asked tentatively. The shopkeeper showed a fluke look. Why didn't some acquaintances stand up earlier and reconcile? No. Am I familiar with you? If Zhang Xiaolu apologizes for us without learning 3 dog barks today, just wait. Chen Sisi was really hopeless after hearing the cat Nanako's decisive refusal. But this request really surprised a few people. Normal women quarrel without tearing others to be considered light. Listening to the cat Nanako only let others learn how to bark 3 times. How cute this little request is. Has a fairy face and is so kind, how great it is compared to Zhang Xiaolu's ugly and mean appearance. The onlookers thought so. On the contrary, Chen Sisi was extremely embarrassed. The normal relationship between the two was directly torn to the face, and she used to show off the relationship with Ting Cat Nanako. It's that simple. Zhang Xiaolu's aunt was also stunned, and then she looked at Zhang Xiaolu. This incident was caused by her, it was just a joke, and it was not a humiliating thing. Zhang Caixia is Zhang Xiaolu's aunt, she only started her business in her early 30s. If such a big business is ruined by Zhang Xiaolu, she will definitely go to her home to make trouble. But even this simple request Zhang Xiaolu couldn't do. Let alone barking, an apology can make her feel like a mother is dead. Zhang Xiaolu gave a few people a vicious look, and ran out crying. The classmates who followed her had already stepped aside. Seeing Zhang Xiaolu run out, no one cares about her. The crowds around the theater turned their fingers at the store and opened fire. All of a sudden, Zhang Kexia was almost anxious to death. Listen to Cat Nanako, we are here today to complete the task in school, I hope you don't get me wrong. Wei Yushi stepped forward and explained. His temperament is relatively easygoing, but passers-by did not curse him. I have the impression of Cat Nanako. Wei Yushi is usually gentle with others and has a good reputation in school. What am I misunderstanding? I'll take care of what you guys are doing, just don't disturb us anymore. Hearing Cat Nanako and Suemo walked out of the store indifferently. The passers-by blocking the door immediately gave way. Wei Yushi smiled bitterly and walked away. He just explained it, but he didn't expect to hear Cat Nanako's opinion on him so much. It is estimated that these people who came with Zhang Xiaoluo have been blacklisted by the Cat Nanako, and it will be difficult to get close to her in the future. Zhang Kexia's anxiousness can't work, and a big business is ruined for no reason. Zhang Xiaoluo, an idiot who doesn't know what is good or bad, must find her sister to give her a severe lesson tonight. Suemo also trot to catch up with the listening Cat Nanako. She didn't want the good mood of the two to be destroyed in this way. Will there be something to do in a while? Seeing that the actors are gone, and passers-by are all gone boringly, many people have already taken the second half of the video and are satisfied. Looking at Wei Yu, standing on the spot with a frustrated look, Zhao Zikai walked over and patted his shoulder lightly. Don't mind. Wei Yushi shrugged helplessly, it's over before it starts. He has never asked for anything, and people with self-knowledge never daydream. For them, they would be happy for several days even to have a word with hearing Cat Nanako. The two did not care about Chen Sisi, who seemed to be a castrated cucumber on the side, and took a few other classmates to switch to another shop to start homework investigation. Only one girl with ponytail stayed in place, comforting Chen Sisi, who was disappointed. Suemo and Ting Mao Nanako found a new furniture store nearby. I bought it soon, after all, the furniture styles in the two stores have many similarities. After leaving the address and paying the money, the two walked out again. Nanako, go to the movies after dinner tonight. Suemo took the little hand of the Cat Nanako. Didn't you update today? Listening to Cat Nanako's doubts, the previous scolding with Zhang Xiaoluo did not make the two of them too concerned. Whether it is the of Death or the Eternal Sword Master, it has long been sprayed by countless netizens. These two people are obviously used to being scolded a long time ago. Although comments on the author's personal attacks can be deleted, those netizens who cursed at the plot of the novel cannot be deleted. Once there is a mistake in the plot, someone will take a screenshot and put it in the comment area, and several replies will be generated in a while. Wrong names can be regarded as black history, and more importantly, embarrassment. The biggest black history of Suemo is that in the first chapter of The Eternal Sword Master, the protagonist's name is written as Lin Xinru. But the protagonist's name has always been Lin Xin, and she was used to being hacked, so she didn't bother to change it. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. On the contrary, readers of Eternal Sword Master often like to play stocks, and like to call the protagonist Lin Xinru. There are dozens of chapters left. Let's have a good time tonight. Suemo squeezed the palm of Cat Nanako's hand. Well, let's go eat now. Listening to the Cat Nanako did not resist, and let Suemo play with her little white jade hands. Li Beng just finished his concert in Yanqing, his hand bones were injured, which prevented him from performing difficult dance moves. You said you really are, why did you get hurt before the concert? Li Beng's agent hated iron and shook his head. The actual effect is much worse than the budget, and it will be bad if it continues like this. Li Beng's expression froze. The record company will not abandon himself, right? He knows that if he loses the company's publicity, he is nothing. Hey, Li Beng is still too impetuous, it seems that he must be suppressed. The agent picked up the phone and texted the company. But, hey? The moment the message was opened, the agent's face suddenly changed. Li Beng, you are on the headlines. What? The performance of the concert is obviously not good. Is it possible that the bad luck of the past few days has bottomed out? Li Beng stood up all of a sudden excitedly. After reading the text message, the agent patted Li Beng on the shoulder. Good job, the company decided to give you more resources. Li Beng can't wait to open the news website, one step closer to his dream of becoming a superstar. Li Beng's eyes fainted the moment he saw the headline. Hey, how come you fainted happily? Headline content: the celebrity was rejected by the public courtship at the airport. Chapter 57, Committing Crimes Against the Wind. Suemo is familiar with the neighborhood of Shopping Street, listening to Cat Nanako being dragged around by her. Before he could enjoy the softness in his hands, Suemo had already stopped. Hearing the cat Nanako almost bumped her head. The spicy taste floated. Listening to the cat, Nanako raised his head and found that they had reached a snack street. The crowd around is extremely hot, but the environment is not very good, dirty and messy. Seeing two delicate little girls coming to this street, many passing boys showed incredible expressions. How is it, Missy? Isn't she used to it? Suemo turned around and said with a smile. Hearing that the cat Nanako did not come to such a place less in her previous life, of course she wouldn't mind, but she didn't expect Suemo to think she was the eldest lady. This is not a place for girls to date at all, okay? Do you think that riding a bicycle and eating barbecue can capture the heart of the eldest lady? Listening to the cat, Nanako looked awkward. And this is not a novel, how could I be so excited after eating a snack? Well, it's very cheap here. Let's try each one of them. Suemo was embarrassed and quickly returned to the original state. Suemo listened to the cat Nanako lining up in a small stall, causing some small boys nearby to feel uncomfortable. The scent on their bodies makes me not breathe anymore, okay? The original expectation of food has become suffering. Ladies first. The little boy in the front immediately gave up his position, and quickly stood behind the listening cat Nanako. The smell of hair seems to be more fragrant. Thank you, the two said in unison. The people in front also followed suit and gave up their positions. After listening to the cat Nanako and Suemo, they were in the forefront. The owner of the roasting stall is a little handsome young man, with a hint of self-confidence like a chef on his face. His hands were very white, and he quickly rolled the skewers in the fire for a few times, and after a while, the meat was roasted into golden brown, giving off a tempting fragrance. Listening to the cat, Nanako could not help but swallow, but Suemo accidentally saw it, staring at it. Ahem. Listening cat Nanako turned her head to the side and ignored her. The boy was grilling food, but he found that the person in front of him suddenly became two girls, frowning. The scent of the two of you has seriously affected me, can you please? As soon as the boy looked up, he saw the two girls directly opposite. What he hadn't finished speaking also stopped, and the boy's eyes stared at the listening cat Nanako. Hey? What? Want us to step back, right? Suemo immediately listened to the cat Nanako backing a few steps. Hearing the cat Nanako didn't have any comments, she backed down after Suemo. Do not. Please don't step back. It's too late to say so, the boy felt very regretful in his heart. After listening to the cat Nanako and Suemo got the meat skewers, they went to the next stall. The boys are absent-mindedly dealing with the next customer, shouldn't they leave a bad impression on them? Oh, this is so delicious. Hearing the cat Nanako blew a few times at the hot skewers, he bit down with a bite. The scent of exploded on the taste buds. Listening to the cat Nanako felt that the clothes should explode here. Suemo smiled and watched the cat Nanako climax. Would you like to be so dirty just to eat food? The day ended soon. After watching the movie, I heard that cat Nanako was planning to take a taxi home, but the furniture could not be delivered within a day. What does it matter, mine is a double bed, so I can sleep together tonight. Suemo kept the road. Well, that's fine. Listening to the cat Nanako was too lazy to toss, sleep in a bed and still don't know what good things will happen. It's not that far from Sumo's new home, it's only a 20-minute walk. After returning home on foot, I listened to the cat Nanako molesting Suemo and said, "Want to take a mandarin duck bath together? I will love you so much." "What are you talking about?" Suemo blushed and turned around and ran into the room. "It's so boring, I still want to touch it at a negative distance. I can't do piston exercises now, I feel sorry to listen to cat Nanako. Is it possible that that part can still be sucked together? It's like a sucker for an octopus?" Thinking wildly, cat Nanako's face started to get a little hot. In the bathroom, he quickly took off his underwear, listening to cat Nanako standing in front of the mirror and admiring the beautiful things that can make any boy even more beautiful. Bai Huahua's flesh is lordotic and warped, and she is indeed a natural stunner. Then hung up the bath towel, raised his leg and stepped into the bathtub. Soaked in hot water, listening to cat Nanako's long hair drifting in the water, buried her huge chest in the water, and squinted comfortably. The steam of hot water listened to the cat Nanako looking drunk. Wow, the bathroom door opened. "Hey, take a mandarin duck bath with me." Hearing the cat Nanako said happily, Suemo was obviously disgusting with integrity, and he did not see that he was arrogant. Suemo wrapped in a bath towel and walked in www.readaloud.com. Her face was red to exaggeration. "You can't do anything to me." Come in quickly, puff." "Hey, what did you do?" Hearing the cat Nanako took off Sumo's bath towel and put her in the bathtub, she said she was really an airport. Woo, Sumo's back is pressed by the peak of the cat Nanako. "Relax, I'll take a shower for you." When I was cleaning the mandarin duck bath with Lin, I didn't dare to listen to cat Nanako casually. Hearing the cat Nanako's white jade hand slipped over Sumo's skin, making her shiver constantly. Woo, even Suemo has big long legs, listening to the cat Nanako's hand wiping the foam sliding across Sumo's legs. Woo woo woo, Suemo started sobbing quietly. "Ah, don't cry, is it uncomfortable?" Listening to the cat Nanako stroking Sumo's tender legs with both hands. Fingertips gently slid across her soft body, and Sumo's trembling became more severe. "It's so cool, let you try it too. You dare to play with my body?" Suemo turned around, staring at the cat Nanako with a vague expression. "Woo, what are you going to do, scared the baby?" Cat Nanako was a little frightened. She hadn't played with this body by herself. If she didn't touch her breast, she would play with it every day, and she felt that she was getting bigger and bigger recently. "Quickly turn around, you big cow." "Milk big cow?" Milk listened to cat Nanako's anger. Woo. Hearing cat Nanako was pulled by Suemo, turned and knelt and sat in the bathtub. Her face flushed, and her breathing became short. Suemo is actually playing with herself. Oh, what a woman! Chapter 58, There are indecent content in this chapter. If the scale is too large, it will not be posted. Book friends who want to read can add a group number, 6066300783. Not reading this chapter will not affect subsequent reading. Chapter 59, Love Moon Cup. Amazing babies, there were less than 20 people in the readership yesterday, and more than 110 people have posted 58 chapters in half a day. I suspect that what may have been created before is a fake group. However, not watching the previous chapter will not affect subsequent reading. Early in the morning, listening to the white body of the cat Nanako and Suemo hugged naked together. They were so crazy last night. It wasn't until noon when I listened to the cat Nanako dazedly opened his dim eyes, and broke free of Sumo's arm. She just feels weak now and doesn't want to move. Lazily rolled over and went back to sleep. Don't go. Suemo squeezed over and continued to hug the listening cat Nanako. Are you a kid? Also treated me as a pillow. Hearing that the cat Nanako's whole body is soft and cold like a mollusk, Suemo naturally does not want to let go of this comfortable human body pillow. The two fainted together again. Early in the morning, the office of Motive Publishing House became busy. Li Wengzhen, a woman with glasses, sat weakly on an office chair. The company is really crazy. It started squeezing employees just after the new year. I just finished my confinement recently. Sister Li, don't complain, we have rushed back to review the manuscript since yesterday, said the youth near her seat. 30 of these 200 comic manuscripts will be selected and passed the audition. It is estimated that the dozen or so of us will be busy in a day. A somewhat older woman shook her head helplessly. Well, this is also the audition for the Love Moon Cup. Can you be serious about it? It's a trivial thing to be expelled if you make a mistake. Fortunately, these manuscripts were drawn by professional cartoonists. You have never experienced those amateur award submissions. That's spectacular. I don't know how many editors I read in a day. Haha, that's what I said, let's consider ourselves as readers to review the comics. The male clerk smiled. Li Wengzhen opened the first manuscript before her eyes. My high school happy life was completely killed by the beautiful princess from the devil world. What kind of ghost name is this? Is this kind of running account name popular in love novels now? It's ugly. I have another draft called I Am in Love with My Mother, so please be content. The young man said calmly. Puff. The whole office didn't know how many people sprayed water at the same time. Who is allowed to send comics with this name to our company? Do I need to return it? The older young woman frowned. Ethical comics are still somewhat controversial. I seem to have an impression of the name of this comic. A young man with dyed yellow hair approached him and tried to read the author's name. Isn't this a new work by Teacher Gyu? He seems to have mentioned it on Weibo. The young man with yellow hair was shocked. Many people exclaimed, "Ah, Teacher Gyu! How come you have such an unlimited name?" Teacher Gyu is not good at the Hoodoo Boutique serial Destruction Queen fell in love with the waste wood, come to our magic publishing house to contribute. If Mr. Gyu all participated, it seems that the top 3 will lose one place. Mr. Gyu is a giant in the girly comics industry. It should be a one-sentence thing that he wants to animate the manga. He has to come to occupy our place in the Magic City publishing house. The staff in the office were a little angry. The older women seemed to be much calmer. We did not say that certain cartoonists are forbidden to contribute to the Love Moon Cup this time. Now that he has sent the cartoons, we must also review them fairly and don't let the outside world look down on us. Yes. The people in the office quickly got into a rush, and there was the sound of turning over paper everywhere. There are constantly some works that are boring or test the waters and are directly eliminated, and a few are labeled as past. Ah, I saw a relationship with my mother. The young man looked up in the jealous eyes of others. Isn't it messy to hear this name? It must be an H text wiping the ball. How is it? Are there any H scenes? Young boys asked expectantly. Hehe, this cartoon is about the accidental death of the protagonist's mother, and then the protagonist travels to the pure love story of 30 years ago when she fell in love with her mother. There is no H scene. The male staff member was disappointed and put a pass after he put it aside. Both the drawing skills and the storytelling are very good, as long as you have a little creativity, you can be on the list. This is the common problem of the current situation of the Dragon Country love comics. Love Moon Cup does not need to have comics with drawing skills and no story plot. It's impossible to be selected as a love comic without any charm of the storyline. Hey, Lu Ruyi, why do you still have a lot? It was almost lunch break, and a female employee realized that the colleague next to him had only approved 2 or 3 comics. Today the editors of the company have to complete a dozen of them. The review of the comic www.readaloud.com. This comic is quite interesting, I saw this time before I knew it. Mainly 200 pages are too long. Lu Ryu continued to watch indifferently. It's a big deal, I'm working overtime tonight. It's so pretty. What's your name? The person next to him leaned forward and asked. If you want to become an otaku, let me be a cashier. The name sounds interesting. Let me see it too, okay. Lu Rui's female colleague next to him leaned on his chest. The perfume puffed his nose, and his arms were softly squeezed. Guru Lu Rui swallowed, and the cartoon in his hand was snatched away. Hee hee. The female colleague smiled and looked at Mimi. Although the comics are good looking, they are not up to the point where he and his female colleagues can grab things. Doesn't it mean something to me? Lu Ryu was helpless, so he picked up the next comic. Let's complete today's task first. Rebirth Manga Queen, what the hell, it seems very interesting. Lu Ryu looked at it with relish. The story tells the story of a man who was reborn and turned into a beautiful girl to draw comics in a different world. In the end, he collected more than a dozen girls and lived a happy life without shame. Painting skills are very amazing, especially the lily scenes of the heroine and other girls directly make Lu Rui look at the stone. Hey, the author is Sumotu. Isn't this the famous author who painted Huang Man? Lu Ryu was surprised. Manga kids of this scale can't stand it at all. Lu Ryu wiped his nosebleed seriously. The plot of 1/3 of this comic is Lu Rui went to the toilet to vent once, but he eliminated it after he was cool. Chapter 60, Ghost. If you want to become an otaku, let me be a current person. Literally, it means that a woman wants to become an otaku, while a boy wants to become a current person. Then the boy asks the girl to help him become a cashier first. Isn't it a story of the two inspiring each other? The female staff member is a little curious. In addition to the reason why she wants to see the comics at all costs, of course, there are also reasons why she has a good impression of Lu Rushi. Turning over the comics, the actor Naoki Kashida was disgusting because he was scolded by his first love in middle school, which created a strong psychological shadow. Decided to be a low-key hidden house in high school. Is the heroine Hasegawa? After reading the first few pages, the female employee thought. Is a typical innocent, long and straight character. She is gentle with children, but indifferent to her peers. She is cold on the outside and hot on the inside, but she is not good at expressing. The author's painterly is also cute, but it is more like a painting style for boys than the more beautiful romantic comic otaku. It is acceptable to people of all ages. Wait, as the female clerk looked back, her face gradually darkened, and she realized that Hasegawa was not the heroine. The heroine of this manga is actually a bitch. 5 boats. Although this heroine named Xiao Tao is very cute, but the love comics on the Long Country market do not use Baichi as the heroine. The female staff is angry. What does this cartoonist regard the purity of girls? Which love comics heroine is not pure and straight? Are you sure that this is not a painting book? Hey? The mistress on 5 boats. Let's see. It's too curious. Several male editors came over curiously. Go away. Have you reviewed the manuscript yet? Don't be so stingy, let's take a look at the heroine's appearance. They were all curious about what a heroine who could step on 5 boats was like. Hey, can such a cute girl be bitch? Koizaki's peach-colored curly hair and delicate facial features look very cute under the brush of Kat Nanako. Several male staff felt very incredible. Her charm is obviously much greater than the black long straight heroine in the pure love comics, but it is a bitch. I don't know what this cartoonist thinks. Is it possible to draw such a cute by a perverted heart? Lu Ryu said with a sense of superiority, I've seen it all. The heroine is not bitch, but... No spoilers allowed, she yelled aloud, and then took the comics from the other male staff. After a few people interrupted like this, the female staff resisted not eliminating the comic directly, and continued to look through it with patience. Each staff member reviews about 15 comics, of which only 3 comics can pass the audition, which is a 1/5 probability. After half of the number of manuscripts has been reviewed, she has not found any work she likes. The professional cartoonist and painter are all qualified. But the Dragon Kingdom love comics have not been innovative for many years, and she feels boring just reading 10 pages of these cookie-cutter pure love comics. If you want to become an otaku, let me be a cashier. This work is definitely not a masterpiece after listening to the previous life of Cat Nanako, and it is not even animated. But that's also the reason why the creative development of the previous life works was so fast. The current situation of the girl comics put in this world can definitely be called a God-made work. The female staff member looked at it and realized that she had just misunderstood. The heroine is not a bitch, but has a strong male phobia. When came up with a strong hatred for the heroine, she had a contrasting and cute apologetic emotion. She couldn't help but fall in love with this cute and full of spice-style petite heroine. The relationship between the male lead and the female lead also made her shout interesting. The otaku male lead likes the black long straight goddess, and the hot girl female lead likes an otaku full of air. So the two decided to help each other in their relationship, which is also the beginning of the plot. The female clerk read more than 100 pages in a blink of an eye. Compared with the innocent comics that made her feel boring, this comic of If You Want to Become an Otaku, Let Me Be a Living is much more interesting. Several of the scenes made her almost laugh. For example, when Momo Koizaki played the game of 18 Forbidden Girls, she would complain about the protagonist of the game and there were a lot of beautiful girls next to her. Even complains about the way the heroine speaks. How is that childhood sweetheart? The way of speaking is so inexplicable. What the is oh, meow every 3 sentences. What language? A woman who speaks like that, I absolutely avoid giving up, okay. It is said that this heroine is very lively, and she doesn't know that the cat meow is the cute point of the two-dimensional girl. It's hard to imagine the scene of the otaku heroine and the hot girl heroine in love in the future, but this also evokes the female staff's curiosity about the next development of the plot. Okay, go through first, and there is not enough time to watch. The female staff member drew a big check mark on the first page of the manuscript of Cat Nanako, which took up almost half a page. She wants to attract the attention of the editors in this way www.readaloud.com because the voting review after the C election is completely impossible for ordinary employees like them to interfere. Wow, do you like the hostess by Chi too? When did it taste so heavy? A male colleague teased. The female clerk was not angry either. Review your manuscript carefully, don't you men love to dream about falling in love with the pure white flowers every day? Wrong. I am now more and more indifferent to pure love comics. I also hope that this review will find a clear stream, the male employee said helplessly. 3 love comics were animated at once, but Magic Press has also produced a foundation. The staff must choose unique works. Sumo's home. Listening to the cat Nanako groaning while getting up from the bed, without any clothing covering it, the spring light leaked. The waist is broken. Listening cat Nanako slowly sat up from the bed while holding on to the head of the bed with a bitter face. A white cotton floated on her face in front of her eyes. Hey, what is this? Cat Nanako pushed away the white object blocking her eyes. Ah! A violent scream sounded in the room. Suemo frowned in his sleep, rolled over and continued to fall asleep. Hearing the cat Nanako and the white humanoid object in front of her, they looked at each other with big eyes and small eyes. He was listening to the cat Nanako like a soul body. At this moment, he was floating in the air, rubbing his sleepy eyes with a confused expression. Ah, who are you? My tongue was knotted when I heard cat Nanako talk. Hey! Ghost Nanako yawned lazily, and opened his eyes to look around. Hey! Am I dead? Why come back again? Ghost Nanako floated in the air with a surprised expression.